Hello everybody, how are we doing, and welcome to WardiTV Mondays edition 41. Going to be a fun one as we get ready to start up and party into summer action. Should be a lot of fun, and yeah, we'll be in-game in just a few moments time as we get ready for... I think we're going to go Harstem versus young Yakov in the first matchup of the day actually, so we'll be getting ready for that. And yeah, that's what we're going to be going for, aiming for, and all the rest of it. Hope everyone is doing well, hope you're all having fun. And excited for some StarCraft 2. Like I said, should actually be genuinely a very fun day. We actually have a really good bracket today, so looking forward to some excellent games. And yeah. Should be awesome. So yeah, we're gonna get started soon. I want to go Harstem Young Yakov first, but Harstem's in a freaking game right now, so waiting to figure that out a little. And yeah, we'll get started up here very, very shortly, guys. So we are just waiting on the Harstem to come across. He is currently playing a ladder game, so I mean we could go someone else first, but I do think he's playing the best. I think he's playing the best matchup, to be honest. I think he's in the best state. He just needs to finish his current game. So yeah, we'll give him a few minutes and we'll get ready to go from there. Hope everyone is again doing well. Hello and welcome, and we should be able to kick us off real shortly. Cool. Harstem vs. Yakov coming up. And like I said, we'll be into that in just a few moments' time. StarCraft 2 coming. Thank you for a little bit of patience, guys. Just getting stuff sorted early. You guys know the drill. It takes a little bit of time to get going initially, usually. But that's okay. So yeah, we'll go into Harstem versus Yakov. Like I say, it's actually a pretty fun bracket today. You give it a click, which I've just had to do because I accidentally shut it. You will see that it's going to be CLEM, Geralt, Cyan, Showtime, Kua, ByuN, Goblin, MaxPax, Astrea, Solar, Harstem, Yakov, Rogue, Skillis, Mana, Percival. A lot of very fun matchups, honestly, in the very start of the day. So really should be a fun one. Looking forward to it, and excited for all of our games. Just waiting for the, like I say, the videos to be done, and we'll be able to get started. Alrighty, guys. Lobby's coming up, and so Harstem and Yakov will get ready to start off. Perfect. Perfecto. There you go. Countdown coming through here for Ultra Love. Yakov just needed a moment and then we'll get into this PVZ. So glad you Rogue made it at EWC. Yeah, me too. Great player to make it there. I think the tournament is much better off for him being a part of the competition. Absolutely great to see. Let's go, 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 go. Gets cold. Let's get ready to kick this off. Alright, into Ultra Love. Our first match of the day. Some PVZ action coming up for the moment. StarCraft 2 begins. And it is going to be some PVZ to begin the day with. Get a rare sighting of a Zerg. Is always nice. On the bottom left-hand side, though, we'll start off with the Protoss player in this PVZ. It is going to be Harstem. Takes on the blue Zerg. In the upper right-hand corner, we have got Yakov. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Obviously, had some fun EWC qualifiers over the weekend. I was excited to see Astrea making it as that final spot last night after we had to jump out of our coverage. Yeah, it was a good time. An enjoyable time. And yeah, it was a fun little weekend of StarCraft 2. Cyril in the bracket, it's not the real Cyril, guys. It's someone that's called themselves Liquid Cyril. They keep playing every week. But it's definitely not Cyril, because they've not made it past the first round yet, so... Wardy, how is the seeding calculated in this tournament? It's the super special Wardy seeding system, clearly. Which consists of... Basically, Basically, the top 4 from last week's Monday get the priority seeding. So top 4 get priority seeds, and then seeds 1, and then seeds beyond that are just roughly guesstimates on some recent results, kind of what I'm thinking of the players at the moment and stuff. It's a rough dragging into position, give or take. It's not super accurate because I actually want the matchups to change each week. That's one of the reasons we seed top 4 specifically from the last week. A little bit of a bonus for doing well the week before, and also just meant that, you know, in the past, basically every single week it was like CLEM 1, MaxPax 2, Hero 3. So it was always giving us like the same semifinals, or the same very similar like bracket layout. Now it changes each week. So for example, MaxPax didn't play last week, and all the top 4 from last week are here. So MaxPax gets seeded in as 5. That makes the bracket look very different than if MaxPax is seeded in at like 2 or even 4. Even though in reality he's still in a very good seeded position, right? So yeah, it's just designed so it changes up each week. It gives a little bit of variety while still being relatively fair and not completely out of nowhere, you know. How's that link speed coming about? It's set to rumble for a few moments. Take a couple of seconds, and you have this first adept. Going to try and poke forward here from Harstem. Feelings coming around, and a couple of adepts will try and make their way across to get up to a little bit of trouble, try and make their way forward here for a couple of seconds and see what's going on. A couple of queens gathering, the lings are going to be there. The adepts coming in toward the natural expansion as the Zerglings will be there as well with the queens. The adepts are going to get pushed away, but we keep them alive, so nice defense from both sides, really. Both players kind of keep their units alive, nothing really done just yet. A couple of adepts will continue to shade back, so we are just going to play defensive here in total right now. Going to be feeling pretty okay about that for the moment. Oracle will be there, obviously providing some high ground vision. The lings are looking for a jump. With the Oracle nearby, they shouldn't be able to do much. I don't even think it's worth them kind of jumping onto this base. You might be able to force a couple of moments of, you know, the Nexus being hidden. Maybe the Oracle has to activate and waste some energy, but I think he'd rather just keep every single Zergling alive instead of maybe losing a couple. Oracle activates, Spellcrawler taking damage. Again, melee upgrade coming about. The Queen, Evo Chamber drones all continuing through as well. A couple of gateways and that Twilight Council building. Also, the Zerglings underneath and the Oracle continue to come by for the moment. Let's just see a couple more drones on the Spellcrawler coming up for now. Couple shots from the Queens onto the Oracle. The Oracle is good for a couple of drones though, which is nice, and we do have the other Oracle on the other side also looking to poke around and just find damage wherever possible at the moment, so just trying to find a little extra as the Oracles gather up, and you see Ling's still poking on the other side from Yakov, trying to get in for as much as possible right here, though not really achieving all too much just yet still. And the melee upgrade building, the blink coming through. Orotron coming about. It's going to be seeing those Lings. Going to get intercepted by the Stalkers. They are going to get pushed the other way, so the Lings do get chased back. Those things pulling away. Just going to see the Stalkers coming around. Overlord's going to take some damage. The Lings and the Queens gathering up as well. And then we just have ourselves the Blink and the +1 continue to produce too. So again, just a little bit of everything all coming in and online. Ling's going to get there. Stalkers get turned back the other way. Also looking for some value in this trade as the Oracles can activate to help, and we do have that coming through in the end. But we're still gathering the +1 missiles and that road speed coming online. I'm just going to see the Stalkers still poking about, looking for this hatchery. As we do have them obviously quite far forward right now. The single Ling looking for the stasis wall that just doesn't exist. We don't actually have that down right now, so stasis is not active there. Hydrogen coming up, hatchery coming through, +1 missiles and that road speed all continue to build up for the moment still. Continue to get that underway as the Probe Facility, Temple Archives and Gateways building as well. The next stage of this game from Harstem already being established here, so getting all rolling. Just gonna double check if anyone needs walkovers and stuff, guys. So if I got quiet for a second, I'm just typing on the other screen. As everyone see, I'm gonna try and dive through, but not to really too much success at all. It's gonna be a shutdown for the moment. Thing's gonna go running in. Temple Archives. We're going to boost in that storm, so the Ling's going to get information, if nothing else, tell you that this game is progressing. And Yakov going to try and meet Harstem in that later stage of the game, as we see the Infestation Pit is coming up. Storm the +2 attack coming in, the charge still very much so coming online as well, so we continue to bring a lot of that into play. They probes down for the moment, as we see the Zerglings will continue their way back up toward the top of the map. And 6 more drones, 7 Hydras, +1 missiles, and the Hydra speed all continue to come about. Lings will gather. It's nice to get a few probe kills, though. That was very successful for Yakov. Actually works out nicely. As we have the Oracles continuing up to the top. Oracles pulling back down. Still got plenty of Zerglings and Hydras moving about as well. It's just going to take some steps over. Muskoglin's about to finish. Hive and the Lurker Den coming online as well. You see the Link Hydra all gathered up as the +2 attack, Forge, and Cannons come online as well. Add some gateways along with that. Hydra's actually going to get rid of both those Oracles, which is just a shame for Harstem. Completely unnecessary set of losses there, and it's sad to see the Oracles going down, because they're just so useful for the future, right? Always so much potential. Like Den's coming through, as Yakov definitely showing his intentions of going into a little bit of a later stage setup for the moment. Let's continue across. Let's see the jump onto this next right now. Seven probes going down. Just going to see it on the +2 missiles, and that groove spine's coming about. Ling Hydra very much so on the way over. So because the Archon's gathering up, we are going to be seeing Harstem trying to push back through to the top side here. And as we enter that upper right, you can see the Ling's going to be about, the Zelds are going to gather. +2 missiles, +2 melee, and the internal glands coming up as well. Little Storm coming in for a few of those Hydras. Harstem just holding position out across the map at the moment. And putting some pressure on. And holding these positions for the moment as this army comes back across. Still some work is going down over here. These run-bys there have been very annoying. That position has definitely been a compromised one so far. So, unfortunate as we just have, I mean, Harstem still otherwise looking good across the map and putting this pressure on, but you got to be careful of those lurkers. He's starting to invest in the Stargate and the future of this game instead. So that is going to begin coming through for the moment. Lurker's going to play a Stork, still taking shots. The Oracle and the High Templar gathering as they come back over toward the left side, or do they? The Lurker's actually going to burrow up in the center now. One more Storm hitting a couple of those already. All of our upgrades coming online, the additional Zealots, and now Tempest on the way up. I mean, Harstem, I think, is happy just dropping a Storm here and there and trading. So far, it's been fine for him. Really wish he had some detection to remove some of this creep. Like, he stood on creep for no reason right now. He's been here long enough to have absolutely cleaned that up. Already going down. Storm going to go down the Lurkers are going to blink across for a couple of those. And Mothership Tempest continue to come in as well. It gets better. We're going to launch a Ling Hydra attack. Like seeing that actually. That should be very neat. I'm just going to see the Lings and the Hydras and the Lurkers continue to come around for the moment. Blockage is looking good. Storm's still coming in over here as well, hitting nicely for now. So doing a great job of continuing to get some damage done there for the moment, as you just have the rest of this army continue to gather up for the moment. Stalkers and everything, the Archons as well, gathering through there. The Hydra's going to go hitting the gateways. Missiles continues to come through as well. Just going to be seeing these Lurkers get burrowed. Actually, really nice position for them on this ramp here. We're going to try and fight into this as Harstem, which is going to be a little ugly. Lurker's going to keep on fighting. This is not pretty at all for Harstem. Just the positioning was horrible, having to fight through his own Sim City into those choke points where the Lurkers are preemptively set. That is truly a disaster, and that is going to go very wrong very quickly here, as now Harstem gets the Mothership out, and a couple of Tempests will slowly chew through these Lurkers, but the damage is done. Lurkers to the right side as well, of savaging the mineral line here. You'll see that Lurker down. Oh, that Lurker going down as well. Still some Lurkers over here, if nothing else. It's taken a while to really sort of figure out as our +3 missiles and +3 melee continuing to come over. I'm just going to be having the Lings and Hydras continue to produce. Tempest and High Templars coming in as well. Hydra Lurker on that left side. Just going to be seeing the Hydra's going to go, and the Nexus will take some damage. Storm coming down. Those Hydras obviously trying to jump through and just jump on this army. Harstem, can he get enough up to get his defense rolling here? Another nice Storm is going to hit the Hydras hard. The problem is you're on 3 bases now. Zealot on the other side are starting to do some serious damage. Yakov will also be taking some hits here, but he's still on 80 drones. Obviously still yet to clean this up. Zealot will be going down. And we're seeing the Tempest going to be overhead as well. Harstem is in a rough spot. Just obviously losing too many workers in the bases. His army is still being good, but there should just be money to rebuild here as Yakov. And just sort of send this. Going to be seeing the storms coming down. Lurkers, Corruptors getting jumped on. So that's going to be right there as well. Again, those Lurkers still hitting. Those Zelds taking a lot of damage. We are going to be seeing the Tempest overhead. Going to go after a couple of those Corruptors. Turn back around again. One Lurker falls down. The Corruptor's still nearby. Continue to try and challenge at the moment. I'm just going to see the Corruptors coming through once again. And it's going to be too much. That is going to be GG. And Yakov is going to take the opening game of the best of 3 to open the WardiTV Mondays. No one needing my attention on the admin side, which is great. And we're going to get to continue through into game number 2 without any issues. A lot of cool round of 16s are going to happen very soon, guys. We'll be looking to get into some of those when the opportunity arises. Just a little heads up in that one. As we will take a moment and ready up our game number 2. Alright, just waiting for Harstem to host up into this game number 2, guys. It'll take a couple of moments. I'll be coming up. Alright, we're going to count down, get this underway. Game number 2 coming up on Persephone. As we get this PvZ ready. Harstem is going to be down again. Honestly, I feel like Harstem was controlling the game, and then the Lurkers just get in position on that choke point, on that ramp. That's going to be a little bit too brutal to break back out from, unfortunately. Alright, let's go. GLHF gets called. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player. This is going to be Harstem. Down a game, looking to not get lurked this time around. And top left, Yakov, our blue Zerg player, as we get into game 2 of our opening best of 3. Again, a lot of cool matches coming up today. The round of 16 especially is already going to be looking pretty darn awesome. Yeah, guys, the liquid cell username is just... It's no one you need to worry about. I don't say this harshly either. This is just truly, like... It is just somebody that is enjoying playing in the weekly cup and have named themselves several liquid cell. I mean, he's not even in liquid, so... Yeah, it's not some kind of imposter pro or anything. That's why they have a very bad seed. So, yeah, there's your TLDR on it. As we have our Proby just scouting around in the early few moments, so a little bit of motion there, nothing too crazy just yet to get set up. Yakov ain't no longer young. No, you got rid of that one. just Yakov now. I'm still going to call him Young Yakov here and there. It's hard to change what you call someone just naturally. Obviously, he doesn't have it in his name, right? But, like, you're just so used to referring to this guy as Young Yakov that sometimes it's just going to be there, you know? Sometimes it's just going to be one of those things you just say. Green's coming about. Link speed coming over. Just have our Stargate and the Nexus coming over as well. Drones going to mine. Link speed drones continue coming through. The Stargate and the Adept and the Warp Gate coming through. Let's got a couple of Lings obviously nibbling. The Adept is going to be here from Harstem to apply some pressure. Still moving about again. Stalking the Warp Gate coming up for the moment. That's just going to shade on down. Just going to see the Stalker going to be there. Overlord. Going to be right there as well, just chilling on the high ground for a couple of moments. Again, next is coming through the Warp Gate and a few probes coming about as well. Once the Oracle will provide the high ground vision needed. As we take that out. Oracle will move up to the top. I've got ourselves that fleet beacon coming through then, so a little bit different from Harstem. Going to get that rushed up this time around. Well, the upgraded building. Stargate and the fleet beacon coming through. Next is going to get on the way as well. Going to be having the single Zergling nibbling at the gateway. A couple of Adepts are going to get there. Zergling gets assassinated. And those few Zerglings going to continue out down to the bottom side of the map, so away they go, heading toward the third for the next couple of moments. And that's coming up, the melee upgrade coming over, Lings and the Overlords in production, the Tempests are coming through as well. Just going to have ourselves the Lings back toward the upper side as a couple of Adepts are going to threaten the shade into the natural. Double Zerglings and the Queens there gathering up. And we'll see a couple of those drones beginning to drop. Lings coming out the left-hand side. Again, going to have the Evo Chamber coming up. Coming through, the melee upgrade halfway done. Tempest on the way. So you're going to see Harstem again accelerating into that air-based play. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade and the carapace continuing through Feelings. Sorry, excuse me. Feelings heading down to the bottom side of the map. Just check to see what's up. We'll get a little kill, and get a grab, and then move on back. Things going to morph in, so it's going to be pretty aggressive here from Yakov. Very aggressive into the Tempest build. Interesting. Bane's going to finish up. Pylon, the Stalker in position, 2 more Stalkers warping in. Now the Bane's rolling through. I mean, that's down that Pylon, that's going to give access. Battery will do a bit of work, but how much can it really achieve here? Probably not too much, and the Lings are going straight after a bunch of those probes. A lot of probes in trouble right now, so Definitely not looking ideal right now for Harstem, who's going to take a bunch of damage. The only question is, I mean, there's a Spire on the way, so honestly, we have an answer coming in already for the, we have an answer coming in already for the Tempest, so this shouldn't be able to do too much. One of those Tempests already very low as well. The Ling's still just attacking at the natural. A couple of Stalkers going to wander over. I mean, it's even more probes going to go down. Harstem is getting annihilated in his economy, taking so much damage. Let's continue up. Stalker coming back over. And continuing to go back along. Let's just have the Stalkers just getting jumped on here. I mean, there's just so many Lings. If you keep streaming them in, the Tempests are going to be dealt with by the Corruptors, which are on the way through. If those Tempests maybe found the Spire or something, that could have been nice, but yeah. I have a feeling he's going to continue to fight. I mean, like I say, these Tempests are going to be not long for this world. So I think Harstem is just dead. I do not think he's going to be able to survive through here. He's coming back over. Now, Oracle activating, chasing back as well. Extra drones and the Queen coming through. Additional gates coming about. Tempest's going to fire. The Corruptor's going to dive in toward the Tempest on that top side. We will start to get rid of a couple, so some damage being done. Those Tempests will get cleaned up in full. Overshooting. Ling's coming by. I mean, we're starting to just defend, but now the Corruptors are here, and obviously Harstem is on unupgraded Stalkers. Because we'll get rid of the Nexus, so that's going to be the third base down as well. Extra pain. The thing is, the Corruptors don't even have much use anymore as well, so good to give them up for that exchange. GG's. That's going to lead us over to the round of 16 pretty much, guys. Harstem will be out. Who do you guys want to watch round of 16? I don't really want to watch the ZVZ, but I'm sure there's a bunch of matches about to happen, so I'm sure we can find something to jump on. ByuN Goblin about to start could be interesting after Goblin's run in the eSports World Cup games. A little bit of sad. Showtime and Cure already got started up. Would have liked to have caught that one actually, but unfortunately not going to be. Rogue Skillis is already in game as well. Let's maybe just go for the ByuN Goblin series. Well, let's jump in to this PVT. In the bottom right hand side, we're going to start off with the blue Terran player. This is ByuN, and he's going up against the red Protoss. In the top right hand corner, we've got Goblin. Alright, well, Probe coming down the bottom side. I was really sad for Goblin yesterday. I really wanted to see him make it to EWC. Great to see Hero Ring get there. Just, I like the upset and the kind of the dream run factor where it's like Goblin did not really have anything to say in any of the qualifiers apart from that one. And it's like, then he got so close and he nearly made it. It would have just been a cool little kind of shock appearance, you know? Especially after he got the 2-0 lead. I was believing yesterday. I was really believing, but it was obviously not meant to be in the end. Not meant to be. Probe coming around, SCV's coming over, Cybercore and the Nexus building up, the Reaper on the way. I have our factory in the orbital coming through, Reaper as well. Excited to see Goblin and maybe some more events still. He's looking good, some online tournaments and stuff. Great to see him in the Monday Cup already today, for example. It's really nice to see. Sorry, FPS is going to drop a moment, guys. Just realized I wanted to update something somewhere. Give me a sec. Fixed. Reaper's bounding about and looking for some opportunity here, looking to see if there's any chance to get up to much. Got Reapers together and actually gather in. Oh, a couple of moments. Take a second and get joined up with the Hellions. So going to be seeing the 3 Reapers and the Hellion coming over. And again, Goblin, if you weren't watching the games yesterday, was enjoying a lot of just Blink Stalker openings, Stalker Zella, taking a lot of scrappy fights. If he can just stabilize in those early stages, I think he can do very well for himself, but stabilizing early against ByuN is never a guarantee. Definitely something to think on there. As the Reapers come by. And again, Blink coming up, Warp Gate, Robo Facility coming online. Go to the Healing Shrine to get a heal up. And ByuN going to send the Reapers back out and keep them moving. Cyclone and Medivac both on the way currently. I see everything join up. There is going to be that Medivac up that right-hand side, so there's going to be the multi-prong initially to try and make something happen. Yeah, Medivac going to go boosting forward, get straight into the natural. Stalker's going to step up, and the Medivac has to turn back the other way. 2 Reapers and the Hellion will just hold up for the moment. Our again, Cyclone the Marines trying to get the Adept, but will not get it through the battery, and so far ByuN is unable to really break through with some of this, so any of this early damage just yet, so not great so far. Medivac pulling all the way back down, and again a couple of barracks continue to join up, Bunker and the Refinery coming in as well. Charge coming through, Robovay and the Nexus coming online. How about third Nexus already coming up from Goblin here. Forward position, fun map torches to start off this series with. So what's up, Sinister? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for resubscribing, and appreciate the resub. If you guys are enjoying, obviously do consider supporting the channel. Little sellout section. Even if it's just a follow, or if you're on the YouTube, hitting the like and subscribe buttons for free. It all goes a long way. It helps us out a bunch. We really appreciate it. And yeah, if you guys enjoy the stream, do consider supporting, because it allows us to run more tournaments like the WardiTV Mondays, as well as all of our other WardiTV competitions that continue on a regular basis. So yeah, just check that out. There's a few Stalkers. Pull back down to the bottom. Stim Combat Children +1 coming up. Couple Marauders on the way. Add some SCVs on the Refinery in production as well. We'll just get that underway as well for the moment. As the charge and the thermal lines continue to come on through. SC2 hype, hell yeah, that's what it's all about. Bring in the SC2 hype. Yeah, obviously, so just a little announcement as well, guys. We've got a few people in now. Just letting you guys know that the WardiTV European League will be delayed until after Home Story Cup. It was meant to start last week. I was sick. It was meant to start then this week. I'm just still behind on my admin work because I've been sick. I'd rather just make sure everything's organized, no players are rushing about and stuff, and that everyone has the proper info properly ahead of time. So just a little info that that's not going to start tomorrow and Wednesday as initially planned. But it is coming. It just means we'll have more matches between Home Story Cup and EWC than we had originally planned. That's all. So yeah, just a little bit of info for you guys on that one as our bio units gather up the front. You have an army of Goblin pressuring down through the center a little. So he's going to fire, bio going to come back across. Going to be seeing the Colossus flyer and a couple of shots going through. Tank still firing back as well. They're going to continue to push upward for the moment. A couple of barracks coming about. The +1 attack upgrade coming through. Going to be seeing the Colossus firing. A couple of Widow Mines getting chased back for a couple moments as well. And we continue to go back the other way right now as the army gets shoved away there for a little bit. Big push from Goblin, and ByuN really is pushed back up into that natural expansion right now, so getting pushed all the way back just for a couple of seconds. Going to be a pretty big deal as the bio actually gets rid of the Observer as well. Nice scan. This is where Goblin can take some of that map control. +1 armor, the Viking, the Nexus, all continue to be brought on up. A couple more forges coming in as well. Again, a couple of forges building. The Nexus on the fourth base, so this is really nice because he established control of the forward base and has kept it. Taking the future base is going to be a bit easier as he expands backwards away from the Terran player. They are maybe going to be drop susceptible, but should be fairly manageable still for the most part here. Having the Ghost Academy coming up, the armor upgrading, concussive shells building as well. 1-1 on the forges, so we get both forges active. Having a few SCVs coming across to the low ground. The orbital command is about to drop into place. And a few Stalkers already pinging away at a couple of the units in the front. Colossus, the fire from afar. The Stalkers pulling back. Colossus exposed. The Zealots are maybe a little bit too far back right now. SCVs begin to go down. Those Colossus do manage to obviously do a lot. A lot of damage though going on to the orbital as well. I'm just going to be kiting backwards, pulling it away for a little bit. It's going to be seeing that bio continue to fight. 15 dead SCVs currently. And Marauder continue to come up. Big hold from ByuN, but it comes at a heavy cost. Work account going down, army supply failing him. And Goblin's going to come swinging once again already. A few Stalkers stepping forward and looking to see if they can cause some trouble here. Army getting that warp in. It's set to go, go, go. SCVs beginning to go down. We are going to have ourselves the Temple Archives coming up as a follow-up here from Goblin as well. It's so funny, when he played the first matches in the EWC qualifier on day one, it seemed like he was allergic to Temple Archives, but he's actually been very good at kind of going into and building into Storm yesterday and now today as well. It's not needed here though. ByuN does not have enough to hold on, and that is going to be GG's for this first game. Alright, game number 2 coming up in a couple of moments. Get this hosted and we'll go into more ByuN versus Goblin action here. WardiTV Mondays, edition 41. Again, thank you for joining us, guys. Good to see you all. Excited to bring you guys more StarCraft 2. As we should just be a second, we'll be hopping straight into game. When's the next Zerg matchup? That's hard to say because this is just an open cup. So when it's an open cup, we're really just kind of picking whichever game is ready at any particular point in time, whatever sounds cool or looks cool. So there could be a Zerg matchup next. If the next match that looks good that's about to start is a Zerg matchup. There's no set schedule for the day, so really just depends how the bracket plays out and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's no real kind of set in stoneness for this one, unfortunately. What's up, Ian? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Avex, Kratos, Fanchu, Ron Rufio, and Daxter33. Thank you so much for the generosity, mate. Appreciate the gifted subs as always. Thank you so much. Question: with Firefly being removed from EWC, does that mean he isn't allowed in your tournaments now too? Yeah, good question. Probably not. I have to double check on the Mondays with OSC because they're a sponsor that obviously has a whole system running and points and stuff, so I have to double check with them. But he's not being part of any exclusively WardiTV tournament. I mean, it seems like he's given up on playing and stuff anyway. But the only thing I'm slightly hesitant on is that he got removed from EWC pending while the investigation is still pending. So I don't even know if that it didn't read as though they were like, yep, we definitely figured it out. It was just like, we're investigating him, and because of that, we're going to remove him. So it's a little bit of a weirdly stated thing, but I think the fair assumption is, like, he's probably not going to participate in anything that I'm running. Like I say, the Open Cup's a little bit funky because I have to go by OSC's ruling because they are their own tournament system, and, you know, you can't just ban people for no reason when there's points on the line there, so that has to be an agreement with them. But, he's not going to be invited to any WardiTV stuff. It's just not worth the risk. Not worth the risk. The difference would be is, like, the thing is as well, like, Firefly hasn't even made a statement about it. The thing is, it's hard to, like, really kind of err on the side of, like, yep, you know, well, maybe there's a... He just hasn't even said anything about it. He just pretended it wasn't happening. So, yeah, pretty crazy. Must have felt if they had enough to remove the investigation is still pending. Yeah, I'm just not sure. Like, to me, it just reads as though it's like, hey, we're suspicious of the guy, so we're going to remove him. But yeah, maybe they just found enough. I mean, the evidence is kind of damning. But at the same time, what if, okay, crazy theory time. What if Jim was just like, man, I really dislike Firefly. And Jim's, you know, I bet on this guy and thought he was going to lose. And I sent him some money to try and coerce him into doing it. But, like, maybe Firefly, like, I didn't see any text conversation where Firefly was like, yeah, okay, let's fix this match. I feel like that was the evidence that was never provided. Unless, I mean, maybe it was and I just didn't look enough into it. So, there is some crazy scenario where Jim's just sending Firefly money and then coming up with things where it's like, yeah, see, it was definitely this one. But, yeah, he dislikes him because he owes him money. But I don't know if Firefly owes him money. Jim's well, owes him money is an interesting thing, because owes him money is basically saying, I guess for the point of the argument I'm making, then it's kind of funny, but he owes him money because he messed up fixing the match, and so Jim thinks Firefly owes him the money back. Like, the whole thing's just fucking stupid, if you ask me, to be honest. The whole thing's just stupid. Ay. Still gonna fight. SCV will go down. Just gonna have ourselves the couple of Marines and a Hellion gonna be right there, pushing the Stalker around a little bit. Hellion just coming around a little bit, little look to see what's going on. Let's just have ourselves the Hellion coming out over to the sides. Raven coming up as well. It's just going to bring that through. The Hellion still just perusing. Got the medevac coming over now as ByuN looks for some early damage in this game. I'm going to dive through with this. Wouldn't mind actually going to burrow up. It's going to be good for zoning, but there's not really anything to zone at the moment, to be fair. So that's not exactly too ideal as the Marines gather up. It's going to be seeing the load up, and the medevac is actually going to back away pretty quickly here overall. So not really, like I say, going to stick around to do much of anything right now. I'm going to back it up and let things reset a little bit. Marines loading out of this medevac. Tank will gather, robo facility, and the charge joining up as well, centering a couple of stalkers. Still on the way through. Let's just see Marine Marauder continuing to produce. Again, barracks, the Stimpack and Marines continue to gather around. The few stalkers are going to be heading up to that top side of the map here. Marines and the tank gathering as well. It's vengeance, not him being noble. Yeah, it kind of is. Which is almost why, like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely some proof and stuff, but like, it almost feels, because of the way that he's releasing it, it could almost be like fabricated, because it's just like, fuck this guy, I want to fuck him over. Like I said, I'm not saying that's the case, I just think there's definitely reasons to make sure it's a proper investigation, right? To, you know, deem that there's genuine proof there. Like, you know, I send people money all the time as prize money. What if I was just like, you know what? Screw this guy. So I looked through him like, yep, he lost a matchup in this tournament here. Yeah, that lines up with when I paid some money. Hey, guys, he lost this match. And I sent him the money. He's match fixed. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like that's the level of proof that we have. Like I said, it's just hard to see as well because it's not very well presented. But, yeah. I don't know. It's definitely a strange situation, so that's why I wasn't really super comfortable making the call myself. That's why I was really hoping EWC kind of got involved instead, which they did, and it makes my life a whole lot easier. Marines and tanks obviously on this big push here right now. ByuN continuing to shove on forward. Let's just see a few stalkers gathered and trying to provide a defense, but you've already lost quite a lot right now, so definitely some damage being done as the Marines gather up. Just gonna go diving on that right-hand side. We're gonna see the Colossus going down, and ByuN is just gonna have enough to monster mode through, and he is gonna take game number 2 of this best of 3. So he ties it up, and we're gonna go the distance in this matchup. Exciting stuff. Some round of 8 players coming through. MaxPax out in the round of 16 to Astrea on a 2-0. So Astrea will play the winner of ByuN and Goblin. That's actually very exciting. CLEM is going to be waiting for Showtime or Cure. Skillus has beaten Rogue 2-1. He will play against Solar or Yakov. And then Mana vs Percival and Classic vs Create, a very PvP heavy section on the bottom side still ongoing. Actually, it turned into a pretty cool bracket today. Obviously excited to maybe see some CLEM games, but the winner of this against Astrea could also be very cool. So yeah, we definitely got some interesting games we could maybe hop into to get ready for game 3 in a couple of moments. Alright, going down into ley lines. Get this started up. Score is indeed 1-1. Alright, in the bottom left side, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. Well, on the top right, our red Protoss is going to be Goblin. Game 3 coming through right now as you get this set up. Excited to see the plan will be as we engineering bay block to start us off. So that's going to be our starting point at the very least. So we got the engineering bay down, and we will look to go from there. Engineering bay is still coming about. The Nexus is coming up. So we're just going to build that out of position after the first couple of moments here. Cybercore going to get put in place as well. Another simulator coming through. Again, the Cybercore and the Nexus continue to produce just for the moment, so we bring that online. There's the factory and the reactor continuing to come around. Just gonna have that orbital command still coming up. The factory's about halfway done for the moment. We're gonna be able to get rid of a probe at the very least, so it's a nice little catch as we get into this game 3 and figure out what exactly is going to happen. You know who Liquid Terrell is in the bracket? Yeah, it's just some random guy. There's no one for it to be. I could tell you it's Tim from down the road. But that's pretty much all the information that I have. It's going to be that amount of meaning, quite frankly. So yeah, it's just a bait name. Should you make a rule? If you sign up with the bait name, you just get banned? Because I'm getting sick of having to explain this every single week, that it's a complete nobody. Couple gates coming about. Sentry on the way and a warp gate coming up. And we get tied up again in this match so far, so 1-1. Lane 4 slot into the round of 8. Gates coming about, probes in the warp gate coming online, CC and the barracks continue to build through as well, so we continue to get that set up for the moment. Probes going down, a little bit of a dive in. Two more stalkers coming in. And we're just going to have ourselves that Twilight Council still building through, the probes and the stalker coming up as well. You'll see the rest of the stalkers heading down to the bottom left hand side. Twilight Council on the way in, get those probes coming through, the tank and the marines coming up as well. Stepping over, just going to see the Cyclone getting a lock on. Stalker going to go back the other way. A couple of Marines gather up, and the Stalker's still getting pushed away for the moment or two. Stimpack and Marines and a Siege Tank all being brought online as ByuN readies up for actually a pretty powerful army comp. Second tank, plenty of Marines, lots of availability to kind of really power into this next stage of the game. How did the only two Zergs end up playing each other in the round of 16? Well, there was not only two Zergs. Rogue was also in the tournament. He did not play a Zerg in the round of 16. And probably because I don't see based on race, believe it or not. I don't look through and double check that everyone in the bracket is not going to play a mirror matchup in the round of 16 or the round of 8, because I don't have an hour straight to just sit and manipulate the bracket into the perfect bracket for us casting every single game. You know? It's tough. Couple zealots coming through, charge coming up. Gates in production. Let's just have the setup continuing by. Starport, Engineering Bay, Refinery continue to come through for the moment. Just gonna have that combat shield coming about as well. The blink coming over, the forge coming in. So it's going to take a chance to knock down a set of rocks there. It's just going to open that up as the sentry is there to push through as well. And that blink coming up, the robot facility and forge continue to produce by. Got the +1 attack upgrade going from ByuN. Interesting when we'll try and make a commitment. That blink chrono boosting up on the Twilight Council. Stalkers gathering, a little bit of bio coming over, tanks as well. It's a big push, obviously SDV's pulling as well. Can we push through? Can we break through this? First tanks begin to siege, Zealot's going to come in from the side. We are going to stem up. As the Zealots run through, Bio is going to commit onto that, and we are going to be seeing a lot of the Zealots going down. The tank's able to really hit the Stalkers. We are going to have, what, 2 tanks remaining alive as well. That's a great first wave of attack from ByuN. Now can he continue to capitalize? He's about to have his +1 upgrade to help him further in this. We're going to see reinforcements streaming across the map. Nothing in the way from Goblin to intercept those reinforcements, which is obviously going to make this a little scary. Not having anything to kind of, help deal with that at all. Definitely a mild problem. He's still just going to be there. Well, just taking some damage. We do have our bio just jumping through. And this is going to be tough at this point from Goblin. You've lost a lot so far, but he's actually only 14 army supply behind, so maybe there's a chance. ByuN's going to give up his siege tank to try and dive the natural even further. The Zealots still going down. The Zealot Stalk on the left-hand side going to go after a little bit of that bio as well. Nexus will fall. And the Zealot Sword continuing to come across. Let's just see. And bio gathering in. Tech Lab, a couple of Wooden Mines coming through. I'm just going to have ourselves the couple of Nexus building up here as well. Just going to get those on the way as the Zealots continue to settle. I'm just going to get that. Hubs coming by. Just going to see another scan up for the moment as we just have the Medevac Marines and Marauders continue to produce on through. Get that armor upgrade coming about as well. As you just see the probes continue to transfer from the natural to the main. Two Nexus continue to come up. The attack upgrade building, the robot facility coming online as well. 2 more Marauders currently coming into position. Medevac coming through, Wooden Mines are building. That armor upgrade still a part of this as well right now. These probes will get transferred between bases as obviously Goblin has to try and re-establish. ByuN did a lot, and you can see it in the army supply right now that he's still got a hefty amount in his favor, so he's got a lot to work with here as he continues to come across to the upper right-hand side. Stalkers immediately in some trouble, gonna have to blink away for a couple of moments. It's going too much. Goblin is not gonna have a run today in the Monday Cup. ByuN will move to the round of 8 where he plays Astrea, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, CLEM and Showtime gonna play in the round of 8. Showtime 2-0 Cure. He's getting some cool results lately, so it's gonna be Solo versus Skillers, ByuN versus Astrea, CLEM versus Showtime, Percival beat Mana, so he will play Classical Creator. Bracket's actually setting up in a very fun way so far. Alright, love it. Hey guys, we'll take a couple moments. As, yeah, let's go ByuN Astrea. I mean, CLEM Showtime are playing at the same time. I think they've already started, so we'll just go ByuN versus Astrea and we can go from there. Let's do it. Okay, just taking a couple moments. To get this ByuN Astrea series on the go. There's even a party going on. I love it. Let's jump in. Okay, we'll go into ByuN versus Astrea. Hello.
Hey, Wardy. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing today?
I'm great. So happy to hear that, Wardy.
I'm actually really good. Really happy to hear from you.
Yeah. And what a great day of StarCraft 2 games do we have ahead of us, don't we? Some phenomenal players here in the bracket. I think this might be the best day in WardiTV Mondays that we've had in 41 editions.
41 editions? It may very well be. You know what they say about edition 41? It is the best that we've had today.
It is definitely the best one that we've had today. That is what they say often about edition 41 in particular.
Yeah, big recency bias, but you know, we like bias here on the channel, and that's why we brought you in to be biased in this series.
Exactly. I can be biased any way you want. I can have racial bias. I can have teammate bias. I can do it all, you know?
Yeah, I'm impressed.
I am a very powerful man when it comes to that. Ooh. Wardy.
Ooh.
I spy with my little eye. And how does the game work? Do you have to say like a color?
Something beginning with and then the letter that it begins with.
Something beginning with the letter P.
P. Is it a proxy?
Not specific enough. It's a proxy barrack, you moron.
Well, you're cheating because you didn't even you couldn't even see the proxy barracks when you asked, so it's blatant cheating. You're terrible at this game.
Yeah. Re?
We're not doing good at this game, are we?
No, what the hell is this? Oh no. This is terrible, Niels, isn't it?
Well, that's pretty much the worst opening we could have had, yeah?
Yeah. It's gonna go for an eBay block, which is... At least he's gonna get that down, you know? That is actually something. But if you don't get the eBay block down and the other guy goes Nexus before core, I legitimately think it is time to go, you know? You're like into the next lobby screen or just quitting altogether. It's like 1-0, forfeit, whatever. There's no point.
No point. That's quite the statement.
Look at this. This barracks is 20 seconds late, 18 seconds later than usual. He lost a crap ton of mining as well. So usually you'd see the command center going down at like 139. You have the cash for it. Right now he's gonna have that at, what is it, like 157 he had it. So he's 20 seconds later when it comes to pretty much everything. That is generally not considered very good.
Not considered very good. I expect him to be better than that.
Yeah.
But that's the price.
What do you think Max is gonna, or Astrea's gonna do right now?
Astrea?
Yeah.
I think. But it's actually, I mean, I kind of feel like you just put Twilight down, you just take your lead, right? You just start pressuring a little bit sooner than you, like, at the same time for you usually, but like the Terran will be further behind than usual, so.
Yeah, I think you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if there's like a certain build that is now a lot better, you know, than before if something like this happens, but I don't really know what I would even go for.
I mean,
something that would be quite cool to do is like DT drop, you know? One of the reasons why DT drop is so bad is because very often by the time your DT drop hits, the other guy's already killed 12 workers in your main base. But now that entire part of the game is going to be delayed by like 20 seconds. So you're actually going to be capable of hitting at the, you know, hitting with the DTs at a very reasonable time. You should also have enough units to deny scouting. And as I say that, ByuN is just taking a casual stroll into the main base of Astrea. They're actually going to get a kill here.
Not bad. 2 probes dead in the game. But the Reaper is also dead, so that's the end of that.
Yeah, but if you get the scouting on the Twilight, like the hard confirmation as to what the hell is happening, I think you're okay with this, to be honest.
What do you think? Do you think there's anything ByuN should particularly do when you're behind like this? Because obviously so many of his timing's out the window as well, so... Do you just try and play like as standard as you can? Because anything weirder is just not going to hit at the right time anymore? Or?
I don't even know, honestly.
You've never had your game plan disrupted heavily and had to adapt and think about what you might do next? Just don't think that far ahead?
I've had my game plan disrupted heavily. I usually don't adapt and lose the game.
That's really,
Yeah, I mean, I lost in the first round. You shouldn't be taking your cues from me today, Wardy.
I know, but last week you were a round of 8.
Top 8.
Top 8
yeah,
last
let's
week.
not forget about that. Last week was a good week.
You know, that was only a week ago. We can't just throw it out the window completely.
That's true. That is a recent event still, by anyone's metrics. This actually hits at an okay time, 4:30, so just before Blink is going to finish up. The way he's juggling these mines is very neat as well. So he went for a triple mine drop. This is not very common anymore, but it allowed him to do the 2-1 juggle. So you burrow 2 mines, you get the kills on 2 probes, and then the third one comes in, allowing you to escape for free with the first 2, and you're gonna lose the third one. But you still have like 2 mines is a significant threat that's out there, right? It's not a... This is not a joke drop. Like if it's a single mine, it's like whatever. But 2 mines is super frustrating. You're gonna need serious real estate at home to deal with that. So I actually kind of like what ByuN did there. There are some problems on ByuN's side of things. For example, he's been supply locked for a little while already. His depots are about to finish up, but it cost him, I think, an SCV round, maybe 1.5. So the equivalent of about 3 workers here. That sucks. His stim is now on the way, but his eBay upgrade hasn't started yet. His combat isn't on the way yet either. So it's going to be a while until he gets to go across the map. Meanwhile, we see Astrea going for a Templar Archives with the Storm. He has the 3rd base. He's going to be boosting out these workers. And yeah, it's looking very tough here for ByuN to hit pre-Storm and to hit before really anything meaningful is there for Astrea, in my mind at least.
Yeah, I mean, it feels bad when Storm's just going to be comfortably done by the time you get to do anything. I think Storm is rough to play against the best at times at the minute, and yeah, to be kind of having your entire build just ripped away from you in terms of real potential to do much of anything, it's going to be a pretty tough situation, to say the least, as the Marines and the tanks are going to try and push over, so we'll see if we can do something here. I mean, we have a little time before Storm.
Yeah, there's like a 25-second window in which ByuN is going to be very, very, very powerful. No charge, no storm, no extra gateways quite yet. Raven also pulling some workers into the main base. Don't forget about the mine drop that's still hanging in between the two bases as well. That is such a huge deal right now. I wonder if Astrea is going to try to feedback that. He is. He still has an energy recharge, so he's going to play that now as well. Storm is about to finish up, and now life is going to become really difficult. Here comes the mine drop, maybe even going for a kill on the Templar. Doesn't quite succeed, but the Nexus is gonna fall here as Stim finishes up. We get a good priest, no priest split at all. One storm kind of hits, second storm absolutely hits. Charcoal's coming in, this is gonna get cleaned up, but 10 probes going down, Wardy, as well as the base falling. This is terrible here for Astrea.
No, that's really bad.
Yeah, some people might not be aware of this, Wardy, but in general, when you lose your third base and the opponent already has a third base halfway done, it is a bad situation for the Protoss player. The Protoss player does not have mules, and mules allow you to overmine from 2 bases, right?
Which is very disgusting when you think about it.
It really is. In a way, you could say that it incentivizes the Terran to just sit on a low base count and all in.
It is a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's really disgusting.
It is truly
Look at this.
It's awful.
The pylons are just dying in this main base. This is going from bad to worse for Astrea, actually.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna drop on top of this. What a beast. ByuN says, hey, look, that's a lot of Templar. It would be a shame if I were to drop my Marauders on top of you. And these Archons are gonna get killed as well before they finish morphing. At least one of them goes down. The other one will survive, but it's 104 supply against 80. Concussive shell is about to pop off as well. 5 barracks now done. Third CC around as well. It's going to be 3 base versus 3 base. 59 workers to 58. +1 attack versus 0-0. Wardy is looking awful for the Protoss player who had an insanely good early game.
Yep. Not much else to add to that, man. This is it's all gone wrong, and really didn't quite expect it to go wrong in the way that it has done here, because it was such a good start. It was such a strong beginning. And, now we sit in a very difficult to turn around position as ByuN gets to continue this pressure, keeps it going across the map, and yeah, very like we just said, just very difficult to kind of recover at this point. Astrea has just let too much kind of go wrong at this stage. The third is going to be under fire again, so you're never going to mine from this base, it feels like, at this point. So that's not exactly looking ideal. Yeah, that's rough.
Hey, he lost 16 workers just now. It's not looking good again.
No.
I don't quite understand how it happened. Like, the triple mine drop was so good, man. And despite it being delayed, it still hit pretty fast. Like, it hit at like 430. If you're really quick with Blink, you can have it at that point. Or like a Nexus into core, but usually you won't. So it would have been fine in most scenarios. And I mean, honestly, impressive stuff out of ByuN. Like, he microed that well, he controlled well, he found an opportunity with the tank marine push. That really was the one that sealed the deal. And now ByuN takes game number 1. Wow.
Incredible.
It really is something. Did you watch Astrea versus MaxPax?
No.
I did. Astrea owned him, man.
How was I going to watch it if you knew I wasn't in there?
I only watched the second game. I thought maybe you watched the first one. And we're like, oh my god, PvP is so boring. Let me quickly find something else.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Astrea should have taken the read.
Yeah, he should just say yes just before he GG's. He's like, yes, Rui. I've done it.
It would have been a move.
Yeah. A little busy considering how it all went wrong, perhaps. I was join the lobby. You didn't join the lobby, did you?
Did he start without me?
Yeah, I'm quitting. Don't worry. I got you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's these guys, they don't invite me. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Harstem slow? What the hell is this?
Me and ByuN are friends. We just abuse everybody.
No, I like that.
Yeah. We just laugh at everyone.
I like that too.
Yeah.
All right.
Good strategy. Playlines. Do you think ByuN's going to proxy Raxon to get it out again? Because that was a really good strategy, it seemed.
If I were him, I'd actually go for the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think it's such an obvious thing to do as well because it went so well. It's like, imagine winning despite being scouted. Yeah. Like, you just know you're better, you know? You just do it again. If I'm Astrea, I think I would be a little bit depressed after this early game. I'd not be super feeling. It's actually going to go proxy 2x Marauder. There's 3 main locations. Can I ping?
Sure. What do you want?
No, I can't.
Oh, it's because you're special.
What the hell? Can you ping?
I don't even know the hotkey.
Alt. You just hold down Alt, or you do Alt G.
No, it's not working on mine either.
It's ridiculous. Blizzard trying to censor me.
Wow.
Okay, but there's like 3 locations. It's the one near the Rich Vespine geyser, then the one to the left. This one is actually the least common. I guess there's 4. You could theoretically build it at the low ground Rich Vespine geyser, but this is the least common proxy location out of all, I guess, 3 main ones. This is definitely the least common. I don't know why that is, but usually you see it to the top or in the middle. Some proxy locations just feel better despite the distance being the same. It doesn't make any sense, but I like it. In a way, this might even be better because imagine a worst case scenario where nothing works out. You can lift one of the barracks and you can kill the Reaper wall. How about that, huh?
Crazy. What's the ideal response then? After seeing this build take over the world lately, what are you doing against it?
Okay, there's a couple of things you can do. So theoretically, you can continue worker production, cancel the natural. And then like 1 base robo, or yeah, I think 1 base robo is very good. Go like Stalker Sentry, 1 battery high ground, and you're good. Or like Adept Sentry even, like, and you should be fine. With low ground stuff, you need a fast Stargate. Like, this is a necessity. So this is scary because he's going Zealot into fast Stargate. He knows there's not going to be concussive shell yet. You're going to need at least 2 batteries early on, probably 3. And then you're going to need a Stalker as well. So the main thing is that Terran doesn't really want to be engaging into batteries before they have 5 Marauders. Once they have 5 Marauders, they can do that. So you need to stall the area between like 5 and 7 Marauders, and then your Void Ray comes out. I think that is going to be the main plan. Another thing he could have done, Astrea that is go for like a fake natural, so pretty much like this, and then get a Sentry on the high ground and a Stargate. So the opponent continues building Marauders, and they don't get effectively plus Marines. And then eventually you get a Void Ray out and it's all going to be a great time, you know? Life is going to be good. This is scary. So Void Ray still needs about 30 seconds. The 5 Marauder squad is here right now, which is kind of like a key moment, right? You're going to be capable of easily bursting through batteries at this stage. I think it's best to actually clear the battery rather than shooting the Zealot. Astrea is doing a great job of winning time. Great job of winning time. So now the goal for ByuN, quickly transition from breaking the natural to killing as many workers as he can. I'm not even sure if you want to chase this Marauder. I think it's actually a mistake. The Stalker, not the Marauder, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, at this point you need to get something out of this, right? And with the Void Ray out, you're just going to be taking damage. You're going to run to a bunker. Bunkers don't make Marauders shoot up. Did someone not help you on this? Oops.
No, what he really needed to do here is, I think he needed to just go kill like 8-9 workers. If you kill 9 workers or so with those Marauders, and you probably can, I think life is going to be okay. You build Marines behind it, you get the factory at home, and you're hoping to get a Cyclone out at some point, and then you probably have to play a macro game. So ByuN was a little bit slow at realizing what was going on all over here. If he would have gotten the Nexus down, it probably also would have been fine, because it's going to be even worker, okay tech situation if you get a Cyclone out and like 6 to 8 Marines. As long as you keep 1 barracks alive, I think life is going to be fine. Right now, though, I think Astrea is going to be in a pretty decent situation.
Yeah, definitely feels as though Astrea gets into a comfortable place at this point where you've dealt with this, it's being pushed back. You have Void Rays to stop kind of future attack. I mean, we do have the Marine building, and we're going to try and build stims, so we're going to try and get something going here. I guess we'll see how it goes. There's a couple of Voids. We're going to actually fight the first couple of Marines, though, so that means you're not even going to get those Marines to really get involved or to better numbers. And that's the problem. So we're going to cancel Stim, beyond realizing that these barracks are kind of a little bit screwed. He's going to go into Cyclones and Magfield for the moment, but definitely is backfiring on him.
Yeah, second factory as well, you see that? And I think Astrea is actually baiting more Marines to be sent out, and then he's probably going to swoop them up. That would be a very high tier play. Look at that. Next Void Ray comes out. Like, hey, where are those Marines?
Yep. Two Void Rays actually coming across the map already. With that mag field, these Cyclones will take a while to kill him, and if you ain't careful, those Void Rays will melt a Cyclone as well, especially if they can prop Prismatic, so I'll be super careful. Pops Prismatic, the Cyclone, actually a little bit awkward from Astrea. He has to run across the Marines to get to the Cyclone there, and we're actually going to lose both the Void Rays. Wow. That's unexpected.
Yeah, tough start. Rough crowd, what can I say? I mean, but still you get full info and you kind of know what to do, right? I actually think this is correct. He's getting Blink, he's getting a Sentry so he can lock stuff in. He probably wants to make sure that production out of these barracks doesn't continue like too big. As ByuN makes his way across the map. He has 19 army supply though. We're definitely going to need some batteries on the low ground. We only have 2 gateways with 3 more on the way. Every second that goes by is a great second here for Astrea, and I think he knows it. Barracks here is gonna lift, but the Void Ray gets to escape. Can probably pull that move another time. Stim is not gonna finish up here, by the way.
Yep, it's going to be just denied, so no Stim Pack upgrade allowed, and that is going to make life a whole lot more difficult for ByuN. Maybe playing without the kind of real full strength of this army for an extended period at this point, quite frankly.
Yeah, okay, here comes Max Field. Batteries not being used on the pylon as the batteries are now unpowered, depowered. Triple force field though will hold this for a little bit longer. Don't forget there's no Stim. 2 more pylons on the way. Probes need to be pulled over here. 42 workers to 27 as 1 more Marine gets sniped. Cyclone's going to lock onto those Stalkers as the probes are most likely just going to push this back. The Void Ray still clearing the barracks as well. That is a big deal because it means that reinforcements are not going to be as plentiful.
Cyclones with that mag field just lose the lock on, and that is... Oh, it doesn't matter because the Void Ray turns back into it, man. There's been a lot of little misplays happening in this game. Is keeping it chaotic. I mean, there's a lot of Stalkers. We're going to have Blink soon. These Cyclones are going to be very just very ineffective when Stalkers have Blink and they can just Blink on top of them. Right now, they're trying to get as much value as they can, but there's the Blink, and we're going to get 1 kill, 2 kills, and ByuN just says GG instantly. He knows how over that is the moment that Stalkers have Blink.
Yeah. Good stuff though. Nice build.
Nice build.
Love to see a cheeky little proxy marauder and a nice defense out of Astrea. Skip on the warp gate. Zealot. Felt very solid if you ask me.
That's a very good defense. He was very well prepped. Bought himself all the time to get the Void Ray up as well. And shows it's just
still feel like ByuN could have done a bit more with the marauders.
Yeah. I think he could have stepped in and killed some more probes instead of running back and stuff.
Like, he had 7 marauders, man. You need 4 marauders to 1 shot. Like, even if you don't split shot, you're gonna get at least 8 workers there. And he only had 19. So then you're 11 workers with 2 Nexi against single CC on like 20 workers as well. It's like the eco is just gonna suck, you know? It's actually gonna be double for Terran. It's gonna be like 400 minerals a minute against like 850, 860, something like that.
Why can't I even see you in chat channels?
Sorry?
Why are you not in the chat channel? I can't invite you because you're not in the chat channel.
Nah, it's Blizzard.
Wow. They really just...
No, I'm not in the chat channel, actually.
You're just not in the chat channel. Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah,
so it's literally your problem.
Are you going to play football on home story or no?
Yeah, I told you I was.
Okay, nice.
As long as you pick me on your team.
Yeah, I think so.
We've always been...
Yeah, I mean, it depends a bit who's going to be there, but... I heard SOS is coming as well, and he's really freaking good at football.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
No, that's what I heard. I heard SOS is really good at football.
Right, well, yeah, I know, but like, there goes my chances of being picked up, you know?
No. I don't think so. I know, you know this game, no scout, 20 Nexus. I actually would go no scout 20 Nexus here. Just to show my opponent that I have bigger balls. I would have played no scout 20 Nexus every single game though. Just the preemptive message as well.
The preemptive message. Yeah. And you'd have been dead already, right?
Actually, I think 20 Nexus is underrated against Proxy Marauder.
Really?
Your eco is so good that you can afford everything, you know? You get an accidental sniff of what's going on, then it's still fine usually. So it's playable.
Fair enough.
Is this double and a single gas? Single gas, barracks gas. ByuN won the mind games. That's crazy.
Crazy. Unfortunately, mind games don't get you points on the board. You actually have to win real games.
That is true as well.
Often forgotten bad fact in StarCraft 2.
You think he's gonna throw down a fast factory or get a reactor? I'm calling the factory. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's already over. He had to build it instantly, otherwise it's gonna be factory. Yeah. Factory reactor. Look at a refinery timing. Man, this guy's a beast. These Terran builds, they've really been kicking off lately. You know, every Terran and their mom right now, when they're playing 2 gas as well, they open up with like a tech lab into Cyclone. So they go Reaper and then tech lab on the barracks, straight Cyclone, just to deny the hallucination scout. Yeah, how cracked is that?
I always feel like when you say deny hallucination scout, though, I always feel like hallucination scout sees what it needs to see anyway. No?
Yeah, oh yeah, it does.
So
You shouldn't tell that to the Terrans.
don't tell the Terrans, yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking, well, it's really powerful, man. It's fast Cyclone.
Yeah. That's funny.
Whoa. Oh no, again, no information at all with my hallucination. That's all your tech. That really sucks. Yeah, I freaking hate that, man. Single Hellion. It's gonna be a tech lab, isn't it? Oh, yeah. You know what build we've been missing a bit? I was gonna say triple Hellion openers. These are so popular for like 5 minutes. Like there was like a period of 3 weeks where ByuN, CLEM, Cure all were playing triple Hellion drop. But legitimately for like 3 weeks. And then they all quit again. Like they just stopped it altogether. I think this is one of the more powerful builds that Terran actually has. Because it can't be scouted unless you have a sentry. Like you can't really scout it properly with an adept scout. It's difficult to be ready for, and it is not as all in as a 4 Hellion proxy starport type of drop, but it can do a similar amount of damage fairly easily. Oh, he's gonna go. Yeah,
He's gonna get the Marines as well.
Man. Yeah, you
Very
do 7
scary.
Marines in the main, Hellions in the net. I love this.
I like it a lot too. I think that's one of the scary builds where it's always really tough to hold on against stuff like this as a Protoss player. Like there's so much room for error as a Protoss in these scenarios. It feels like it's so easy for it to just go wrong. So getting the medevac early is nice though, because that takes away a lot of the potential of moving around with this as the Terran, and now you just have to defend at the front. That really simplifies things. A great defense for
Yeah,
Astrea.
it really does. Poor execution so far out of ByuN, who ends up losing a medevac. Oh no, Astrea starts attacking his own rocks! No, my dear friend, this is not the time to start pounding sand. As more Stalkers are going down, Hellion still looking for some damage. One more Stalker is gonna fall. 5, 6 workers go down. This started so poorly for ByuN, but ends up being a completely okay trade with 38 workers versus 38 workers remaining. Aye. This was not how it should have been, Wardy.
Not how it should have been. Oof. It really felt like such a good start, and then you let it all slip away a little bit too easily.
Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh no, I
It
think
should
you
have
said
been much
enough.
better for him.
Oh, you already said it.
Yeah.
Raven, siege tank coming through, engineering bay in the barracks coming up. The starport going to swap off the tech lab. The barracks going to get to the tech lab. So continue to establish here.
Cool. These West CVs are gonna get taken out. Also gonna clear quite a few Marines, man. This is one of these things where... Do you ever look at someone else and wonder, like, what the hell am I doing wrong with my life, you know? It's like, whenever I see a Protoss walk across the map with 4 Stalkers, I'm like, 4 Stalkers, what's he gonna achieve? And they get like 2 SCVs and 5 Marine kills. It's like, it's never the same when I'm controlling them, you know? I could have a Prism and 12 Stalkers. Like, I'm damaging a bunker and losing 4 Stalkers and the Prism. Yeah, I don't understand how they always do it. They just freaking blink by and make it look so freaking easy, man.
They have magic stalkers.
Yeah, there's really something. Like, at some point, there's a level of Protoss where, like, their Stalker movement just becomes so freaking good all of a sudden. It's like the difference is night and day. 30C now on the way for ByuN over here. Is only at 83 supply. Australia also has 82 supply and is now going up to 6 gate. So that's not the highest amount of gateways. There's also no fort. So the supply is a little bit inflated, right? Usually you'd be hoping to be like maybe down 5 to 10 supply and you have 8 gate and a fort upgrade coming in. Right now Astrea is going for tech, like so pretty tech heavy, late fort and lower gateway count. So he's lacking a couple of things and hopefully he's going to be capable of surviving like long enough pretty much to properly get a fort base and get gateway 7 and 8 as well.
We could call it the Harstem line. If your stalkers have that micro potential, you're above the Harstem line. If they don't, you're just below it.
I like that. Yeah. I think it's a good line to be above.
Yeah. It's good because I feel like some days your stalkers are there and some days they're not, so you're just the line, the average.
Yeah. It's not always like being on the line is fine too. There's like a 50% chance that's gonna go well.
Yeah, exactly.
Depending on how well I slept and how much I ate in the morning, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like that.
We just have a couple moments. Colossus obviously popping out. I like it for Astrea. I always feel like when this tech play starts to come online for Protoss lately, they feel so confident in the game. They can start pressing on the map. It's so difficult for Terran to have a good response to Colossus so early in the game. Obviously, right now, you've basically got to sit behind the siege tanks and let them zone. And if you do that, then obviously the Protoss can't do much. But then you're also sat back defensively, and so the Protoss can just kind of sit there and, you know, build up, which is obviously what they like. Then they get Temple Archives, and more splash damage comes into play. And there's a whole lot of benefits that they can have from just letting the game develop in that direction. So it's kind of where we're going to right now.
ByuN's actually adding in a very fast armory plus second eBay as well here, Wardy. So he's actually gonna be a bit more delayed with follow-up push-outs than what we usually see out of Terran players who... Someone like CLEM and Cure, they often focus very heavily on a timing push with 1-1 upgrades, 3 to 5 ghosts, 6 to 8 Vikings, and then 2-3 tanks, a couple of mines as well. Like that is pretty much the golden standard right now in TVP. And any gas you invest in something else usually is going to delay that timing a bit. Sometimes we even see a Fort Command Center coming in as well. And it makes it much harder to do big damage with the push. And the goal of the push is to see if you can kill a fort or a 5th base while simultaneously taking your own fort. Even bases is good for Terran. If you're behind more than 2 bases, usually it starts turning pretty freaking dark. So it's like a pretty key moment in the TVP matchup right now.
There's going to be a Terran army starting to step through into the center. Storm finishing. +2 attack is on the way from Astrea. ByuN is going to take a little bit of an upgrade lead with the armor upgrades on his side. And just starting to get his ghosts out as tech is going to be needed to fight against this Protoss army. You're going to need EMPs. Vikings as well, likely going to be necessary. As the Prism comes over to the right side and gets set up in position.
Yep. This Raven already has 10 kills. It's gonna get not one more. 10 kills total, and it's still active. I don't think Astrea should let that happen because he has Templar tech. He can just feedback them. We have 2-2 upgrades coming in. I mean, do you think he's just gonna wait until he gets +2 attack and then go for it?
I mean, I feel like once he gets +2 attack, he's definitely going to be a lot more aggressive in trying to make things happen. I don't know if he necessarily has to full-on pull the trigger and, you know, commit, but he might.
It is kind of interesting if you see the difference between Astrea and 95% of all the other high-level bosses right now. Because Astrea is someone that doesn't expand as quickly, right? If this was Classic right now would be on 9 bases. And it sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not. Classic would have 9 bases of a 4 gas. Instead, what Astrea does is he plays much higher gas count, lower mineral eco, and a lower gateway count as well, generally, in order to get to a more stable late game. So he says, hey, if I can get to a late game with my Tempest out, with my cannons in position everywhere, life is gonna be good. So that's what I'm playing for over here. So that's what he's setting up for as well, right? He's getting that gravitic drive, he's getting the gravitic boosters. He's basically investing a lot of his gas that he's mining at a high pace. He has 4 gases more than the average Protoss player at this point, and all he wants to do right now is stay alive. And that's not necessarily gonna be easy, but it is going to be possible.
We do have the Colossus and the Zealots gathering up. 5 force coming out, and Astrea is obviously going to start looking for maybe some of those fights and some of those moments. So, getting himself in position. We do have the Stalkers working up that left-hand side. He's well set on the right side as well. He actually has a lot of units kind of split apart right here, so he's got to be super careful he doesn't get dove on, but if he can poke and prod on 2 different angles, it can be very tough for the Terran to deal with as well.
Yeah. I think one thing that's really cool about Astrea is the observer usage. He has freaking 5 observers out right now. 5. That is a lot. He has very good vision. He is now expanding into a 6th. And all he needs to do is survive a little bit longer. Okay, that's a good feedback there on the first ghost. We still have that run by army available on the far left as well. Let's not forget about that. Cannon lines are now being set up. I mean, the only problem for Astrea is that if he gets caught in a transition, it can be pretty scary. You get a Manor Mule over here. Not sure why that is. Probably a misclick. As every single Templar did get EMP'd, except for the one on the far high ground. Mistake, sorry. He's talking about the Mule there. Did not want the Manor Mule.
Astrea would act outraged and make him feel bad about it. But, yeah, I wonder if he was trying to scan the vision to see what he was maybe chasing the Prism into. And then just misclick the Mule or so.
Yeah, absolutely the best.
Yeah, happens.
This Raven is still active, by the way, up to 12 kills right now. Now gonna walk into a cannon. Okay, Viking count is very good. Ghost count is solid as well.
Oh, good EMPs.
There's not a lot of storms available.
Yeah, EMPs have been great. He's actually really removed a lot of the pressure with those EMPs already. Vikings gonna get stormed again. Colossus will go down. Another storm coming out. And it really does feel as though this is, I mean, felt like a very good start of the fight from ByuN, but the extra storms are huge, and the feedbacks and the medevacs soften them up. We will chase as Astrea here, going after them with the Blink Stalkers, and Astrea's supply will be absolutely huge in comparison to ByuN's at this point.
He had, like, every single time I thought the fight was over, like 4 new Templars showed up. I was like, ah, surely these are the last 4, and then 4 more showed up, and then 4 more. It's like, he had like 12 Templar there or something. It was insane, and he still has 5 alive. He's lost 3 total, so I guess he morphed some into Archons as well. Kind of checks out with the numbers there. A couple of snipes gonna come down right now. Ghost count is only at 5. As the Tempests have started producing, I think this is going to be a key moment here in this game. The Zealots are also starting to hit the Planetary that's set up over at the 3rd base. Planetary at the 4th is going to survive, but 11 workers end up falling. A lot of Zealots going down over here, but it's 6 base versus 4. And while usually that isn't necessarily a death sentence for the Terran, because as long as they get a 5th base at some point, they usually win the ground battle. In this case, that's not true, because there is going to be Tempest already out. We have high cannon counts on the outside base, at least on the left side. Hopefully we're going to add 6-7 cannons on the right as well. And then once you get more than 7 Tempest out, I genuinely think that late game is good for Protoss again. It takes a long time to get there. It's difficult to survive to it. But if you get there, oh boy, is life gonna be good.
Around to that left-hand side. Yeah, I'm just letting the game speak for a second. You know, you don't have to shout and scream every second. You know, you made a good point. I let it sink in with the viewers. They can think on it for a moment.
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah, it's a good reasoning. Oh, a couple of storms are connecting here with the Ghost Wardy, but the Tempests are showing up, and the Templar are in the back here. Is this going to be good enough for Astrea? I think the answer is yes, as there's no Vikings remaining. Dude, Astrea is eating this guy alive.
Yeah, ByuN's had some good kind of starts of fights, but he's just not been able to follow through on them, and definitely struggling now. As you can see, Astrea's going to be able to keep on pressing forward as well. This base is not going to be allowed to come up, and you're definitely at the point where you want to start thinking about those extra bases as ByuN and actually get one of those up and online. But yeah, this is rough. A couple of libs are a nice kind of foothold on this position, but that's exactly what the Tempests are going to be great at denying. If they shoot down those libs, this planetary seems very vulnerable and very, very engageable. So it is looking as though we are going to have ourselves a pretty good start to the later stages here from Astrea. I think he's not far from finding himself maybe a GG out of his opponent, because he is basically camping this base and his opponent is not really able to do anything about it. ByuN is stuck.
Yeah, I mean, this is not great here for ByuN. ByuN's also still only on 4 bases, right? It's different if ByuN has 7 orbital commands and he's mining from 6. You know, triple starport pumping Vikings. You might come back into this game, but here, the eco ain't great. The production is fine. I mean, you have double port, 8 barracks, but he just doesn't have the bank. He doesn't really have the unit comp either. Astrea's gonna pull back, which is a surprise to me, but I guess he feels very comfortable in this late game stage. Does need to keep in mind to kind of refresh these cannon setups on the sides, right? Because you're going to be working with an army that is not necessarily very mobile, but is quite strong in straight-up engagements. And you're going to be fighting against someone that probably wants to break out onto those like side bases, see if we can deal some damage there, rather than straight-up engage. So it's something you always need to keep in mind. This Tempest sounds insane, by the way. He's getting 9 over here.
Yeah, he has a lot. He's going to get an EMP, and then Vikings are there to fight. Good storms to help him disengage from this position. ByuN supply is coming back up, but a lot of it is hurt already. And he keeps walking into those storms because he wants to try and chase that army down. Again, currently pinned into the 4 base. Is going to make another attempt for 5th to the top side, but that's exactly where Astrea's army is. He's going to have to truly push that army back if he's actually going to get over there successfully.
Yeah, and I love that we have a fort, that large fort on the right. It's so cool. This isn't all that Astrea freaking has. And he just uses those Templars to zone so effectively. The one missing link here is probably the Oracle. I'd love to see an Oracle for Revelation. Makes it much easier to fight against this. Relying on observers or just very quick responses is possible, but I think it's a little bit harder than just using Revelation. It makes things a bit more simple. And things that are more simple tend to be better in my mind. And so Astrea also continues expanding towards the right side right now. Has a lot of new Templars over here on the left. I mean, he's just mining so much freaking gas. He's on what, like 12 gas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can't count, but I think so, right? Yeah. Wow.
It's just such a challenge for ByuN. He actually just get the High Templar there. And he is going to maybe get a chance to land this base, but even if he lands this base, there's going to be a big whole hoo-ha about being able to actually hold on to that base. The storms here are great, as again, ByuN is just chasing and chasing into a Protoss. When they're storming you like this, is never fun. And we're definitely seeing that in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. Vikings are actually getting quite a bit of damage, though. Tempest count reduced to only 2. At the end of the day, resources lost are in favor of Astrea. This is the opposite of what we usually see. And let's not forget that Astrea has about freaking 45 supply on the right side. I wouldn't mind if he just tries and clears that planetary right now. Forces split out of ByuN, making matters much harder here for the Terran player.
Yeah, actually force him to kind of really work this army in different places. He is going to attack on the right side. This planetary initially will go down. And then ByuN's going to have to get some units over there. Currently no response. Nothing moving over there at all in the minimaps. This base is in trouble. SCVs just evacuate. Then Astrea doesn't even need to be poking in on the left-hand side because he's doing so well on the right. He's going to try. And he actually has a good storm to lead us into him. And the storm is just disgusting. I'd love to see how much total damage like a storm has done in the game. Because I feel like this is going to be one of those higher ones. Because every time a storm lands, it connects.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. GG's gonna get caught. ByuN gets blasted out of this world here by Astrea on Tokamak. And that means that Astrea is gonna continue into the semifinals. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Against CLEM. I'm very excited for this. I'd love to see CLEM match up against this style.
Well, you're about to.
Really? We're gonna cast this together, Wardy?
Well, unless I kick you out the call, yeah, I guess so. You're officially banned from here on out. You're gonna have to watch the stream. Sorry.
I mean, that would be completely understandable and fine. I wouldn't even be upset about that. I would watch the replays later by myself.
Absolutely be upset about it.
No, I wouldn't. I'd be sad about it, but I would be understanding. And you're someone that has been actively saving StarCraft for such a long time. You put all the money into these tournaments, and you know, if you want the sole rights to cast it so that people don't watch on other people's channels to make it financially viable, that is a very fair decision that I would understand. Why would you be upset about that?
I think this tournament's actually sponsored by the YouTube Cabal, so I think you're part of that now.
I am part of the YouTube Cabal. Yeah, but I mean, we are sponsoring it, but you are hosting it, you know? Nowhere did it say that we're allowed to watch it live. We get the replays. That's it. So, I mean, I actually wouldn't be upset. It's completely fair. Yeah. I would understand if you say, hey, get out of here. I wouldn't even hold it against you personally.
That would be a first.
During our football match, try to injure you, but...
you don't even need to try. You should have managed to injure myself anyway. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I'd injure you just by letting you play. So, hey, you go forward, Wardy. You got it, buddy.
Yeah. Are you driving to football?
Sorry?
Are you driving to the football?
Yeah, you want to lift?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah. You got 2 spots remaining. Unless Irene wants to walk.
Irene wants to walk.
Yeah, then there's 4 spots remaining because I'm not walking.
I'm not walking at all.
Yeah,
It's
no.
a long walk, man.
Yeah, it's 25 minutes. It's not okay.
Yeah, it's not okay after you've hurt yourself playing. Last time I had to walk back limping. It was bad.
Yeah. The walk back is the worst. The walk there is pretty fun because everyone's happy, but the walk back is awful. Yeah. I can take 2 more. I think Lambo's also driving though, so.
Wow. I have all the
Yeah.
all the cars. Crazy.
All the cars.
Just make sure they know that they can go. Sometimes they don't realize. Meanwhile, Solar is in the other semi-final. He's playing Percival or Classic as well.
We stopped them from going, right?
Yeah, they get halted.
Yeah.
No longer allowed to play.
Get cucked. Yeah, I love that.
Only
Have you
for the
ever
semi.
considered making the semifinals best of 5 and the finals best of 7?
I think the players would murder me.
I don't really think they would, to be honest.
I don't think they'd be happy about it though.
I don't think they would be happy about it either. But I think the players that get to the finals would still play anyway. And the players that don't get to the finals are like, I'm not getting to the finals anyway, so it won't affect me.
I think the best of 3 is better. Gives a bit more variety.
That's true.
I think it's good in the weekly cup. I hated it when
nice.
they did best of 5 semi-finals in the ESL Open Cups for a while. That really sucked. Because those cups took forever anyway. But the worst part actually was the fact that...
Wait, are you in a lobby?
No.
Okay, nice.
The worst part though was that they changed it to best of 5 semis. But then they also took away the fact that they would wait and cast each semi, right? So
because otherwise it took too long.
Yeah.
So it was actually worse.
So it was actually worse because you went from casting like both semifinals to casting one semifinal
And a half
and
sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah,
No, it's
it
garbage. No. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah.
I was a big hater. I was the only guy hating on it out loud though, so no one heard.
Yeah, but you're vocal anyway.
I am not very vocal now.
Alright. Keep that to yourself.
I don't think I've ever had a player want to play a longer series.
Really?
Yeah. I'm trying to think about it. I think anytime I've ever offered, like, hey, we can just do best of 3 instead, everybody accepts.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I would also accept.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better bang for your buck, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. But it depends. If you're playing for practice as well, then you get to play less practice games, right?
That's true.
So you can kind of look at it both ways.
Yeah. It's many angles, many angles.
And you have two angles.
Yeah.
2 whole angles. Crazy. Alright. Everyone's joining the lobby, so we'll be good to go for CLEM. Astrea shortly.
That's hugely exciting.
Yeah, I would say so.
Surprising to not see Ian Blue around today.
Yeah, our favorite Battle.net chatter.
It's crazy to me that this guy on Mondays, his entire day is just sitting in the channel, hoping he can click a lobby link without someone realizing, and then flaming people in the observer chat.
Yeah.
It's like a weird tradition to have, no?
It definitely makes you wonder what's going on with your life, but like... yeah, I mean...
Yeah. Oh, it's Monday again.
Monday's my favorite day of the week, let's go! Get to sit in Battle.net and be a dick.
Yeah. It is a wild move.
When did Astrea and CLEM last play? They played at Dallas, right? And there was a very unfortunate pause for... a pause and a regame for Astrea.
You paused?
No, I didn't pause. CLEM paused because his Cyclone died. And then they regamed, or resumed from replay. And his Cyclone did not die and Astrea died.
Oh.
It was like best case micro from Astrea, but CLEM claimed he lagged. Into worst case micro from Astrea, and then he died.
Oh. For Astrea.
That's sad. Apparently, Clem also beat Astrea 3-0 in the Picasso something. Pig something. What was it?
Picasso
Yeah,
Cup.
Picasso Cup.
Round of 4.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was. I just didn't know if it was Picasso or if it was just Pig's tournament. Apparently, that's a best of 5. So the Picasso's running the best of 5 semi-final.
Oh yeah, best of 7 finals.
Are they really?
I bet.
That's. I think that's honestly insane for online cup. Though. I don't make the
think
rules.
it's phenomenal.
Alright. Clem Astrea, you excited to see it? What do you think the outcome's going to be?
Do you want me to kill the vibe here or what?
Yeah. Kill it.
2-0 Clem. Dude, he's gonna poop on him. Clem is really good.
I think it's very rough when you see like the previous games and it was like Australia has to really work and grind and kind of work his butt off to beat ByuN, and it's like, you know, Clem is just in a better state TVP than ByuN right now, right? So
Yeah. And not a little bit either. You know, he's gonna take him apart. Did you ever have to do that with the frogs? You know, like the dissecting?
No, I actually never did this.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think we ever dissected an animal during biology. But I also dropped biology when I was like 15, so that might be the reason.
Yeah, like that could be why. I also dropped it when I was 15.
Because I remember that always. I remember in like TV shows that was like a thing. You know, it's like, oh, I don't want to dissect the animals. But then I never actually got to do it, which is wild. That's like, weird. It doesn't really make sense to not want to dissect it after they're already dead, no? Do they kill them for the dissecting? I don't think so, right? They find an animal and then you go dissect it.
I actually have no idea. It probably doesn't happen that much anymore. Probably too complicated, no?
No, I think they dissected like in year 5 or so, or year 4. They dissected. Maybe even they did like a pig or something with the class. Like these biology teachers, you know, they're just walking around in the weekends looking for dead animals.
Yeah.
Like, oh, carcass.
Roadkill. Like, now students,
Score!
The heart is not usually crushed with tire marks all over it. The Twitch chat is concerned that the Home Story Club players have not been announced yet. Can you share any information? I feel like you've unofficially announced yourself, right?
I mean, I've been here for the past 21 Home Story Cups.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I might be there again. I don't know exactly who else is going to all show up. Like, I haven't actually checked. But if it's not announced, it's probably not announced for a reason. I don't know what the reason is, but...
I heard they're still looking for players.
Ah, really?
Yeah. I offered myself. They said, no, we really need you to cast. I was like, what a shame.
What a shame.
Look, I could have proxied some Marauders.
No, you couldn't.
No, probably not.
No, it's a difficult build, Wardy.
You gotta really think about it on many levels. Is the problem.
Yeah. Ooh, Hellions gonna survive. It's gonna be a Phoenix build. I did a Phoenix build against CLEM at Bellum Gens Elite in Bulgaria, and we talked a bit about it, and everyone just made fun of me for playing Phoenix. Like it was merciless. They were just like, I was like, I don't think, you know, if X or Y would have happened. Yeah, I made some control mistakes, obviously. And it's like, I don't think it would have been that bad. And they were like, no, like Phoenix is always terrible. Like if you think it's actually a good build, like there's something wrong with you. And like more and more people kept piling on, because people would join the conversation midway. And at the end, like 7 people had scolded me for building a Phoenix.
I mean, that is what we're meant to do right now. Phoenix are meant to be unusable, never good, so...
Hey, this looks pretty okay to me.
Yeah, I mean, to me it doesn't make sense either. I think the thing is, certain builds from the Terran are very good against Phoenix, but if you're not quite expecting it sometimes, you're not going into like the Cyclones and stuff straight away, Phoenix can still be very good at denying, you know, the medevac and so on, and if you're not aware of it and your medevac's exposed, then that's very troublesome too, right?
Oh, yeah, he didn't get the scout on the cloak, by the way. That's a huge deal. If he doesn't get the scout whatsoever, this Banshee that is flying in right now, dude, it's gonna it's gonna cause some serious havoc. There is a probe that's gonna scout the bench. Now that's big. That's big. Can we get a recall on the Phoenix as a result? I think we should probably, right?
Yeah, I think
we should.
Yeah, I think bringing it back makes a lot of sense. The Banshee going to come in. It's a lot of probes that are just going to be in danger. So there's the recall. We will start to build an observer instead, so it's going to take a little while still to get detection here. 4 probes go down, so CLEM making up for any losses already. Love that, and into the main base we go. The Banshee here is going to continue to go after a few more probes. Good times.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, if Astrea had seen the Banshee with his probe downstairs, I think this would have been an easy observer rally plus recall. You're keeping 11 extra probes alive, and I actually think Astrea is in a very playable position. Right now, however, after losing 12 probes, I am not sure how playable we could consider this. We are going to go into the golden standard of anti-Phoenix Colossus, which is... Actually, it's not true. We're not going to get Vikings here. So it's just going to be standard Marine medevac into reactor. So I actually think Astrea would have been in a really good spot.
Definitely. I mean, I'm with you. I don't see what would have been necessarily bad about the situation. It's obviously now he has lost those workers, and the Phoenix a little beat up as well as they try and find a little extra on the map right there too. Stim combatant plus 1 all building up. Another nice scan. Going to get an observer picked away at. And the Phoenix are going to be still gathering on that right side as well, keeping an eye out. What else is going on? Twilight Council Forge, the extended thermal lines coming up. Continue to bring that through for the moment. As a couple of medevacs go to the bottom left. Actually, Phoenix might get an intercept here. Medevac's already boosted as well. He missed it, so he doesn't see it in time, and the unload will go off.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but at least he knows where they are. Like, if 16 Marines go into your main base unchecked, that's game. If they get caught a little bit beforehand, at least you know where they are. You know you need to stop them from going into the main. Maybe you can even split off a Colossus if you have 2 Colossi out, which he does right now. It's getting the charge lots most likely here as a follow-up, as well as the attack upgrade. I actually think this is a completely playable scenario here for Astrea. But I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see if it's true.
Marines, they get a few shots off. Phoenix taking some shots still. Again, just now, if nothing else, use those Phoenixes to zone out the medevacs right now, stop them from being able to do too much else. We have got the starport coming up from CLEM as he starts to take this air threat much more seriously, and obviously against the Colossus, just want plenty of Vikings because you need to chew through Phoenix or survive through Phoenix and still get those Colossus kills as well, so that's going to be very important as the bio settles in down to that bottom and looks to keep on applying pressure. Just 1 Colossus here at the moment with a few Stalkers. Let's see if it'll be good enough.
Yeah, 1 Colossus in the middle does stop the 16 Marines. As there's no Marauders there, just the single Colossus plus battery is going to be good enough. That's going to be the setup here, at least for now. No fort base yet out for Astrea, which is an issue as CLEM is pulling ahead in supply right now. And here comes the attack into the natural. Marauder count is, to be honest, quite pathetic. It's not looking very solid. We have double starport as a follow-up. And that means we're going to have an insane amount of Vikings coming out. CLEM seemingly is just going for some type of mass Viking push here, and Astrea is going to need to find a way to hold this.
Yep, it's going to have to... I mean, it's difficult, right? Because what do you really have against Vikings? He doesn't have Blink yet. Doesn't have Storm yet. All the things that typically are going to be good against the Vikings are just not really ready. And if CLEM can hit in that time frame where there's not an answer up, then he's got a great answer to your tech, and you have basically no answer to his tech. So... definitely scary for Astrea. Feels like he really needs to start figuring something out. I guess just the bio, he can push it back, but yeah, that Viking count is growing, and it's growing fast.
Hell yeah, we have 8 Vikings out already with 2 more on the way. 10 Vikings against 4 Phoenix and 3 Colossi. This is going to be a massacre. Blink not out yet either. Like, this is quite frankly just painful. Mine on the right side kills another Phoenix as well. No Storm here, no Disruptors, just +1 attack against 1-1 Bio Viking. As CLEM scans him forward, and I think he's going to be ending the game over here, to be honest.
Seems pretty good for him as he just steps straight through. We're not going to be seeing a couple of Phoenix getting turned back the other way. I mean, no allowed expansion, and CLEM doesn't need to kind of push right now. Still feel like he's doing plenty for himself. Once you see another mill just dropping down into place. This is continuing to look great.
Yeah, we have 10 Vikings out, 18 Marauders, 38 Marines. You know the funny thing here is, Wardy, is that I actually believe that CLEM's army probably wouldn't mind trading at this point. You know, if you see it, if you take a look at the Marine count, for example, it's like if we're gonna max out right now, I think we probably want more Ghost in this army at some point, right? Like we want a better army. So I'm actually surprised that CLEM went back. He's also gonna full stim to deal with these Zealots that are at home. This is a very good Zealot run by here out of Astrea. That's actually going to clear a lot of economy. And as there's no Ghost out right now, the Templar defense might have been made viable all of a sudden.
That's actually going to work wonders. 14 SCVs, and now we're actually going to buy enough time to, as you say, get prepped with a little bit more tech defensively as well as Astrea. So it's absolutely start to look up a little bit for him. So Astrea going to be in a little bit more of a cozy spot than it initially seemed. Just great time with the Zealot run by, and CLEM not really prepped to kind of deal with that effectively at all, unfortunately.
Okay, here come the Templar. Good army split out of CLEM, by the way. Love that he has such a large force on that other side. He's gonna just clear these rocks, this cooling tower. I think CLEM is just making sure there's no fifth base. I think that is his main goal. We might actually get a late game, just like the previous game on this map. How crazy would that be?
That'd be
pretty crazy.
Very crazy, yeah. Would be, I mean, Astrea's strength really is the ability to kind of split those High Templars so well and just have opportunities to play with the High Templar kind of all around the map. So it's definitely one of the things he's been very good at in the PVTs the last couple of days over the weekend in that EWC qualifier as well, of course. So yeah, definitely a interesting one to see if CLEM can really find a way to get rid of a lot of those High Templar and those storms. It's a little bit of a storm there right now. I mean, we've got 4 ghosts only for CLEM. And it's just so scary at the moment to continue seeing how this develops.
This is a very weird style that CLEM is playing. I feel like his ghost count has been way too low for way too long. And I think he waited a bit too long as well with that initial Viking push. His position is still absolutely fine, by the way. I'm not saying like, oh, CLEM is freaking dead, but I think he pretty much gave Astrea a second life is what it felt like. Oh! Look at the left side army already!
Yep, it's getting destroyed. Astrea is actually taking a couple of good fights right now, so he's able to really, again, fight on both sides. He's got storms available on the right still, and CLEM's army there is kind of hurting too, so it's all of a sudden feels as though Astrea is taking some good fights, but now he gets overwhelmed a little bit, so stepping too far forward. The Vikings get the Colossus, and the ByuN will chase for an Immortal as well. The rest of it gets away. CLEM really recovering toward the tail end of this, more than anything else.
Yeah.
Because that was looking very scary on both sides. It looked like he was starting to take some heavy losses, and like I said, just about able to bring it back and turn it the other direction.
Yeah, we do have 5 ghosts available here right now. And there's 10 Templars out on the map, as well as a Prism. 1 EMP gets used. If you pull a lot of these Templars forward, and you have a bit of an upgrade lead, I guess he's gonna get like a +3, so it's a 1 upgrade lead. It's not huge. Oh! He doesn't have a detection nearby. There's an observer towards the left, but this ghost is actually going to be capable of maybe sniping another one of these Templar. That probably should end this push.
But still very much so trying to go after that. It is going to get taken down, so no more to be found there. And we will have that falling as CLEM. Just going to relocate back around the top side, trying to get that 5th base up. You really mentioned Destroyer expands much more slowly than the other Protoss right now, and it's so visible. Like, I feel like so many Protoss right now would have other bases up, and Astrea's just happy to settle in on what he's got and just take it slower and steadier, and kind of allows him to play a little bit more split up and around the map in a way, because he's being very cautious about the bases that he does have. He's making sure to have armies in front of each of them. Again, the Flicken from Astrea as well, so some even later game tech coming available now as he blinks in to take this fight. The EMPs come down to try and help initially. As what happens to the ByuN back off, a couple more ghosts showing up as well. So we are going to chase this away for the moment. So Astrea once again push back as just this constant back and forth kind of dueling as CLEM trying to step forward here and actually eat through a couple of storms, and he does manage to kill a Templar as a result.
Yeah, I got 3 Templar there in the middle. Not the end of the world, because there's still 8 remaining. We get feedback plus Storm over here. Right side army perhaps in some trouble, but Templar from behind the barrier is going to show up and just look very threatening right now. One of them is going to get sniped, so that's nice. 84 probes to 66 SCVs. Wardy, I think we're slowly but surely entering a late game, and I have not seen these guys go up against one another in this type of late game before, and I'm so freaking curious what's going to happen.
Yeah, CLEM is one of the players who really can challenge the Protoss late game at the moment. He really has the army control necessary. The split army control as well is oftentimes needed, so do you expect him to be able to do well here? But Astrea, he plays with this kind of situation a fair amount, actually. You know, in a lot of his games, oftentimes against CLEM, he just doesn't get a chance to get to this point. So it'll be fascinating to see if his expertise at this sort of stage of the game is going to be able to come through and shine against a CLEM who is also just very potent at this stage of the game as well. Like you say, super exciting.
Bit of a skill check there. You see that? CLEM was like, hey, let's see if you're paying attention to this. And if you are, then good job, you're going to get a Storm. And if you're not, you're going to lose a Templar for free. Astrea was paying attention. Very heavy on Stalkers right now, by the way. Templar count down to 5. Cannon count on the right side also might be lacking just a little bit. So this is something we do need to keep in mind, is that if you're transitioning into Tempest at some point, you're going to need a lot of cannons during that transition to make sure that you don't just straight up die.
Colossus needs to be careful. Takes a bunch of Viking shots right away. Feels so dangerous having Colossus at this point. It feels like they're just so quick to die so often, so almost a little scary as a couple scans continue down. And the Stargates continue up. Stalkers and the Colossus trying to step through. Colossus will fall.
Yeah, Zealot Archon army moving towards the right side right now. One thing that is interesting to think about, actually, now that you're mentioning the Colossus, is that if you split the Colossi up one by one, both sides are going to need a decent amount of Vikings, like more than you have total right now. So I think it's actually a better thing to do. And Vikings, they move kind of weird. They make army moving much harder for Terran because they fly ahead of the force often. Double feedback on the right side though. Storm kind of misses, but this is still going to get pushed back as... let's take a look at the overall resources lost. CLEM is still ahead when it comes to resources lost, but Astrea has a huge bank right now, and CLEM is going to need to face that reality at some point. We have a bit of a warp in the main base. Vikings are going to snipe this Prism, I think. Yep, there we go. Prism is going to fall. Liberators will most likely clear the Zealots. At the same time, Stalker, Colossi moving in forward to try and clear this 5th base.
Such a challenge to constantly keep your army split up and then regathering everything again. We'll see CLEM is trying to come through on this left-hand side, but the Colossus is going to get a lot of lasers off as the army has to come around a big corner there. Astrea is falling back to this little bit of a line of static defense for him to help hold the position with. So falling back to this, being able to hang out there for a little bit, and let's see a few of those SCVs going down on the gold minerals, so they will not get the last at all.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how CLEM is going to split his army here. He's 11 Ghosts, 10 Vikings, 4 Liberators, 60 SCVs. So this is one of the advantages that Terran has, right? Is that they can be on a lower worker count while keeping up in the income. So even if theoretically they should have a worse army when maxed out, they're going to have a slightly bigger army when maxed out because they're going to have like 20, 30 more supply while maintaining decent eco. Right side base here is going to get sniped. Not the end of the world for Astrea. There's plenty of Nexi available. Right side doesn't have enough Vikings in the mix either, so can't really contest with the Tempest Colossus there.
And nuke on the way up from CLEM, so even going to start getting that as a little bit of a way to add extra pressure on and also clearing stack defense. It's a very effective way to clear stack defense. Is now the top left base going down. I mean, if he loses this base, it's starting to kind of get to a little bit of a dangerous base count again, where, you know, typically you want to be a bit further ahead of the Terran player base-wise than what you are going to end up being here. So a little bit of a minor concern for Astrea, but just keep it alive for now anyway.
Yeah, if it's going to be 6 base versus 6 base, which is what it's kind of shaping up to be, I am not loving this spot for Astrea right now. I really am not. As you mentioned, we saw nukes already being researched. They're going to kind of add another dimension of chaos into this. As the 7th is under some heavy fire for now, though. It seems like Astrea is going to be capable of holding. Bleaching Force clears 2 more Vikings as well. Tempest Scout on the bottom right side is very stellar. Has +2 and +1 armor. So +2 attack, +1 armor. It's going to continue fighting here. Doesn't have any Templar remaining, but could maybe just Blinking Force with the Stalkers kill 1 or 2 extra Vikings. The trades have just been pretty decent here for Astrea. And this resource loss is extremely close.
19 to 21,000 is really not that bad. It allows you to kind of play with closer economy than what you might typically expect. As Astrea still pushing that right side, that pantry might just be in trouble for CLEM. There's nothing there defensively. The army is off to the left side. Can we actually make a dive in on this? He's just going to try to. I thought CLEM was coming over, but he actually hesitated and he did not make his way over this way. So that's going to be a base going down. All those mules going to lose that chance to mine for the moment. And Astrea actually going to recall that right side army out of there. So appreciating that it's likely going to end up in trouble if he doesn't evacuate quickly.
Yeah. Doesn't have a mothership quite yet, which is something we've seen him use in the past to do these quicker kind of rotations across the map. Dude, Astrea is playing one hell of a game.
One hell of a game. It's cool to see. As you told me this was going to be the CLEM 2-0, so we had to find something to be excited for. And it's definitely Astrea putting up a heck of a fight. Just trying to get if he gets these extra bases up and can truly hold them, it feels so much more comfortable for him. That's the big challenge, and of course the big thing that CLEM is really trying to stop from happening as well, so not too surprising. As you're going to start launching some nukes, and again we'll try and use those as a way to open up some of these spaces, knock down some of the stack defense, and just make these bases more engageable in general. Is going to land two. Mostly the rocks, but the idea is there.
2 more Ghost Academies, as well as 2 more nukes on the way here, Wardy. This is starting to look a little bit scary right now if you're Astrea. The bank continues to grow here for CLEM as well. Good free splits there in the top left. At the same time, we have a fight on the right side. Vikings are being storm blanketed, but is the left side army going to be big enough here for CLEM? I'm not sure. Tempest are taking a bit of a beating. CLEM will need to retreat into its planetary fortress. Is going to be back on 6 bases. One of them is an orbital. Vikings need to be repaired. The resource loss is 27k to 27k. Those numbers are getting closer. That is a very good sign for Astrea.
Definitely going to benefit him if he continues in that sort of a direction. So we've got 2 more nukes building, one already launching up into the skies as well. We'll continue to try and nuke toward this gold base. The Tempest are going to find this one and deny it immediately, so good quick shutdown. Not going to let that be taken advantage of at all.
Yeah, the one thing that Astrea has been phenomenal at is just having vision this entire time. Like, these observers have provided so much value over time. It's surprising that CLEM hasn't been more actively scanning his own army to try and get rid of those. I think he just realized, he's like, wait a second. I have a lot of orbital commands. I have 13 orbital commands. I can scan wherever I want, and he should not have any vision of my army. The only way that Astrea should be allowed to get vision here is through the help of a revelation on the Oracle. These observers should be dying at a very high pace. We still have 1 observer that's right now keeping track of this right side army. Left side army, I think, also killed something over there. I'm not sure what it was. There's a couple of observers going down. Our new count is back at 4. And he's going to throw a big one down over here.
Nice little storm or two, as the Tempest is going to be a big part of trying to make sure that this does get pushed away. Nuke is going to land again. It's just going to be a cannon, a simulator, little bits and pieces. You are keeping this gold from mining at least, which is a victory for CLEM, but it's a lot of attention being paid to this base just to keep it from mining. The Viking count is huge, looking for some of the opportunities to shoot at the Tempest and the Colossus here. Storm's trying to warn the Terran army back. Another nuke lands, and another one just lines up as CLEM continues to try and pressure these bases from this bottom right side of the map.
Yeah, some insane nuke pushing here coming out of CLEM. Something that we haven't seen really in a long while, or at least I haven't seen it in a long while. CLEM's going to be continue pushing it forward, taking out the cannon lines as he goes. We get a snipe here on one of those Templar. We only have like 5, actually we have 8 Templar remaining over here just on the screen. I was going to say we only see 4, but they're like Waldo, you know, they're hiding in plain sight very frequently. And it's the same for Terran players. They're like, oh, there's only 3 left, and then boom, 4 storms all of a sudden show up. This Ghost is still going to try to hit his nuke. Is going to not get to call it down properly. 2 more nukes are on the way. Resource lost 30,000 to 30,000. CLEM occupying the bottom right. Astrea setting up shop at the top left as more nukes are continuing to land on this kind of middle gold base.
Oh, the Tempest. Tempest? Oh, just denied the nuke in time. I actually got a little bit scared from them there. I was convinced they were going to get hit. But they denied it. As the ByuN and the medevacs come back over to that left side, couple batteries. Going to be sitting tight.
Yeah, maybe a crazy thought, but I feel like going even lower in worker count here for CLEM is absolutely allowed, no?
Yeah, I mean,
Going down to 40? Like, he has 13 orbital commands. Isn't that plenty?
I would think so. I mean, he does have bases to work from at the moment, which is obviously a factor, so he still is at least making use of the SCVs, but I think he could get, like, yeah, a little, like, because like you say, the mules are going to support so much of your mining anyway.
Yeah.
You probably do not need that much, so I'm kind of with you.
Nice. Okay, the top left, by the way, is going to get cleared here by these Marauders. At least the cannons are going to get cleared. Maybe the Zealot Stalker Templar will be capable of taking out this Marauder army, but it's going to be close over there. Cannons are gone. At the same time, bottom right, storming on top of this Viking force. Not quite working out. We got another nuke coming in right now with a pre-cloaked Ghost. And with the scans, I think this nuke is just going to land. That means these cannons are adios. Top left, Astrea will keep it, but needs to rebuild the cannons.
We have a full-on split map right here on Tokamak. Everyone has each and every one of their own bases. No one's stealing bases from the opponent as well. Is actually fairly noteworthy. Not every day you see an actual fair split of the map. But, yeah, we just gonna keep on mining and just slowly chip away at each other. I mean, resources lost is still so close together. This really is anyone's game, and one fight swing one way or the other is going to be extremely powerful at this point.
Oh yeah. Gonna get another nuke here from the low ground onto the high ground. As we have no detection here on top left. That means that this nuke is definitely gonna land. That's what, minus 2 cannons, 2 batteries. 3 cannons? No, actually just 1 cannon and 2 batteries stay alive. Ghost remains active, snipes 2 Templar. That was definitely worthwhile. To get another aggressive Ghost forward, but without Cloak, I think it's actually not that useful. Okay, he's gonna cloak it up last second. It's so hard to get vision of this, because Observers just died to scan plus Viking majority of the time. There's no storms available. No, there is. There's always storms available. And now a big storm is gonna come from the bottom as well. Vikings extremely damaged here, Wardy. 37k to 39k loss. So CLEM is winning the trading battle, but he's doing it very, very slowly.
Yeah, it's a very slow process, but very nice to also just see that he is very confident in just sort of staying and sitting and letting this kind of play out in that kind of, like, you know, later stage. A lot of Terrans are terrified at this stage of the game and, you know, do not find ways to be super active at this sort of a point. I mean, I think back to Gumiho Astrea yesterday, which was, you know, a very super passive game. Gumiho didn't find a way to do anything. CLEM is finding ways to constantly be on the map, being aggressive, and just finding ways to chip away at this Protoss army, really reliant on those nukes.
Yeah. What happens with the resources lost when a nuke gets cancelled, by the way?
Oh, I don't know. Do nukes count as resources lost when you use them anyway, though?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think, I mean, it obviously should, because it is resources you are losing, but I'm curious if it is. I think it does, because I just saw the resource lost increase. As we got another nuke on top of this army right now. Astrea's not paying attention, needs to snipe this one Ghost. Oh no, Astrea!
No! It wasn't super disastrous, but it still clips the edge. It could have been worse, but it's still pretty nice for CLEM. He's actually going to take the chance to dive in, let the Vikings do some work there, put some hurt in on the Colossus. The Tempest now feeling pretty exposed as well. Another nuke going to zone this Protoss army further back, and this base is feeling achievable for CLEM to reach it and take it out. We're going to actually deny the gold a little bit here as well. And CLEM taking a little bit of an edge as Astrea. That nuke really has just halted him into a pretty tough position, actually, in the end. And man, just the amount of nukes we've had is crazy. And eventually they really are catching up to Astrea as well, it seems.
All right, finally Astrea is going to add in an Oracle. I feel like this should have been added in a long time ago. There are 2 reasons why you want Oracles. Reason number 1 is the Revelation. Reason number 2 is not as good, but it's still there, and that's going to be Stasis Wards. If you have 2-3 Oracles continuously putting down Stasis Wards, that is something that Terran needs to kind of keep track of. Yes, they are always scanning, so it probably is not the end of the world, but still, they need to keep it in mind. As now CLEM decides, hey, I dealt with your bottom base relatively well. I had some good fight. Let's see what happens if I just change the location where I'm battling you. And it's going to try to nuke the top left side. Ghost is going to get taken out. Big Storm is landing on absolutely everything. This is looking pretty decent for Astrea. Also has the mothership in the top left, by the way. I didn't even see that, but could go for a cheeky little recall over there if he wants to.
Yep, definitely a possibility as a Ghost gets taken out. Just gonna see the another nuke coming straight on down. Just gonna get that pin position. So you gotta be super careful about it right here. There's the Tempests and all stuff. Well, there's actually, I guess, High Templar kind of close to the center of that nuke as well.
Dude, he's just queuing them up right now. What the hell?
Yep. Gets the base, gets the probes. I mean, this took a long time to get there, but absolutely worthwhile. Eventually breaking through that location, and it's going to stop resources from being mined as we take a big fight as well. And CLEM not afraid to eat some damage on those units to really dish out kills in return.
Yeah. Both players are kind of struggling on the gas, by the way. You see that? Like 1800 for Astrea, 1600 for CLEM. Like, getting all these nukes is very gas heavy. And he's not going to be mining that much gas anymore. I think he's going to be on 3, 4, 5-ish refineries, 6 refineries, I guess, for now. Which is still something. But for how much longer? Another nuke is going to land. This is freaking nuke galore over here, man.
Yep, actually another bigger fight from CLEM, who's standing in some of these storms to just take the fight and to wipe out the Tempest. He's going to remove a lot of the poking potential from that Protoss army. You got the Ghost still looking good on the ground as well. There's only really Stalkers and a few High Templar on the ground, so they are not going to last. And it looks as though CLEM is making severe progresses. Astrea doesn't even mention the gas problem, right? I mean, he can basically warp in warp in Zealots from here on out. He is building a round of Tempest, but yeah, the gas is becoming a big issue, and we're going to get very limited on what we can build very soon, it would feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not looking good here right now for Astrea, who is gonna try to push this back here with the help of the mothership. Viking count is not high enough to deal with all of this. So a couple of scans coming down. More Vikings are reinforcing across the map, of course. We still have Ghost. CLEM instantly is gonna set us up. He says, hey, that's a real nice base. It would be a shame if I were to mine all of that gas and all of those minerals. Nukes to try and win some time, perhaps, while these turrets are going up. Uh-oh, this nuke is right in the middle of this Protoss force. Astrea needs to pull back, and he's gonna pull back. Mothership might get chipped over there on the side. It's barely gonna pull away. Another nuke coming down right now, but these turrets are going to be active, and these turrets are going to help so much in this battle, kind of setting the stage here as Zealots being split up, trying to kill as many of these SCVs as they can. Couple of snipes coming down. How many Templar do we have left, by the way? We only have 3 Templar left right now. Ooh. Every Templar that's gonna fall will be impossible to replace, pretty much.
That was a hell of a storm. CLEM walked through every single tick of it. As we're going to try and take this fight. Does he have enough Vikings? I mean, there's honestly, I guess they're split off to the bottom as well, but they're low HP. It's so scary. He is going to try and keep on fighting through. Tempest in trouble, dropping down. Again, the gas is a problem from both sides. There's very limited rebuild potential at this stage, but CLEM seems to be bullying his way forward. A couple of snipes going off. Every unit you get rid of right now is huge, and being able to get rid of some with the freedom of a snipe is amazing.
Yeah, I love the addition of Disruptors here. So we haven't seen them in a while, but they're back right now. A great anti-ghost unit, of course. Time Warp gets utilized. This orbital command is gonna fall. CLEM does not have a lot of cash remaining, but Astrea doesn't have anything really remaining. He does not have a lot of mining, doesn't have any cash, and his army kind of blows big time. Where are the storms? They're not here. Where are the active Disruptors? They're not here anymore. This mothership is about to fall as well, as CLEM takes a big supply lead here, Wardy.
Yup, this is going to be huge. This is going to be the winning moment, and that is going to be CLEM taking the opening game of this best of 3 semi-final. Well, you said CLEM would get a 2-0, but man, he really had to fight duel and push his way into that victory. Just about gets there for the 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, he had to work for that big time, man. What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Nothing. Again, we really already said it. You know, you don't have to say it twice.
Don't have to say it twice.
Crazy stuff. Great game. As on the other side, by the way, after this, just to confirm, Classic did beat Percival 2-1. So it'll be Solar Classic, the other semi-final after CLEM Astrea. So we're lined up for
Solar Classic?
Yeah. Lined up for a good day so far.
That is crazy. You know what? That is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Alright, we're just getting the lobby up for game 2 on ley lines. We'll get that started here. I'll get that ready to roll. Wow, I just got some gifted subs on YouTube from Zergberg. Thank you, Zergberg.
Thank you, Zergberg. I also want to make a shout out. Is that allowed?
Yeah, go out.
Shout out to Roger Nielsen, who gave me 100 Swedish kroner.
Oh. making
He
bank
said,
today.
thanks for every minute of great entertainment.
Oh, busy.
That is very kind. Roger, shout out to you, Roger. Have you seen the live of Brian?
No,
Oh, really?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, well, never mind then. You know, you have certain triggers in life. I have that with the name Roger now.
I see.
Yeah, but it's not funny if you've never seen the movie. You should definitely watch it.
Okay.
Great stuff.
But on the list.
Yeah, please do. All right. Game number 2 here between CLEM and Astrea will be played on ley lines. As we don't have any proxies coming in. Rare to see here.
You didn't do the song.
Ley lines.
No, we changed it. Don't remember anything.
Hey there, ley lines.
Hey, they're delay lanes. Yeah.
Hey there, the ley lines.
Oh,
Hey there, the ley lines. What's it like in New York City?
Well, you can change line 2 as well. Like, what's
To
it
what?
like? What's it like to be proxied? I don't know. I'll shut up.
It doesn't rhyme though, does it?
It doesn't rhyme in the first place.
But at least you take it to the original. If you're gonna change it, you should, you know, add something.
Okay, I'll think about it.
All right. What do we have over here? Nexus into core, Wardy. 90 Nexus into core. Did I ever tell you about my 18 Nexus adventure?
No.
Okay, so you basically you have different Nexus timings, right? If you go Nexus into core, no scout, you can go 19 Nexus, 20 Nexus, 18 Nexus. And I was convinced that 18 Nexus was really good because you got such a fast unit out. But then I tested it and the eco actually super blows on it. So it's better to play core core into Nexus with a no scout and both on 20. You have better eco than with an 18 Nexus.
Wow.
How crazy is that? I didn't know that. I didn't realize it. I actually played 18 Nexus in tournaments for a bit because I thought it was so much smarter than the rest. You want to hear it even worse?
I feel like
I
you're gonna
started
tell me.
making a video on why 18 Nexus is good. And then I realized, wait, I haven't actually checked on whether it's good or not. Like, I'd written the script out and everything. And then I checked myself. I was like, oh, this freaking sucks.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit pathetic. This happened 2 weeks ago.
At least you're now a better player.
I'm a better player. 19 Nexus does have some value, though. I don't mind that. As Astrea pulls him forward. It's going to actually finish this Shade and insta-recall. I like that. Forces the Reaper Hellion to stay at home a little bit longer. So, Reaper Hellion is one of the worst Reaper builds out of 2 gas. The only time it can do anything if it basically hits instantly. And because this isn't hitting instantly, it most likely isn't going to be successful. Those are the rules of engagement. They absolutely are. Second Stalker is about to pop out. It's going to be in the main base as well. So, like, this is the problem with Reaper Hellion. It's just not good. That is really the issue with it. And I understand why Terran players do it, because there's like a 5-second window in which it is great. But if you miss that window, boy, does it freaking suck. What the hell is this SCV doing across the map?
I do not know.
Is this a meme? No, he's going back home. Accidental already, I guess. Liberator behind this, most likely going to go into tank. I don't think we're seeing a Cyclone here. As the double mine plus double marine drop is going to try to hit the main base over here.
If they can do it, he takes a chance to move into position and try and find some value with this little drop in. So in we go for the chance to be aggressive. We do see the Widow Mines. So we targeted onto a Stalker there, which is going to be a kill. Kind of felt like those probes actually were in a little bit of danger right there. There's a chance that a few of them went down.
Nah, Astrea pulled that perfectly. He counted it. He counted the ticks, you know?
Yeah. Six.
He's like a speedrunner
Speed.
when it comes to not losing probes.
Talented.
Did you ever see the video of the Mario guy that played Mario? I think it's the one with the, like, what's it called? 64?
Yeah.
Blind.
Yeah, I've seen this a lot. I used to be really into watching the speedruns and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was very impressed by that. I once tried playing StarCraft live. It's really difficult. I got beaten by the easy AI.
Well, yeah, because I imagine that the problem with StarCraft is it's very easy to lose where you are on the screen, no?
Yeah, but you can set camera hotkeys, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
At the start. And you need someone to tell you where you spawn and then just have like a feeling of where you're going pretty much.
It's just so difficult in StarCraft because there's so much like clicking and positioning and tracking of different things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very hard. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you should start practicing and do like a blind campaign playthrough.
Isn't that what Grant did?
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure Grant played a certain campaign mission without vision, and he just remembered everything, like where stuff is supposed to go. He had like a strategy and everything.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Dedication.
Yeah, Dave Grant is freaking busted in the head. Great guy.
Storm early this time from Astrea, so gonna have that tool to help him out against some of this initial CLEM aggression, which should be popping across the map soon, right? We've got Stim Combat and +1 all finishing shortly, so we're absolutely getting to the point where we can make something with this. Sieging up as well on a couple of ropes. Over on that side, gonna get picked away at and turned away. Nice storms on the bio.
Those are big storms, by the way. Dude, the CLEM is in a bit of trouble, I think.
Yeah, I feel like he's losing a lot very quickly at the moment, no?
Yeah. It's not looking so great. We also have insane vision every single game for Astrea. He's like the observer king, man. He sees everything. It's like full vision of the middle. He's staying on what is this? 7 gate for quite a while. He doesn't have a prism yet. If he had a prism and he wanted to clear this, he actually could pretty easily. Next observer is also just flying straight in. Look at that. 1 scan, 2 birds. 1 stone.
1 scan, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. 4 baits on the way.
Still processing what it means.
He could have gotten 2 observers with 1 scan. And it's like 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
I know. It just took me a while to really put the pieces together, you know.
The guys in the chat figured it all out, though. They understood instantly.
They're out there just watching. That's their job. I'm here having to think about what you say and think about how to talk back about it, you know?
True. Okay, third base setting up for CLEM. Sometimes I watch CLEM games and I don't quite understand why his supply is not lower. You know what I mean? Like, it felt like this game went pretty freaking poor for him. But yet his supply is at 130 and Astrea's only at like 120. I feel like Astrea should have been in a better spot already, like with a faster fort and a faster upgrade or something, but it couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, we're now going to try to move him forward. Charge hadn't finished yet. I wasn't aware of that. We're going to go a double storm drop in the natural. This is going to deal no damage, let me tell you. None.
None. Wow. Well, cool. Cool force fields come down though as we try and push in over the other side. So this big attack trying to come through, but CLEM's defense is good, and the couple of Zords take some damage.
Ooh.
And get chased away.
Look at this ring of vision that Astrea has made, man.
He sees everything.
He sees it all. Yeah.
A really nice place to be in. Getting to see so much at once.
Yeah. It's great. Like the bird's view right now.
The bird's view.
That's like from up top, no? You see it's very far.
Yeah, like the bird's eye view.
Yeah, sure.
You watch from the top looking down. Most StarCraft is kind of like that.
There's not a lot of people that play zoomed in.
No, it's not.
Yeah, a bit of a lull in the action, isn't it? There's nothing happening already.
We're just, I mean, Astrea has total map control. Clem appreciates that and knows he doesn't have an army to kind of push out himself just yet, so we're just sat here kind of waiting for someone to do something, which there's not a lot of right now. Sometimes StarCraft has these moments where everything just stops.
Could you maybe tell us a story from your youth back in Birmingham?
Never, well, I was gonna say I've never been to Birmingham in my life, but I actually went earlier this year to play Pokemon. So.
Wait, you're not from Birmingham?
What?
You're not from Birmingham?
No.
Liverpool?
No.
Wait, what city are you from?
Oh my god. I'm from the proper north.
Ah.
Newcastle.
Ah, Newcastle, right.
Yeah.
Happens to the best. Alright, this is actually a very powerful push here out of CLEM. I wonder if he can just straight up win the game here, because these Zealots are not going to be dealing a whole lot of damage. A couple of EMPs need to fly over on top of these Templars. One Templar with 2 Storms remaining. Does get sniped there by the tanks. At the same time, Zealot run by killing 9 SCVs. 4 CC is up for CLEM. I am not so sure how good this is for the Terran player.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's losing a lot, but again, like, you look at his supply, it's like, okay, his supply still feels pretty decent, and he cleared out a lot of high Templar here as well. Resources lost is within reach still for CLEM. Feels okay.
I think one of the issues that I have is that he's on 8 barracks, but no second port quite yet. So a Colossus transition here is actually going to be quite scary. Like, it really is. He has 3 Vikings right now. He has 2 Medevacs, so he needs both of them, Medevacs and Vikings. And I don't think CLEM can force a fight in this moment. That means that the next fight is going to be with what? 4 Colossi, 6, 7, 8 Templar, something like that. We have an insanely high worker count as well here for Astrea. Only 11 gateways, that maybe could be a bit higher as he continues upgrades here too. I mean, this just looks good for Astrea if you ask me.
Does seem in his favor. But I do trust CLEM in his ability to kind of sit back and wait and pick the right fight to try and get back in it, though. So we'll see if he can find something. He is going to have his factory poked at as the army repositions, just in case Astrea steps a little bit further forward there, but there's nothing really much to say as we just continue to sell.
Yeah, 5th and 6th CC on the way simultaneously here for CLEM. Ship weapons level 1 is already done as well. And CLEM can't really do anything. I think he's aware of this as well, just due to his low Viking count. Like, he's gonna need way more Vikings in order to achieve anything here in life. He also only has 2 ghosts, by the way. I think he has like 2 EMPs total. So I think right now is the time for Astrea to kind of push the issue and try to get something done here.
Definitely feels like he's got the advantages to kind of go forth and, you know, take a hold of this opening and make something, but nothing happening just yet. We do see the Colossus going to start hitting as the Sinstell on that high ground. Some SCVs have to evacuate. Astrea taking advantage of being just able to hit the high ground there as a few more SCVs going down, and CLEM repositions to, I mean, spread out and potentially threaten the idea of attack that army. If he gets far enough down the bottom, he could make something happen as well.
Yeah. There's still only 4 ghosts here, Wardy. Imagine you feed back 3 of them, then there's only 1 remaining. Imagine you just feed back all 4, then there's none. You just come in, you storm everything. Why doesn't Astrea just do that?
I mean, maybe he wants to.
Oh. Yeah, fair. I mean, he doesn't have so many Templar here, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of them are just kind of spread out around the map. Not really in the fight, so to say. As the Viking count is back up to 12. We have 1 ship weapon. +2 on the way. We have Fusion Core on the way right now. Base 5 is up. I think that Astrea might be staying in this stage a little bit too long. Like, if he wants to stay on Colossus Templar, he probably should have been more active earlier when he was very far ahead. And if he wants to go into a late game, I would have liked to see a Stargate at this point. And I would have liked to see our air weapon upgrades coming in and a second cybernetics core ideally. But we're only now seeing the Stargate. That's pretty much after it should be done already, this transition. So I'm not loving this. Absolutely not loving this. Couple of storms on the top left are helping out to get 1 more on top of his army. This is gonna get cleaned up. Oh, 1 ghost will fall. The rest gets picked up.
Astrea gonna be able to chase back a little bit. I'm with you. He had all the control in the game to kind of do what he wanted, and he kind of didn't take advantage of, like you say, either teching up or then sticking on the army and doing something with it. Where, like, do something when you've got that advantage. Instead, he kind of just let the game play on, and the advantage simmers away a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, storms from the low ground could achieve something, but they won't. Do we even have the observer speed? Yeah, we do. Okay, here comes a big EMP. Actually connects with a lot of these Templar. Still have some like random Templar absolutely everywhere. They're impossible to keep track of though. There's 10 Templar total and they're just spread out all around the map. You step forward too far, you're gonna get stormed on. Astrea in control of the map and of the weather.
What a power to have. Meteorologists hate him.
They really do.
ByuN gonna be trying to step through. We've got all that stack defense coming up again. Obviously, CLEM really relied on the nukes last game to kind of work his way through a lot of that stack defense. So, wondering if that's possibly something he can think on here again. Kind of work his way through some of those cannons and so with nukes, but we're just not there yet. He is getting advanced ballistics with those liberators, so he is slowly building up that later game composition and making this more and more solid for himself as we settle down.
Yeah. We also have this prism, by the way, that's just kind of idling there on the top side. Like, I really don't think it's a bad idea for Astrea to take a big fight, fly the prism in, warp in like 12 zealots, 6 stalkers, 2 DTs, and just go ham, you know? It's like, that would be really difficult to deal with for CLEM. Like, even if he initially takes a pretty winning fight, like, that is so many units just being transported to a different place at an instant. I don't even know how he would be dealing with this. A couple of storms are going to connect with the Vikings. Repairs are going to be imminent. Indeed, we're seeing all Vikings being repaired right now. We have this army on the left side without storms. We have an army on the right side with a few storms, but 0 Tempest out on the map. And I'm afraid we're going into a very similar game to the previous one. And the previous time, I felt like CLEM could have done more to win the game early on. But this time, I mean, Astrea, he had this game, man. He had it in the palms of his hands.
And the last, here we are now, as a couple of liberators set themselves up and going to help to push some units away. The Bioforce moving from one way to the other. This game, Astrea really is just controlling the whole map, though, it feels like, right? Like, he's got so many bases up. And it does feel like CLEM. I mean, CLEM's getting to 6 bases, so it's not like he's got no economy. It's just, you look at the map, there's so much blue kind of starting to encase and wrap around the edges of ley lines. It definitely starts to feel very powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't even know what you're gonna do here. We have 11 orbitals. We have 4 Ghost Academies coming in. Zealots are now being cleared by Astrea himself, because he wanted to start a mothership. +1 air weapons coming in. I think this is the 3rd cybercore that he's building, by the way. I think he just, you know, lost track of the earlier ones. You know what Spirit always used to do in these types of situations?
What? All 3 medivacs just get taken down. That's a lot of supply.
That is a lot of supply. Spirit used to always nuke his own airspace.
Just to make them look around crazy because they can't find the nuke? Yeah.
Yeah. But you always knew he was just nuking his own airspace because he always did it, so I just stopped looking. Then one time he didn't do it and he killed like 3 bases at the same time. It's not fun.
It's clever.
Yeah, it's quite clever.
Nuke gonna come down onto the pylon, the cannons and everything there. And it's gonna be again the start of pushing back that side defense. That was a great nuke. Wow. I don't think we even need the second nuke. I feel like a bit of bio could just stem through and finish up the rest of that. Jeez, that first nuke was banging.
Big nuke's gonna land. This base is a toast. And this is one of the potentially kind of like neutral bases as well. Both players can take it. So Astrea mined about 600-700 gas out of this base total, which I think is going to be the most important resource. At the same time, Zealot warping into the main base. Only 4 of them though. I think if you make a move like this and you reveal the prison, you should review it, you know, with like a big wow. It can't just be like killing a tech lab and flying away. It needs to be like you're warping in like 12 stalkers and there's like a Templar in the prism or something like that. And then boom, 17 more Zealots and 3 DTs. Like you need to kind of commit to the play. You can't just like, it's kind of half-assing it right now. I'm not a fan of this Wardy.
Not a fan. Bunker not going to last too long here as he hits this top side, and you see the Viking Lib going to show up. Only a couple of Liberators. Okay, there's a few more, so Should be able to start sieging this up and stopping this position from going much further. Nice storm on the Liberators, but will not kill any. We get some snipes in return. CLEM finds a Colossus as we try and push forward with stacked defense. And you do like this stacked defense that's kind of like middle of the map and not defending bases, but defending positions you're going to stand in.
The thing is that it's so easily nukeable from the high ground that I'm not sure if this is actually like the right takeaway here. It's like, oh, I love this position. I feel like it's cute until the other guy starts nuking and you're just losing a lot of resources very quickly. We have 2 more Nexi on the way. Mothership is here as well. Overall Tempest count is still at 0 right now, but that's going to quickly increase from here on out. It's 90 workers to 45, by the way. But resources, actually, resource loss also very close. Like, this is great. This is such a weird game, man.
Yeah. it has been weird kind of thread. I feel like Astrea PvTs have this kind of weirdness to them a lot of the time. This one's definitely been a bit crazy as the Colossus on the bottom side, the Zel's helping out. Once you get to the Liberators, though, I really feel like we're at this point of you just can't really go in any deeper, you know? So, only so much you can do there. That Ghost is going to land the nuke. It's going to cost you the Ghost at least, but it starts to pick away at some of that stack defense you were just mentioning. It's so easily nuked anyway.
Yeah, I actually think that in this scenario, you just want spread out cannons. You don't want to stack them anymore. So spread out cannons for detection plus Templar is going to be the way to do it. Like most of the time, these cannons are shooting once anyway. And you're just exposing them too much. You want to make it harder to get, you know, that they have nukes hit multiple cannons at the same time. I think that is going to be like a pretty decent answer here. As the Ghost count is 7. Our Viking count is 22. Tempest count is at 8, soon to be 9. We have more cannons being built in the middle. Bottom base is once again being sniped. And that means no more gas mining for you over there, Astrea. Who, by the way, is lacking a little bit in the gas. Could still mine from the middle base. Like the 2 Rich Vestine Geyser bases are still active for him, but he needs to be careful. If this goes to a full-on split map, that you know, the gas. He needs the gas.
Yeah, the gas is going to be an important resource deeper down the line. This is a couple of High Templar there that get some storms off, but will also just get themselves killed off as well, so they will indeed fall. Now we have another nuke coming in toward the edge of this static defense. Just going to work our way through a couple more of those structures. CLEM pulls back to that array of orbitals and Sim City in position for himself. Really wants to get this base up down here, like you say, just to get access to some of these resources. That definitely will help him with longevity in this game.
Something that's interesting, by the way, when you think of the resources lost step, is that a repair doesn't count, apparently, for the resource loss step. So every storm that you hit... What the hell? Why did he just 7-scan the middle there?
I don't know.
I think he might be tilting. He needs a reboot.
Yeah, that was a... I don't know, rapid fire scans?
No, that was a tilt. That was a tilt scan.
Tilt.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think CLEM is enjoying this one bit.
I mean, it feels almost hopeless, no? It feels like you never make any progress. So I kind of get it.
Yeah. It's like when you're gardening and there's weeds, you know? Like you pull them out one day, they come back like 3 days later. It's like a never-ending process.
Well, that's actually a good fight for CLEM, no? There's not going to be any storms on these Vikings initially. The storm came in super late. So we're going to get rid of pretty much all the air units here. More storms coming down as those Vikings were in the time warp as well. Got to be careful of that. Now making our getaway.
Hey, resource lost. CLEM is down 5k in total. We have 4 carriers on the way. This is the last thing I'd expect right now. Maybe he's going to go into Carrier Tempest. Is that even a composition you can play? It also felt like what he's doing right now is pretty much working. Like he's winning, right?
Yeah, I don't think he needs to change it up. I also don't know if CLEM really has the resources to kind of deal with carriers, to be honest.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, maybe he doesn't actually. You're right.
Well, I don't think he does.
He doesn't have any resource in general.
Yeah, well, no. I think carriers have a lot of longevity in them as well, and I think CLEM is really getting drained in that front. So, yeah, I don't hate it.
Okay. Aggressive expansion pattern as well out of Astrea here. It's just kind of choking his opponent out right now, bit by bit, like a boa constrictor. Those are the guys that go around your neck and kill you, no?
I don't know if they necessarily go around your neck. I think they just crush your body as well if you want.
Really?
I think so, yeah. That big, no?
They're very large. I think they can get up to like 10 meters or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the specific species and sizes, but it sounds believable to me.
Yeah. First DT Warping, by the way, kills the bottom right side base. Very nice backstab here coming out of Astrea, who's really switching up the styles here. Orbital in a bit of trouble. This planetary could also die if Astrea wants to go for it. For now, he's just swiping individual orbitals. They're all just lifting. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, except you're going into the sky when the DTs show up.
Yeah. That's a good DT warp, and it keeps CLEM super busy. It finds value, and you're rich enough to afford to kind of throw DTs at your opponent a little bit right now as well. So you just get away with it, quite frankly.
Holy crap! Check the topside base. That's like 20 mules, 15 mules or so, and they're all gonna get killed here by the Zealots. That is a huge deal because CLEM desperately needs minerals right now. They're all gonna get smacked. That means that CLEM is all in. I think CLEM needs to win a fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, his bank account suggests so. He's got 30 minerals left in there. He does not have the money. He is being mined out of ley lines. Well, not mined out, but he's being forced out because he's running out of mining. He does not really have anything to stay in the game with right now, so it does feel as though we're gonna get ourselves a likely Astrea victory. I mean, Astrea's got 100 armies supplied, 160 to fight, but he's also got so much money to work with that he can fight CLEM's army in 2 or even 3 engagements. So,
yeah. Yeah, if we take a look at the overall army value, we see gas-wise, he can just reconstruct an entire fort. Mineral-wise, he can do like 1.5, almost 2. Of course, gas is going to be the limiting factor here, but he can at least get a lot of zealots, and he can rebuild this army one more time from here out. He also has a lot of production, so that will also not be a limiting factor here. So this planetary is toast, bottom right is toast. Carriers need a decent trade. They don't need a good trade. They just need to kill something and not all die at the same time. Yeah. That's their goal right now.
Yeah, I think we're in a very achievable end game kind of zone at this point, as we have truly a game that's been pretty well. CLEM is still going to try and find some trades, and of course has a lot of army supplies. So you will see him winning some fights towards the tail end of this, but it does feel like the timer is on until we really just get this completely rounded out.
Yeah, Medivac count is phenomenal though. Viking still shooting as well. Templar flame coming in. I think Astrea might have just done it. Resources lost at 55k to 52,000, and it doesn't include the repair costs that we have seen plenty of in this game. And after 27 minutes and 50 seconds, it does feel like Astrea has sealed the deal. There's only one question left remaining here, Wardy. Are we gonna see the 2 trademark letters out of StarCraft 2 players at the end of the game, or no?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question, isn't it? I think we might not, honestly, if I'm gonna be honest.
We have a current APM of 600 for CLEM. He's pressing the buttons very quick at this moment, despite not having a lot to control. So that usually is it makes me lean into the no GG side a little bit over here. He's still trying to take gases, he's still trying to play his game, but he has no clue how rich his opponent is, I think. I don't think he actually knows that Astrea still has another army in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, what Astrea has remaining is pretty ridiculous when you stop and think about it as well, so yeah, Astrea's just mined that much, so CLEM's going to stay on until he really realizes, like, oh, you've had that much mining, you've got that much money in you, okay, cool, fine, I'll get out of here. So maybe a couple more moments, but we're definitely heading toward it because, I mean, we've still got 9k, 5k, and a maxed out Protoss against CLEM, who is just not really shaping up in the same way.
Yeah, and Astrea just playing systematically like a massive prick here. It's just beautiful. He is really, he is what people hate the most, I think, right now. Like, he's easy to hate as a Terran player. I've seen him play some PvZ as well. He's easy to hate as a Zerg player too, let me tell you. So it's great play all around here out of Astrea, who managed to somewhat secure a decent lead here. Army supply is actually pretty much even. We get an aggressive mothership recall here with the Stalkers. It's going to probably allow him to clear this command center if he wants to. He's going to focus on some ghosts here right now. Mules are being targeted down as well. So once again, no cash remaining here for CLEM. Are there any Templar nearby that could help out? Oh, Colossi are going to walk into Vikings. So at least these Vikings get a little bit of exercise. But yeah, I think CLEM might just be actually dead here. Wardy.
I'm very with you. I don't think there's much to complain about or disagree with. Like, CLEM feels pretty darn dead. I mean, you just gotta take a fight as Astrea. His army's maybe not the best, right? It's a lot of Zealots, a lot of Stalkers, but I still think we've got kind of what we need, to be honest.
I also think we kind of got what we need over here. CLEM once again is going to push in a bit forward. Cloak gets activated. Where's the rest of Astrea's army, by the way? It looks so freaking small. Some Tempest flying across the map. I guess he still has 80 workers.
Yeah, no, I mean, he just has a lot of workers, so, like, he literally, I mean, he doesn't really need those at this point, surely. Maybe he could have really gotten rid of a little bit to have a little bit more army at any point in time. Would have perhaps been nice, considering the way that this has gone. Storm on the Vikings, going to soften those up a little further, and again, CLEM cannot withstand against this for long. And anytime Astrea does lose something, it's just instantly replaced. He's having 2 new Disruptors on, there's a few Stalkers coming up. We are on the verge of GG, I feel like.
Yeah, Clement down to 0 APM for a little bit as well. That's rare to see. He knows what's coming right now. And in his first-person view, oh, the APM goes back to 0. He's thinking about it. GG or no GG, GG or no GG. Oh, let's play a bit again. I'm not ready yet. Let me pull the boys back for a bit more. Aye, aye, aye. Don't forget, Clem is still up 1-0, so he's going to have another shot at this if he wants to. He could also try to go for a bit more of an aggressive play.
Definitely waiting out our finale here. Shouldn't take us too much longer though, because I mean, Astrea is surely at some point just going to start fighting into this as well, and also got to feel pretty okay about that eventually, just to actually just send this and go. I mean, a couple storms coming down, do need to put some pressure on. A couple batteries coming up, Tempest on the way, 9 Marines coming through from Clem, by the way, so I mean, still just trying to build anything possible, but at this point, only building Marines is not exactly going to get you very far either.
No, Marines not necessarily a great late game unit against Storm, Tempest, Colossus, Disruptor, Stalker, Mass Cannons. Oh my god, Astrea, look at this forward base. This is too much, I think. Yeah. I think if Clem sees that, yeah, he saw it. This is not going to be a GG Wardy. There's no way in hell. This base, that is painful. All right, that is not allowed. If he adds like 7 cannons next to it, good lord.
I mean, to be fair, maybe Clem should consider not being in the game anymore as well.
Yeah, they did look. Yeah, I'm with you there too. I'm with you there too. He should not be. How many ghosts does he have left? 2. Against 12 Templar. There are 7 Vikings against 4 Tempest. So I mean, it's going to be very difficult to win any fight right now. Even minor fights will be hard. Astrea plays like such a clown sometimes. So why isn't he just going? I guess he doesn't care.
Maybe he wants Clem to just feel the tilt. You know, let it sink in.
I think Clem currently is at 0 APM. I think he's tapped down. He's going to go into the main base right now. He's going to sit next to his CC.
I mean, at the running ending, he's maintaining 30 to 50 APM. What do you think he's doing?
I don't know. I think he's actually tapped down.
I just didn't know where his APM was coming from now. Yeah, I can.
I think he's probably typing and then like removing it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, how is this balanced? Then removing it, and then he starts like another one. Like he starts in the chat window like 7 times, never press the send. This is the first time in a very long time that I've seen someone wait for the win condition. That's crazy.
Yeah. I actually don't know if we've ever had it in a WardiTV tournament.
Wow. The world champ, man. This is how you get to him. Astrea also has 0 APM right now.
Well, what does he need to do? He's already clicked into the base.
That's crazy. Let's see his first person for a bit. Hey, Clem actually left the PC. You think he's gonna come back? Maybe he forgot that he won game number 1?
Yeah.
Wow.
GG. Wow.
GG, man.
He actually drops it.
Yeah, that's big. That's freaking big. Because you know this had to come from very far. That is a level of of personal achievement that is much bigger than winning a world championship in my mind.
Finding the
He fought the
GG.
demons in his head for like solid 3 minutes straight there. Whoa. yeah.
I was gonna say, Clem's just giving us something to talk about, but we wouldn't have to talk about something if he just left already, so it's counterproductive.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. Is that Wardy? Look, I'm 100% with you, Wardy.
Uh-huh.
Masterclass.
Masterclass.
Absolute masterclass. Self-control. This guy is more in control of his emotions than anyone I've ever seen in my life. That's crazy. I can't imagine how hard it must have been.
Alright, we are going to get into another game here. Game number 3. I have a lot of viewers right now, so hello everyone. Just want to say thanks for watching and hit the like and subscribe button on YouTube. Thumbs up.
You're so pathetic. If I was a new viewer, I would have instantly left after that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, was it? Can't believe you ruined the moment like that.
Wow, I'm waiting for these guys to decide they want to play the game, you know.
You didn't even really, you know, even if I was willing to subscribe or something, I wouldn't have done it after that one. I think there needs to be more passion there.
More passion.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna,
guys, this type of game is only made possible due to your continuing support of StarCraft 2. Now, if you're wondering, what is the best way to support me? If you have any money left over, send it to my PayPal account. The link will be in my Twitch description. Super chats are also fine. Twitch Prime's absolutely phenomenal. If you don't have any money, don't worry. A subscription on my YouTube or a follow on my Twitch is going to be great. You're saving StarCraft one click at a time, guys. That's how you would have done it. I was like, oh my god, this guy is, you know, serious call to action, tells me exactly what to do. Because, you know, some of these guys are going to be like, oh, I don't want to spend money on this crap. This is the first game I ever watched. It's like, oh, I can follow for free. That's great. Boom, they followed.
I mean, I mean, yeah, I'm just not that enthusiastic about it.
Nah, you should be.
I mean, I should be, but like, do you know, it's so draining to be excited about people clicking the like button every single day now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether they do it anyway on YouTube. I think it's a second I'm eating. Wardy, say something, man. You can't do this. You can't have people eat in the middle of a best of 3. This is ridiculous.
But I mean, if he needs a snack, he's allowed a couple minutes. Like, it's fine.
Nah, it's ridiculous.
You've never walked away mid-series to grab like a little something?
I didn't hear what you said.
You never,
super chats are rolling in right now.
The super chats are rolling in.
yeah. Sorry. What did you say?
I said you've never walked away mid-series to like grab a little snack or something?
Okay, but he made it sound like he's doing a full meal, no? I'm eating. It's not like 1 second I'm taking a snack. He said second I'm eating. I deserve a break after that game. Like...
Oh, that's okay. You can take a minute.
Okay, I can take whatever. That's fine.
We're chill. It's Solar and Classic. You should be pissed off. They have to wait for this nonsense.
Oh, what time is it in Korea right now?
It's like 11 p.m. or midnight. I don't know which one it is.
It's 11 p.m. Yeah. Whoa. It's fair though because they start playing at like freaking midnight.
Yeah. Well. I stopped caring about the Koreans having to be up at midnight because like anytime I message them at like 4 a.m. their time, they always reply being like, "Yeah, I'll play." So they're always awake anyway. So,
yeah,
my level of concern for them playing at midnight has definitely decreased over the years.
Why didn't this work?
Definitely having a good time. Yeah, I might just hire you to do my YouTube shoutouts from now on. You seem genuinely like enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, I am. I really am.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Maybe this is why my YouTube is halted, you know. I don't have the passion to convince people to subscribe anymore.
You host a good tournament. These games, they happen on your watch, you know. Without you, they wouldn't have happened. This is something people don't realize. Like, they might be happening, but it would be on the ladder, and we wouldn't be sitting here. This is something I often worry about, you know?
Well, the good games just gonna happen on the ladder and you're missing them?
Yeah. Imagine that. All the good games on the ladder, And there's no content being out of it. It's like when
yeah.
a tree falls in the forest, did it really happen? It's like if Loco, Winter, and Harstem didn't cast the same game on a day, did it really happen? No, is the answer.
That's why you need to be in the pockets of all the players. Be like, yo, listen, if you're, you know, if you play a good game on the ladder, I need that replay. You just gotta let them know.
Yeah, you really do.
I mean, maybe that's what I think that's what everyone already does. They just don't message you because you probably don't have many good ladder games.
What the hell? Dude, my ladder games are legit fire. Like, legit. Actually, so many of my ladder games are very good. It's insane. It's because I have a bit of a chaotic style, you know? There's no real plan most of the time after the first 5 minutes. So the games, they go, you know? It's way less stable.
But how many clickbaits can you make out of Harstem plays like a clown again, you know?
No, but you can find something. You can find something. Like, it's not that hard. I can tell you. A quick question from the chat here. Did Astrea camp after having won already, or did he win in the late game itself? He won in the late game itself, in the last game, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was like ahead, but he definitely put himself
ahead.
into a better and better position.
I think he probably could have won, because at some point he was like 90 workers, 6 base, Storm Colossus, and up 60 supply. I think he should have killed his opponent there. Actually, did he really... Like, he pretty much kept his advantage, I guess.
There was a few fights where I felt like CLEM was kind of getting back in it, but he just never got rid of enough bases. Like, Astrea always had the bases up. Like, there was no consistent pressure from CLEM like we saw in the first game, so...
Yeah, like, CLEM never had any map control, so I'm...
But that's a lot to do with how Astrea plays it, because Astrea, while he just, you know, sat there, he was also poking in on multiple sides, and he was also making it so CLEM couldn't focus on, like, getting rid of one side of the map or anything and stuff, so...
Yeah. I think in the first game, what Astrea, like, when Astrea was in a bad spot and then survived into it, I think was more impressive almost. You know, then he ended up losing, but he said it, like, he managed to get himself into a really decent position despite CLEM being in a potentially killing situation, I think. So that was cool to see.
Very cool.
I think it's also different for Terran players now, because a lot of the Terran players, they kind of believe that if they get the 5 base, they usually win the game. So I think they have been a bit more passive once they're on 4 and they're ahead, you know? It's like, oh, like, my win condition is around the corner, but against this style, the win condition isn't around the corner. The win condition is 35 minutes away.
Yeah, it's you've got to fight till the bitter end, right? There's no stopping.
Yep.
Good analysis. That's what we hire you for.
Thank you. Okay, what's CLEM gonna do? Hellion into mine. Oh, he's playing Reaper. Barracks Gas into Reaper.
Barracks Gas Reaper.
I have no respect for his build order.
None?
No, that is none. If you fall behind after opening like this, it's like well deserved, you know?
Okay.
It's like these guys that do the juggling with the torches, you know? It's like if you juggle with torches and then you burn one of your hands while juggling the torches, it's like that should have been like this kind of expected, no? Like, I still feel bad. It's like it sucks, but it's like this in the
job description. It's like
considered.
Yeah.
It's the same with this build. Like, this build, it just sets you up for a bad early game, I think. I don't think there's a lot of situations where you come out of it, it's like, wow, I'm really far ahead. So you have like one main timing, and that's going to be with the first medevac drop, plus Reaper Hellion hopefully doing something. Oh my god, Astrea's barely missing it. Okay, he's gonna get one shot or maybe 2 shots on this medevac. Just one, I think. Oh, he misses it.
0. He's got 2 Stogens and a Hellion sentry out in the middle of the map as well, so that's going to be a little rough for him as he has to recall back into the main. Feel fun as one would of mine goes down at least, so he does get the kill with that recall. Nicely done.
What the hell is this?
Oh my god.
That was crazy. 6 kills. That is way more than this ever should do.
Ouch.
Yeah, that actually is big time ouch, man. Raven. See, the problem with this build is that the initial mine drop is late, but then also the Raven is late. Right, because that's dependent on when the medevac goes out, and you can start building a tech lab unit. So it's like everything is just so freaking late with this. It almost feels like ridiculously funny. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe someone's hitting me this late. It makes no sense at all. Like, I bet Astrea was proper confused by this. Like, oh my god, he still wants to hit at this point? It makes no sense. If Astrea jumps in here, that would be a wild move that I wouldn't approve of.
Harstem disapproves of this maneuver. Maybe pretty crazy. The auto turret going to get in. It's going to start getting a few probe kills, so we do get a couple of those right off the bat. So get in for some initial starter damage and Stimpack combat shield and +1. All coming up as we speak. Marine Marauder coming through. Command center being added. And getting a couple of gates. The Immortal and the charge building from Astrea as well. As that Raven still hanging around the back of the main, trying to see if there's anything more to be done.
Yeah. Gonna have to wait and see. 8 Marine drop is moving out towards the right side. Pylon Spotter is probably gonna see that. Another auto turret hits the natural. Ugh. -3 and mining time. That is 5 kills here on this Raven and a decent chunk of mining time as well, Wardy. I think CLEM with one of the weakest builds in the entire game is actually making it happen.
He's making a fool out of your hate for it, as the free probes have definitely gone down. Finds a pylon bottom right with his medevac as well. So that will be taken out. And a little bit less spawning from Astrea. Astrea in the last game was so good to having the wraparound of vision. Just that circle of vision everywhere on the map. As now he just finds 2 Stalkers. Meanwhile, the drop actually gets found as well. We have to blink away because of the mines burrowing, though. And that's going to mean that can't really stick around to do anything else there. It's kind of a little crazy.
For free, though.
He did, yeah.
Hey, that's a big deal. Like, overall, this was positive for Astrea, right? Surely.
Do you think even with losing the 2 Stalkers bottom right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I really do. Because otherwise, it's another medevac goes down. Mine on the way out as well. So the bottom right side is secure. I think this is also secure. There are no tanks here. The only thing Astrea needs to be careful of is a drop into the main base. So you see he's moving towards the left, trying to stop that. Needs to also make sure he doesn't walk away too far from his nexus, because he might need a couple of force fields and zealot warp-ins. He is pretty freaking blind right now. He's gonna scout the middle with a zealot. That is a big deal. Clement's gonna stim in, sets up these mines as well. It's gonna be so hard here for Astrea to break this position.
Yeah, it's not ideal, especially as you have to walk in the mines. The sentry getting blown up as well. This base is in a little bit of trouble. We are going to see the army of CLEM backing away, but man, 16 probes down. And CLEM maintaining a lot of his army throughout this as well, especially as the huge part, right? Because now you can just get it out, heal it up, and he's going to be ready to go again with a ton of units still. So able to put a great bit of damage in, and CLEM improving his position heavily in this game 3 and for revenge after that game 2.
Raven is not done yet either. Comes back in, gets 3 more kills. GG out of Astrea. CLEM is going to move on to the grand finals of the Wardy Open, number 41.
Wardy Open 41, specifically on Mondays.
Yes, yeah, because there's many. Is there different Wardy Opens?
No, I mean, there has been in the past. But, like, not right now. Sure.
Wow. What a show, Wardy, huh?
What a show. What a
Actually,
show.
A crazy show.
Next week, WardiTV Monday might be on a Tuesday as well. So
Really?
yeah, well, I mean, it's home story, but I kind of want to still have the weekly.
Oh, so you're gonna fly home fast?
Well, no, I'm going to do it on the Tuesday.
Oh,
That's the whole point of the initial statement.
yeah. Sorry.
You blanked out, didn't listen. I know.
Yeah, I blanked out.
I do.
blanked out.
I got
was
it.
getting hungry too. I was thinking of a snack I could get.
Oh, yeah, you go snack it up after you get into the lobby. I think.
Yeah.
If we have to wait for you, Solo and Classic may not be impressed.
Oh no, I'm not allowed on.
Ah, that's a Classic. It's okay. I only just got on as well.
This doesn't feel good.
It's okay. They haven't even got the lobby hosted. They haven't
How
even
is that even
vetoed.
possible?
They've not
They
even
haven't vetoed?
vetoed.
Okay, just ban them. Take them out. Put me in. Say we put Harstem in the final. This is ridiculous. How can they not have vetoed yet?
Solo says hi.
You need to flame them for this. You actually have to. It is your moral duty here is to flame them.
Well, I mean, it's okay for me because I get to run ads, but like,
No, it's your duty to flame them right now.
It's these guys that I mean, I was feeling bad that they had to wait so long, but now I don't feel bad at all because they haven't done anything to proactively help the situation.
Flame them.
I'm not gonna flame
Personally as well, like insult, like make it hurt.
them. I can't.
What the hell
I
is
can't
this?
flame these guys. They're part of the Stasis Wardies memorabilia crew. You know.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. You know what's been happening quite a bit? A muscle in my leg has been twitching randomly for the past 3 days.
Uh huh.
Like, it just goes absolutely berserk, like, drrrr, you know? You ever have that?
No, I don't have that.
You know muscles or no twitching?
Both.
I wonder why that is. I'm gonna Google it actually.
You know, it's incredible because like I think it doesn't matter how long I tried, I could never be as quick-witted as you are. You know, like you know what I mean? Like there's just no hope for me in that fact of
Particularly to insults, but I've been practicing for years.
Yeah. Yeah. I think maybe it is just insults that you're particularly good at, but it's very noticeable because they're usually directed at me, so they're very memorable.
Yeah. It's true. You think I can take a quick snack, or is it not allowed?
I mean, can you not get a quick snack in like 30 seconds when they host the game?
Oh, you think they're gonna veto that fast?
They're picking their first map now.
Cool.
I'm hosting it up as we speak.
I haven't eaten a banana in a while. It says here that potassium is good for you. And magnesium. Bananas, I eat a lot of leafy greens though. And also nuts.
Eat a lot of leafy greens.
Yeah. Manage stress? I have no stress. I sleep 7-8 hours a night. Stretch and rest the effectiveness. I've been doing a lot of yoga lately. Maybe that's the reason why.
You might want to join a chat channel, by the way.
WardiTV, no?
Yep. I don't see you in either.
I'm there.
Oh, you're in the second one. Okay.
But I'm in WardiTV.
Yeah, there's two on Korea.
Oh.
One of them is just the, like, you know when you /join a group, a chat?
Yeah.
One of them's that, and then the other one, someone made a group called WardiTV that then overtook its own chat channel called WardiTV.
That's extremely cool.
So whenever I host tournaments on Korea, it's horrible because everyone's like, my opponent's not here. But I get this message from two guys at the same time. Yeah, it's a classic.
Wow.
Anyways.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna eat a banana. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, that means I have to talk, right?
Okay, wait, before I go,
Okay.
Classic is gonna open up with 2 or 3 oracles.
You're gonna be the
He's
one
going
that gone to eat a banana?
I'm like, when I'm around, I'm like a squirrel, you know? I see if there's anything else I hit in the house anywhere else.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, he's gonna go Forge Twilight, 6 Gate, Templar Archives, like 5 minutes, 20 seconds in. He's not gonna move out as little stalkers as possible. If there's no roaches, maybe 6 or 7. If there are roaches, he's gonna continue building them. That's the plan. Solar's gonna all in from 67 workers. All right, be right back.
Well, I mean, what's the point of me even casting if you can just say it all in
This
30
is my
seconds?
prediction.
What?
This is my
You're meant to be
prediction. It's my
gone!
prediction.
Go away!
Yeah, okay.
This is my part. I get to complain because you're not here. Complaining about the guy that's still here. Unbelievable. Alright. Hello, guys. Welcome to the Wardy Show. This is how we usually cast things. Less analysis, much more just looking at what the hell's going on, sometimes missing everything that's happening in the game. This is what we like to call casual StarCraft. Not the try-harding StarCraft that Harstem brings to the table, so... Welcome to the casual StarCraft for the next, apparently 6+ minutes while you eat a banana. And, like, this guy's crazy. You guys know I eat bananas on stream while casting, usually. Like, if I have a banana, I would just eat it while I cast. I'd just be like, whoa, this is a really interesting initial pro block from Classic, who is now on the other side of the map. Take a bite. Chew, 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 swallow. So Solo has to take this base over here. And, wow, Classic with the gateway and a simulator coming up. Interested to see what he might do in this game. Take a bite. Chew, 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 chew. Chew, chew, chew. Chew a little bit longer. Nothing exciting going down. Really make sure I chew properly so I'm not going to choke. Now, the most interesting thing in the game right now is to watch this probe, so we'll just... You know, like, you don't need to go off on, like, a 7-minute break to eat a banana, guys. That's all I'm saying. Ay, ay, ay. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. There's one chewy banana. Well, yeah, I'm trying to, like, visualize how many chews it takes to chew a banana. I don't really know if it's that many, but I'm just... I didn't want to be like, you know, take a bite, chew, chew, and then everyone's like, wait, you just swallow your banana whole? So, you know. You chew bananas. You gotta chew bananas a little bit, no? You can't just take a bite and just swallow it. That's not good for you. Pretty sure. Always chew your food. Didn't realize we'd have to
Hello?
give life advice in the game. Wow, you are not 6 minutes at all.
No, I went very fast.
Well,
I
I've...
found the banana instantly,
Uh-huh.
and then I was like, okay, whatever.
Wow, I've literally talked about eating a banana for the last 2 minutes. You've missed nothing.
I used to be a huge banana fan, but now I don't like them anymore.
You don't like them?
No.
I go through
There's
phases.
so many fruits that are significantly better. I've been getting, I told you, I've been getting into canned fruits a lot.
Yeah, you did mention this last time.
Yeah, so I got peaches. I got these ones that, like the pineapples. I got cherries this week for the first time. They're not canned, but jarred. They
Jarred
kind of
cherries?
suck, to be honest.
Yeah.
Jarred cherries not good. And I got do you call them lychees?
Oh, I love lychee.
The white ones. I'm a huge fan of them as well.
I've never
they're
actually
canned, pretty good.
I've never
They're
actually
expensive crappers.
eaten a lychee on its own, but I like lychee like fruit tea and stuff. So
Yeah, they're delicious. I always buy them in the shop when they have them, but they almost never have them. There's like certain periods in the year when they have them, I buy a lot of them. They're not that expensive in those cases.
really,
Yeah.
that's very cool. Yeah, lychee's a good flavor.
If you have all of like these delicious fruits that you can eat, why the hell would I settle for a freaking banana?
What do you call?
know what I mean?
What do you call a lychee?
A lychee?
Yeah, what do you call it? Because you say you call it a lychee, so
I wasn't sure about the pronunciation.
I think in Europe they say lychee a lot.
Yeah, I thought something like this.
Yeah, I had this in Poland.
Lychee, if you're French, maybe.
Lychee.
Lychee.
Lychee. The lychee.
Yeah. Is that the French or something wrong with them? Guaranteed they have some weird stuff going on there. Okay. Classics coming in with the double adept. Nice movement so far. Yeah, he's really good at this stuff, man.
Yeah.
There was a while when Hero and MaxPax would always get like 16, 17 kills with their oracles. No one does that anymore, but I really think Classic has the best control in Oracle Adept right now at the moment. Maybe I'm not sure if he's better than Hero, but I'm super impressed with it. Like, he is very, very careful and almost always gets something done.
He's definitely up there in terms of getting stuff done. It's been great to see Classic, who's been consistently very strong lately. And definitely getting some results recently too. Been great to see that for him. Yeah, he's genuinely a challenger in this upcoming EWC, man. He's going to be a big player to watch for, no doubt.
Yeah. We've been in like I'm not sure if it's a prisoner's dilemma, but kind of, with the birds. So we have an apricot tree that's been bearing fruit for the first time. But what happens now is that if we leave the apricots too long, the bird will snatch them.
Right.
And if we pick them too early, they're gonna be, not tasty at all. But at least the bird won't get it.
So you either have bad taste in apricot or you have no apricot.
Yeah, and I don't even like apricots. Yet now I'm busting my mind over this issue.
That's rough. I don't know what to say. What do you reckon farmers do when they're growing like fruits and birds?
Shoot the birds.
They shoot the
them.
birds.
Shoot the bird.
Damn, that's brutal.
Yeah, or they have like a hawk or something like that, to eat the birds. Scarecrow. They also have fake birds sometimes. Like, I live near farms, as you know, and they have like the fake birds that are like scarecrows, I guess. Crows? Scarecrows, not crows. Crows.
Scarecrow. Is this exactly what you thought Classic was going to do? It is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He's been playing this exclusively. So the correct response against this is a medium ring count into, I think, high drone, and then I believe that Hydra Link Bane is pretty powerful for 75 workers against this. Have you seen the GSL final?
The GSL final? No, I haven't actually. I didn't get custom games yet.
Okay, I won't spoil it.
I mean, you can tell me. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to
No,
cast
it's fine. It's fine. It's not that interesting.
Well, maybe I'll cast it tomorrow then.
Please do.
Okay.
It's good games. Actually good games. Exciting as well. Yeah, Solar's gonna go for 71 drone. I think it's gonna just be pure Ling Hydra here, no? Could also add Roach in the mix. Like, first Hydras and then Roaches.
Okay. Well, Sitting here chilling for the moment. The Oracle activates for a couple of Zerglings. It's going to be helping to push those back in the center as the Hydra's going to be accompanied by Lings, and Solar is making a good few units as Classic gets ready to crash with some Stalkers as well. Get those gathered together and has the potential to get across the map. With his Prism popping, he can reinforce the other side now as well, so there's that option coming through.
So, ooh, I think Classic might be going for his trademarked Storm Stalker push. Not a huge fan of this against what he's playing against, because all he really needs to do against this is defend and not die. If he gets like caught in the middle of the map, then that would be a pretty big deal. If he sees the lack of a 5th base here on the right, he might just decide to go back home and add like 12 cannons or something. That could be a possibility. For now, he's just going to be pushing in forward. Hydra Link's going to come in with a flank here. Decent couple of storms, but this is pretty scary right now for Classic.
Yeah, the flank is very nice, and he loses a lot Classic initially. The Hydra's put some good damage out. The Archon will not morph in. And then you're going to get reduced to pretty much just purely Stalkers here, and the Hydra count is still very good and good enough to keep on pushing through for the moment, and is going to push a lot of those Stalkers out of here. Nicely done.
Yeah, I like this build generally, but there's probably some things you need to confirm first. Maybe a 5th base, but definitely gas count on the fort, as well as seeing what the tech is like, a layer or hive on the way. Because if you're fighting against someone that's on layer tech, I think it's never really a good idea to go for this. Like, it's either going to be Hydra Ling Bane or a Hydra Ling or a Hydra Roach attack, right? And that's not really what you want to attack into majority of the time. You want to play defensively against that. You can use the Prism for counterattacks. It's not the end of the world for Classic. His Stalker count is still okay. He has a bunch of Templar out, and his fort base is going to be mining soon, but it is going to be tricky.
We'll see what he can get done in these next couple of moments, as we just have the Link Hydra gathering, and Solar is starting to step onto the map. Obviously, Classic has new High Templar and new Storms ready. It's still going to be tough for Solar to really come across and do much, right? Like, he has a lot of army supply, but he needs to really try and find a wraparound with it, and where he's positioned right now, that is just not happening, so it's going to be Classic. Maybe can't really run that far forward, but I don't know if Solar can come forward either. That might just push us to the next stage.
We do have a mass drop in the main base, though, for both players, really. There's going to be quite a bit of damage. Recall is available for Classic, so it's going to get back into that main. There's a couple of Templar there. Should be fine to deal with this right now. Main base of Solar at the same time is also going to get cleaned up. Only 3 drones end up falling. Zealots are going to get evacuated. As, ooh, these Hydras on the low ground, though, get the Prism and the Zealot. That is a real need. You get a redrop onto the low ground out of Solar as well on the other side. He's kind of ping-ponging in between, is going to lose, well, probably both of these Overlords. Temp is now on the way, which is wild against someone that is on layer attack, by the way. Like, that is a move.
That is a move. Results whooping in Hydras and Lings in production. Good storms onto the Hydras. And let's just see the army continue to gather up. Zelda's going to charge through. A couple of Hydras taking damage. So we're seeing a couple of storms coming by as well.
I just don't feel like this is going to quite be good enough here for Solar, as there's a couple of storms still available. Upgrade advantage as well for the Protoss player, and despite that move out that kind of failed, it feels like Classic has enough here to hold and will win game number 1 on Incorporeal.
Beautiful. Huh? Classic turns it back after it felt a little bit scary maybe, but brings it back and gets back on track. Get ourselves ready for this next game. Moment or two. Second map going to be Persephone. This one gets played a lot in PvZ, no? Persephone. I think it's a very popular choice. Alright, we're loading in. Counting down. What's your prediction for game 2? You're so accurate the first time.
A Classic legitimately just plays this build.
I see.
Yeah, and
Both
Solar usually only plays layer tech all-ins.
Very predictable players then.
Yeah, they're actually fairly predictable. As in, like, kind of the direction in which Solar's gonna go, but what exact build he's gonna do is not always known. Because there's really no threat of a move out when you're playing against Classic. So I think all you need to really confirm as a Zerg is like 530 gases and just any amount of Stalkers, and you can probably get away with like a pretty crazy drone count, I think. That is my theory, is that you can get like 81, 82 drone Hydra Link Bane, and you just go there really fast. I think he'd struggle against it a little bit. I really do think so, because I think it is quite weak against Hydra Link Bane, or quite weak. It is the weakest against Hydra Link Bane, I think, out of all the different compositions that are there. But I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Wait and see. Gate, probe coming up. Just gonna see the hatch gas and pool coming through. See what our game number 2 brings us here on Persephone. Between these guys who are so predictable that we already know what to expect. Unless they mix it up. Who do you think has a better chance against CLEM in the finals?
I prefer seeing Solar.
Yeah.
Yeah. CVT with CLEM versus Solar, I think usually are very fun games.
I like Classic, but
I think I've seen enough TVP CLEM for today.
Well, yeah, I kind of agree with that.
I mean, both players can theoretically take out CLEM. I just think CLEM is favored against both. Alright, here we go. Classic's gonna open up with the Chrono on the Adept, fast Stargate. And let's see what he can do from here on out. Also check the third phase. There are some small innovations right now being made in the Protoss versus Zerg matchup from the Zerg side. So something that a lot of Zergs have been doing is open third queen before hatchery, and then usually you get 2 more drones before you throw down the hatch, but that's not what Solar does. But yeah, you get that faster queen, makes it much easier to deal with double Chrono to death. Sadly for Solar, there's no double Chrono to death, so it's not really gonna be, you know, not that helpful. You need to delay your hatchery a little bit. Double inject, speed on the way, third pylon. One thing, by the way, that Classic, I think at this point is pretty much alone in, is the timing of his third base. He almost always gets second gate still before he gets the third base. And there's no other Protoss anymore at high level that does this. Isn't that crazy?
It's very crazy.
Yeah, I was shocked by it as well. Okay, what do we have here? We have a Adept trying to shade into the natural. It's gonna piss off. Run back. Oracle's gonna run up into the main, but Spore is ready. Natural Spore wasn't ready, by the way. Maybe could have done something there. Could have been nice. Third base is about to pop out here as well. That's, we don't have any gas mining yet. This is gonna be like the first little decision moment for Solar on to whether he's going to throw down an Evo chamber or if he's planning on going for probably like a faster layer, right? Like this is the first call that you usually make. The hill. What the hell is the wall in Classics Natural?
The wall in Classics Natural. It's yeah, that's a wall of full time. You don't usually wall off like that?
Also, he's building the tech right underneath the Overlord. I almost feel like this is disrespectful, honestly, to Solar. It's like saying, hey, I can show you exactly what I'm doing, which is, by the way, the same thing as I did last game. Good luck, brother. Like, I really hope that Solar makes intelligent calls when it comes to unit production. I don't think these 6 links are an intelligent call when it comes to unit production.
We have ourselves the little bit of pushing being done, damage being made as we'll go back and forth a little bit here. Take a couple moments.
I think Solar might be going for a Roach all-in. Like a +1 Roach Queen type of drop, maybe? He's gonna hit it like at a medium timing off of 66 drones. Oh, never mind, he canceled the Roach Warrant, so it's very unlikely that's gonna happen, Wardy.
Well, I believed it when you first said it.
Yeah, I believed it too, big time.
I
When
mean,
I said it, the Roach Warrant was still building, so...
Yeah, it was very plausible at
Hydras.
first.
It's gonna be Hydras. 20 links are out, going straight up to like whatever drone count he wants. So this is pretty close to what I think is kind of correct to play here. Is that you just go to a high enough drone count instantly, and then you just do whatever. Like, you can do pushes, you can go into late game if you want. That's what Rogue did a bunch in the GSL. But the initial high drone count, I think, is actually important because that's where you're gonna take your lead. Like Classic, he is giving up his ability to be ahead in the mid and in the early stages of the late game. But in return for that, he is getting into the late game. That's his plan, right? He's adding some safety into the mix, but he lacks a lot of aggression in the first 6.5 minutes or so. That is really what he doesn't have because he's rushing into the storm.
Gets out super quickly and then obviously is able to really play that power army from there. Solo gets the Spire going this game, so we're going to play the Hydras into a Spire switch. I think that's got potential. Is that just it feels like a very risky move with the investments that Solo's making.
I love it.
You love it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but it's cool to see. It's not at all what I had expected out of Solar. Like, I wouldn't put him on this ever. So I think that's a good thing to do. Because this is the type of build, if you're Classic, scouting is super important. Figuring out what is happening is super important. So if you're not getting the full info, then life is going to suck. Oracle's going to get sniped there at the third base. Lair is being shown right now. Queen movement is good out of Solar. I think... if that stasis hadn't hit the Queen, that Oracle would have been in quite a bit of trouble. There's going to be a fake Hydra link push here, which is also going to be real at the same time, into like maybe 10, 12 mutas or so. Melee upgrades behind this. Do we have a Baneling Nest as well? This looks cool as hell, man. I love the vibe here.
I mean, we got ourselves the Ling's just heading up that right side as well. It's a potential for Solo to start darting around the map if he feels confident for making some of those kind of moves. We'll see if he finds anything in the next few moments as that Prism, Forge, Fleet Beacon all coming online. So we'll see it. We're going to take a few shots, can able to get some hits in. Obviously, just continue to scout around, maybe even looking for a Contaminate if it has the energy. I was thinking about a Contaminate for the future, so... Yeah, Classic is going to have to play defense because the Ling Hydra is setting up to attack, and we're going to run in from the left-hand side already. Classic has to fall back, and he's going to get jumped on from the right side as well. The Storm's coming in on the right side already. Does catch the Lings in the stages, but now the High Templar are caught by the Lings, and I feel like those Hydras are very healthy still.
Yeah, they absolutely are. With about, what is it, 3k resources in the bank, Solar is gonna win with a push. This is what I was talking about. If you have like a good Hydra Ling or good Hydra Ling Bane timing, it often feels very good if your early drone count is nice. And he did this while waiting to transition into Mass Muta. Like, he had 3k resources in the bank. If you're dying against someone that has 3k resources in the bank, your build is not safe. Your build is not secure. And I think Solar kind of, he cracked the code over here. He's like, hey, wait a second, this felt pretty freaking decent. I killed your fourth base. I'm gonna add in the 16 Mutalisk right now. I still have 80 workers behind all of this. I'm on 8 gases, which is a huge deal, obviously. Like, another thing here that Solar could have done is done this Hydra Link push while teching into Hive and going up to Lurkers, right? Because there was so much money available. He just was rich as hell.
Yeah, he had so much money.
Yeah, he pushed with 3k resources in the bank. Legit 1400 minerals, 1500 gas. Like putting zero pressure on a Zerg is an interesting move for sure. And it might work if they're still afraid, but Solar here didn't really play that afraid. Like, he went to that high drone number instantly up to 73, 74. Then some rounds of units. Now the mutas are hitting the main base and Phoenixes are being constructed, but loads of probes are going to end up falling. Rocks are going to go down here as well. There are a couple of Templar on the low ground that might help against the Ling Hydra, but Solar's going to get a surround on the double Archon Morph, and I do believe that Solar now is busting through as these Hydras take care of the Archons. The final Templars are being taken out. We have a single Storm remaining, but the Mutants are absolutely unleashed as well. This is going to be it for game number 2 here, Wardy.
It does seem as though we are going to get to a conclusion, and we are going to have ourselves going to a game 3. Games are delivering today, huh?
Yeah, it's nice.
GG. Very nice. Solo ties it up, showing some aggression that works out this time around. And we will get to go to our game 3 of this best of 3 series in the semifinals of WardiTV. Mondays, Clem waits in the final for solo or classic, whoever does come through. He actually played solo last week in the finals already. It was a 3-2 victory for Clem back then, so exciting stuff. Potential rematch still. Maybe Classic gets there to try his chance against Clem. Doesn't usually win against Clem, but usually puts up pretty good games, so exciting potential all around as we go to Ultra Love for game number 3.
Wait, the final map is Ultra Love?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Jesus, for who?
I don't know. I just don't like the map. What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Just say that. But it makes it sound like it's going to be really bad.
Well, I hate this map, so for me it's already bad.
It's not all about you.
Well, for me it is.
Well,
Unfortunately, I mean, this map has this tiny little choke in the middle, which ruins everything in life. Then you have like a short rush distance from third to third, which I'm not a huge fan of. And if you get into like a mid to late game scenario, the games often become pretty static in my mind. So I'm just not a huge fan. I hope Solar can find a way to make something happen here in the early game, because I think that's going to be the big deal. Something that a lot of Zergs have been doing as of late, by the way. Have you seen the Baneling Ling bust of like 55 to 60 drones?
I have.
Yeah. It's been so freaking common like last 2.5 weeks or so. It's been lovely to see. Just hatch stack, 3 gas, plus 1 melee. You hit it like 620 to 630 with freaking 20 Banelings, 60, 70 Lings, and you just go in. It's like whatever. No matter what the Oracles are doing, you're just going to go in there and you're going to have a blast. Classic is going to get the deny here on the hatch. So that is very nice. Solar's going to get the 16 hatch on the third base location. So that's also pretty decent. Both players are, it's like, this is just what happens. You know, if you go for an instant scout, this tends to be the outcome. Classic is also going to see... What? Do you see that?
No. I'm watching.
He's going to the high ground to check if there's a hatchery down there. Oh, it is in range. Okay, he didn't do it properly the first time.
He just didn't. Yeah, he didn't do it properly, and then he was like, "Wait, what?" And then he double checked. Actually, moved properly.
Yeah, that's how I didn't know that was possible on this map. I guess you have to walk it like kind of in parallel with the edge to get it perfectly. I didn't know that. It's cool as hell. Neat little trick there. Would have been a shame if Solar had taken the left side base. A minor panic.
Then you would have had to do some moving.
Yeah.
Get over there and confirm that ASAP. But I mean, you're in base anyway, right? So
yeah.
there's only
it's not the
some
end of the world.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what our boy Classic is up to though. Are we throwing out a gas? No, yes. He played a single gas build as well. I saw him do lately, like the one Prism, one Immortal, Zealot all in. You know, pretty old school. He kind of rotates that in every year or so. He'll do it like 2 or 3 times in a row, and then he'll quit again. Like in different series, he'll do it, and then he'll stop again for a year. He's extremely disciplined when it comes to build order usage, I feel like. Like, he really knows when to bring back an old school build.
It's kind of nice though, right? When you can just kind of delve into your pockets of something you used to do and just, like you say, crank it out for a little bit. Maybe not the best in the meta, but still viable enough to bring it in every now and again. That was
Yeah,
cool.
I'm a huge fan of that. Absolutely. Take a look at that gateway. Is it going to get the second chrono treatment? No, it's not. You're going to get a chrono here on the probes instead. It's not very scary if you're Solar, if I'm being real honest. Solar's just going to be having a blast over here. Says, oh, just a single adept. Whatever, bro. It's going to be just fine. As the adept comes in from a weird angle, though. It's going to potentially cost him a drone. Yep, 1 drone goes down. Adept shades into the natural right now. Going to kind of keep that area going. Second adept is also going to make its way across the map, but I think it will just be too late. I don't think you can actually achieve anything there anymore. It's going to join up right now. This is wild. Speed is finishing in like 20 seconds or so. He wants to go one more time as he's shading away. Second queen now pops out, and that's a lot of damage there on that adept. Metabolic boost finishing up in a couple of seconds. So what ended up dying here? 2 links, 1 drone. Honestly, a pretty decent haul.
Yep, not bad at all. As the oracles will continue to peruse the map. Another one on the way up. The adept actually going to get picked off. The oracle activates and missed its opportunity to go after those lings at first, but will begin to chase after as the oracles pull back.
Oh yeah.
Towards the top.
He's gonna take the line expansion over here on the third. Double gases. All of this in vision of the Overlord as well.
It just doesn't care, man.
It's one of those things that I think is just that it's genuinely bad, but extremely understandable, right? Because he has so much success. Like if Classic gets to a successful mid to late game, he just wins. Like he just doesn't lose anymore, right? At this point, like his win rate is freaking insane when he survives for the first 8-9 minutes. But as a result, I feel like he's playing overly safe and actually giving his opponents more chances to kill him due to his low eco and like his poor aggression pretty much. Oh no, there's a hole in the wall.
Lings get in, that's going to be a problem. Instantly some probes try to pull, but the Lings get into the main base are going to be the bigger issue. Forces a warp in. How well can we manage this? As the Lings start to go after a few of those probes. Well,
yeah, and by the way, this is actually going to be something different. We have 3 more gates on the way as just a single Twilight as well. Lots of probes are going down. All of this got scouted by Solar. I think it was going to be Glaives, but he hasn't started Glaives yet. Oh no.
Yeah.
Third Nexus is also down by the way. The Queen's walked over all the way. He's going to need like a Roadrunner or Baneling Nest Solar, that is, in order to deal with this.
Yep, something that isn't just Lings, basically, is what the Adepts are great at, so... Yep, if you can get that little bit of tech up against this, we should be looking pretty darn good right now. Let's see what happens as the few Lings are going to walk up again. The Stalker going to get hit, will go down. The few extra Adepts warping in once more. And the drone still producing an extractor coming through. There's the Roadrunner, and that's what we need. One of the things that will help solve the Adept issue that's coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 more Adept Warpins. I think these Oracles dealing so much damage, by the way. Freaking 7 extra work kills. That is huge. Like, it's going to be 15 Adepts. 16 Adepts. That's what this is going to be. With Glaives, most likely. There's going to be 0 Roaches out when this initially hit, but there will be 7 Queens. There is no wall possibility in the natural, unless he starts producing Evo Chambers right about now. Like, this is looking freaking tough for Solar, man. This is looking freaking tough. He's building 3, 4 extra Roaches, but he's going to need like 5, 6, 7 Roaches. Queens can hold the front line for a little bit, but not forever.
Let's see if we can take something out here as the Adepts are going to be shading up. The 10 Roaches on the way, but Classic with a lot of numbers right now. She's going to be very close to getting rid of a Queen. That would have been a nice start to be able to cut through one of those, as we do have the Adepts now up to the top side. Another Queen going down, Roach going down. Again, just not everything collected together just yet, and the mobility of those Adepts are going to be an issue. Take down the Spore Crawler there, and we're going to jump into the main base, where again, there's still just not enough defense all in one place. These Adepts are going to have a wild time. Very close to just being able to commit onto a bunch of drones as well, I imagine. We'll start to get through a few of those right now. 7, 8 workers going down. The Adepts going to peel back away to the bottom side. And again, keep the chaos up with even more of reinforcing Adepts showing up. It's taking way too long for Solar to deal with.
Yeah, lovely little change up here out of Classic. And of course, Solar, by going for his Queen Ling attack, did delay his own Roaches or Baneling Nest, but still a great little move, as Classic is going to get 21 drone kills. He is down a little bit in army supply, but way up in worker supply. However, there's a lot of creep on the map. And there's quite a few Queens still alive as well. We have 6 Queens total. Spores are moving back. It's going to be Ravager Roachling with 6 Queens. What is there defensively? I think this third base is toast. I know this third base is toast. It's gone, Wardy. The third base is gone. There are 4 Oracles out, however. And off creep, 4 Oracles are probably going to be capable of dealing with 4 Queens.
Yeah, the Adept's going to keep up some counter pressure, keep some of the reinforcements away from Solar, so Solar's going to get damage done, but again has to stop further damage happening on his own side of the map at the same time. making this game a whole lot more complicated than it was just a few moments ago. There goes the Nexus. For the second time this game, the third base will not be allowed by Stoller. So Classic has to sit back on 2 bases, and going into Temple Archives has Blink on the way, so he's on his way to tools that will help him with this. I'm just not quite there yet.
Yeah, I freaking love that these 2 adepts managed to get 7 drone kills, because without that, I think he's going to be in a world of trouble. Queens have moved back pretty much all the way right now. They're going to try to save some of these Roaches and Ravagers. Not going to be capable of saving the Ravagers there. Creep Spread, if it continues pushing in forward, might be capable of blocking the third base for a bit longer, which could be a pretty big deal, of course. Like, if you have a Queen Bling Roach defense, and you're fighting against someone on 2 bases, usually you're gonna be fine. So it's pretty much a game of cat and mouse between the Tumor boys and the Adepts and the Oracles here, trying to deny that. Like, that third base is so freaking important right now. It is crazy how important that third base is.
Yep, starting to look very funky, really. I mean, we start the Storm up. We do need to kind of reset, though, and Stalker's obviously stepping out. We do have pressure on the map from Classic as well, with those Oracles flying around. Just so many Oracles. I mean, he lays it down the Spore Crawler here quickly. And that's going to be a vulnerable mineral line. A moment to target fire, but he gets there in the end. Maybe the Hood Oracle can pull back and the rest can continue to pressure, but even just lost mining time is still adding up, as Classic is just trying to scrape up any damage he can to offset the lack of his third base currently.
Yeah, Solar is outmining his opponent by a little bit when it comes to the minerals. Gas count is actually behind. Has no upgrades coming up either. I don't even think he has an Evo chamber quite yet. So he has a lair, but nothing really else in the in the terms of tech. Creep Spread, I mean, is just phenomenal. Like, it's just great. Creep Spread has been great, will be great, will remain great. Queen's now moving out forward. I think Solar wants to go for a round. I guess this is round 3. He's gonna go with 6 queens, 8, yeah, 6 queens, that's 8 in total. Might actually just pull all of them forward, to be honest. He's once again resetting up that creep, has a lot of links, has a bunch of roaches, a couple of Ravagers in the mix as well. Needs to make sure that these adepts can just run by into him, but this is going to be another scary push to have to deal with. There are storms available this time, and that's going to be great defensively. Stalker count is also very healthy here, Wardy.
Very healthy indeed. A few more Stalkers warping in. Get ready to go. As you can see, the Roach Ravager Queen gathering up together. This army is ready to pop.
Port base on the way for Solar as well, but that's all fake. Double storms are going to hit this army big time. Stalker count is still so good. I mean, it's impossible to go up this ramp here for Solar. There are storms to zone, and there's so many Stalkers to clear these roaches as well. Another storm is going to hit smack bang in the middle. Bit of a blinking forward there. As more and more used to be taking out all these biles connected.
Nice biles, yeah. Biles were really important. They felt pretty necessary, as it felt like Solar's army was just going to get shoved back, but a couple nice biles helping. He's still just making more Roach Ravager. I mean, it feels as though as long as you keep storms available here, it's going to be so tough for Solar to really just break through this. As we do have the storm coming down again. Queens and Ravagers taking some more damage. It's going to be having the +2 attack. The Stalker's still building up. Batteries on the way in. And the Oracles on the other side are just going to go huge. Wow, because all the Queens are over here. So yeah, they're going to have freedom on the other side of the map. Amazing.
Yeah, that's a very big deal. I think we have 1 more storm available here. 2 more storms actually available here. Energy recharge is also once again on the menu, as we get a Templar with about 100 energy in the mix. 6 workers go down. The Queens are pulled back. Ravager count is pretty decent, but without upgrades, without the ability to push up this ramp, I do believe that Solar is now in a real world of trouble. As the Stalkers once again pull back up into the high ground, Oracles return back home. And where are the Queens? They're not here quite yet. Ravagers are falling at a rapid pace. Blinks in forward. Classic does, as his supply is up by about 20. He's up by about 10 workers, and his +2 is about to finish as well. So he is ahead in absolutely everything.
GG. Classic going to take it 2-1. Pretty funky game number 3 to be played between these two. Definitely went a little bit one way than the other, but we got there in the end in favor of Classic, and he will get his shot to play against CLEM here today, as Solar had his shot last week, didn't quite make it work. Classic will try his luck in the finals today against CLEM, coming up in just a few moments' time, as we'll be hopping back to NA for that, of course. And yeah, Classic, one of the big winners of WardiTV Mondays recently. He won 2 back-to-back a few weeks ago, so yeah, looking to be the 4th ever player to win 3 of these cups. How about that for a stat?
That is a crazy stat.
Crazy stat. I know. come out with the craziest stats sometimes. Shout out to the Wikipedia guys who actually track all of this. Alright. CLEM Classic. Or TVP for CLEM. You said you'd had enough, but Classic said otherwise. It is Korean players' preference as well on servers this week, so mild advantage for
That's
Classic.
gonna be West,
Yeah,
Central, West, Central, West.
Exactly.
What do you think of playing Central, Central, West, West, West?
I don't know, to be honest. I think it can feel very bad to be down 2 games before you even get to play on your server preference.
Exactly. So that's your disadvantage. Then.
Yeah, I mean...
And also, there's an advantage in game level, I think, going up, because the ping remains consistent. So the little micro moves, you know, they'll be consistent for 2 games, and then for 3 games.
I mean, you can make the argument, sure.
I just made it. I think it's a good argument, and it's worth considering.
Okay. I've considered it. I'm not doing it.
Okay, fair. I mean, at least you gave it a fair shot.
Like, I can see the argument for it, but I think it's... I think it's worse to be having to play off server twice straight away. Feels bad.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I just think we just alternating just seems more fair. Maybe
Okay.
West, Central, Central, West, West would be better. Good talk.
Yeah, I was not zoomed in anymore.
Fair enough. This is a very uninteresting conversation.
It's been a tiring day, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not easy getting
No.
beat by Zerg in the first round.
Okay, mentally I was out. I actually considered quitting and just going outside or something.
Are you gonna play the second Monday Cup later?
What? Why would I do that?
I don't know, I thought that's what you do. I thought you did like major, massive Monday streams. No?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I completely tuned out. To be honest, I can't even remember what we were talking about. What did he say?
I said, are you not going to play the second Monday Cup later?
Oh no, of course not. I never do that.
I thought you used to do like really long Monday streams.
Yeah, but I quit it because it's just depressing to lose twice in one day.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Then, like, I could do it, but then I wouldn't cast here. You know, I'd be playing a bit more to get like some momentum back in the brain.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what happened. You stopped playing. You stopped coming to cast with me for like 8 weeks.
Yeah, I do remember that. That was a good arc. Good arc.
Good arc. Yeah.
Good arc.
Love that. All right, we're going in game.
Right. You were there, no?
What?
You're not in game yet?
No. I'm loading screen right now.
Oh, I thought you meant like you weren't in the lobby.
No, I'm saying we're going in game. Like, we're going to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
in the game very soon. Like, right now.
Yeah, we're in the game.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
We're good?
Yeah.
We're on
Give
the
me
same
2
page?
seconds.
2 seconds?
Yeah, we're on the same
Go
page. Yeah, I'll just go to the restroom real fast.
Oh.
Okay, you got it.
Oh, see. Okay, cool. You asked for 6 minutes earlier, and then, you know, you were actually 2 minutes. Now you asked for 2 seconds, you're going to be 2 minutes as well. Seems like time is not truly a thing of meaning to Harstem. It is going to be top left CLEM. This is a best of 5, of course, in the finals today. So he's going to be looking to see if he can take down Classic. He has a very good track record against Classic. I always say about CLEM Classic series is that I really always feel as though Classic puts up great games, great fights. It's surprising to me that he hasn't won more frequently against CLEM. Just because we see him play so many good games against CLEM, the fact that he doesn't actually get wins as frequently, like he actually wins quite a few maps, but he does not win the series very often, so Yeah, I gotta say that that was a bit surprising me, because I remember looking up at some players, actually Classic does well against CLEM. He's like 0-10 or something, but like I say, always playing fun matches, and always playing some fun games here and there, so it's always cool. Let's take a couple moments, obviously getting set up here. And seeing where we're going to go to. The probe coming across the map is going to go and scout in. CLEM going to open up with that Reaper initially as well. And we'll have him, definitely STV just nibbling back at the probe. So the probe going to get pushed back. Factory is going to be coming up next. Double gas from CLEM before we get the expansion ready. And Classic will just take the Nexus and a Cybercore for the few moments of setup. And Factory building up, the Tech Lab coming in. It's gonna see the Nexus, the Adept, and the Warp Gate building as well. And yeah, we really are just waiting for the first couple minutes of this game to develop on through. We'll see what kind of approach CLEM is gonna go for, what sort of aggression he maybe wants to strike with. Get that figured out in the next couple moments. And then also kind of see what the tech of Classic is gonna be. I mean, we expect a Twilight Council 9 times out of 10 nowadays in this matchup, so we'll see if that's maybe going to ring true here. And Classic as well, just playing into that blink and setting up from there and seeing what he can do. Hello?
Very true.
Very true.
Very true. Adept into Sentry into Stargate. Now, this is what we call a manly build, Wardy. Full risk, no reward. You'll love to see it.
Full risk, no reward.
Yeah. If I have to believe the Terrans, they all think, man, Phoenix is the worst unit in the world. You think this Adept dies? No way, right? Oh, it does.
It does.
Oh, I hate Terran units.
Doesn't even get the Reaper. It's disgusting, isn't it?
It really is. This battery is not in time, is it?
It doesn't feel like it. The Cyclone Reaper already halfway across the map. Battery's not even halfway done right now, so feels pretty scary actually. Clem's gonna have a good little bit of time where he can poke around and put the lock on. I mean, you can't really push the Cyclone back here either, right? Grenade gonna keep the Stalker forward, and we are gonna get the Stalker as the Cyclone is able to keep that lock on for long enough, and that is gonna be a little bit of a painful start.
That was a crazy pylon block there.
That was a crazy pylon block, yeah. Jeez. What a catch.
What a catch. That first force field also was good as hell, by the way. Holy cow. Otherwise, you're just going to get both units kited to death. CLEM is dealing a lot of damage, but it feels like he probably should have dealt a little bit more. Like, I think if you tell CLEM before, it's like, hey, you're going to kill a Stalker, a Sentry, and 3 probes. If you sign on the dotted line, CLEM would be like, oh, that's great. But after he walks in and sees no battery, and he sees a single Stalker and a single Sentry, he's like, okay, I'm gonna win the game here outright, you know? Like, CLEM has done that, but the defense here out of Classic, given how bad the situation was that he created for himself, is honestly very freaking good. And on top of that, look at this, Wardy. No scouting information out of CLEM. He isn't aware of the fact that there's a Phoenix. These Banshees are without cloak. They're the worst type of Banshees.
The worst type of Banshees, especially against Phoenix. They're not going to have a good time in the slightest. So this is going to be rough as he, just is blind and getting punished for a little bit. Marine Siege Tank Banshee continuing through. Just going to have ourselves CLEM pushing out, but yeah, he has no idea about what he's walking into at all.
Yeah, this is like a 1-1, or sorry, like a 1-1-1 with 2 barracks for some extra production, right? There's no real follow-up plan here. SCV count is practically non-existent. All the money is being just funneled into these barracks to produce as many Marines, as many tanks, and as many Banshees as he humanly can. And boy, does he have a freaking big army.
Yeah, he really does. It's going to be showing up at the front right now. Charge not done, so Classic is a long way away from a lot of support for this. I'm going to start putting the wall off in as well, as he, the goal here is to basically make it as difficult as possible for the pros to be able to move through. We actually get the engineering bay cancelled at least. Phoenix getting zoned very well so far. One of them almost already dead, taking a lot of damage in general. The entire front door of Classic just getting broken down by this setup of CLEM. Another tank coming over as well. And I mean, this feels scary for Classic, who is waiting and buying time. I mean, if he can buy the right amount of time, then commit, maybe there's still a chance to break out effectively here. The Oracle at least doing some worker damage on the other side, so CLEM is not mining freely at home. He's at least feeling some pain, but I mean, the straight up natural of Classic is very close to dying off.
Yeah, and the Classic also had no army left, which is a pretty big deal. Marine count is phenomenal. Double bunkers out here as well. Banshee still shooting actively. GG gets called as CLEM is going to win game number 1 in 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yeah, that was a pretty convincing one from CLEM. Solid push from him, just identifying the chance to go aggressive and absolutely sticking to it. And able to find himself a quick 1-0 lead in this TVP final.
Hell yeah, brother. Good start here for CLEM.
Yeah.
Nice build as well. How did he open? It was double gas, right? Double gas,
yeah.
Reaper, Cyclone. That's what it was. Oh, he went for the tech lab thing. You remember? I mentioned it earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I didn't even realize that.
He went here.
Cyclones are so fast with that, man.
Yeah. Speedy.
Yeah. They come out at like 304 or so. It's like 10 seconds or 12 seconds after the adept arrives, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of boosto. You often actually can go across the map if you want to, or you can deny the sentry scout. Either way, it's fine. Well done, CLEM.
Well done, CLEM. Game 2 coming up. We're going to be going to Tokamak here for the second game, so we'll be into that in just a moment. And get ready for attempted bounce back from Classic, but obviously just barely got the chance to set up in that last one. Is this one of those scenarios where Phoenix suck?
More time?
Like in that last game, is that one of those scenarios where Phoenix are just kind of bad because they just don't provide enough?
I don't know. I think, actually, theoretically, if you play Phoenix Twilight against someone going a non-stim, non-combat timing, that is supposed to be a build order win.
Mm.
So...
You're so far from charge, though.
Yeah, well, but that's just because I think he didn't start it in time. Like,
okay.
I think theoretically, if you go Twilight before third, like the only thing you're countering are these types of builds. So if you can't kill them, then your build just blows, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not something that Phoenix is necessarily bad against. And like, if I think of the issues that Phoenix have, then this is not like, this is not even in, like, it's not my top 10, you know?
Yeah.
Top 20, not even.
Fair enough. Enough. See what CLEM is going to bring out for a second game. Obviously, I think one of the scary things about playing against CLEM is he's super confident going later in the game, but he's also super confident playing that kind of, you know, early game aggressive stuff. He's happy to kind of play the aggressive attacks and to get up and into your face and so on, so just such a well-rounded player in this matchup at the moment. Definitely makes him a threat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know CLEM had like really good bouts in TVZ, but I feel like in the sickest thing about CLEM in TVP is the sheer amount of build orders he has. I always felt like that was one like lacking things in his Terran versus Zerg, you know? Because his TVZ mid and late game was so good that he often kind of default back to either like Hellion Banshee or Hellion Lip 3CC. It felt like people weren't as afraid of him. Well, if you talk to Protoss players, like preparing for CLEM is freaking hell. Because he can do anything, and he's really freaking good at everything.
Yep. Really freaking good.
It's a core before Nexus here out of Classic into late second gas in that case. 2-1 mining for CLEM. God knows what that means. It's a little bit less gas, so most likely not going to be an instant starport build, I think. Could be once again the tech lab thing. Oh, it's going to be a reactor this time. Interesting. Hate to see it.
Hate to see it. Factor in the reactor coming up next, coming through. Adept in the warp gate coming about as well. And just take a couple moments as the Nexus will continue by. SCC builds when we get set up.
Third pylon before tech. This is not common, Wardy. It's gonna be Stargate, I think. It's the only thing that makes any type of sense here.
So interesting to go Stargate twice in a row. I mean,
Yeah.
It's such an uncommon way to play.
Yeah. This is like if you're going whale hunting and you see like or like whale spotting, you know, and you see what's it called? A white whale. Those are the rare ones, right?
Honestly, not too sure, but I understand what you're trying to say. It's like you go whale spot and you see the rare one twice.
Yeah, well, I was gonna go to the second part. Let me finish my story anyway. So you go whale spotting, it's just regular whales, and then all of a sudden you see a white whale. You're like, oh my god, I can't believe it. You call your wife, you know, and then on the way back, you know, in front of the coast, you see a second white whale. It's like you probably shoot yourself to the head right at that moment because this is peak, you know. It's the same here. Like seeing Phoenix twice in a row in this matchup is freaking crazy. It also feels like Clemens is actually gonna straight up win this game, which is also crazy.
Yep. You just dive straight in.
Here, boss.
I mean, yeah, you just dive straight in. 4 probes. The 2 Reapers in the main base are still active. Phoenix doesn't have energy to live, so needs the Stalkers, but we do get away without losing another probe there, actually. Thought that was a guarantee, but apparently not.
Yeah, okay. Clem snipes one more. He split the damage over 2 probes and then got neither, and then in the end he got one of them. But yeah, 5 kills is pretty freaking significant. He also gets the full-on scout. Now it's running 2 mines across the map, which is a wild play.
Yep. Couple of barracks coming through. The Marines are building. Just gonna see the Widow Mines. That's gonna go bang, bang. Wow, both those Phoenix gonna end up low. So we don't lose any, but it's pretty painful to take a shot on each because now they're both gonna be a little bit susceptible to getting hit again and falling down.
Yeah, it obviously would have been worse if one would have died.
Yeah, of course.
They tell us the worst case scenario.
What?
That's what the worst case scenario for the Terran.
Oh, worst case scenario. Oh yeah, okay, sure. Oh no, the worst case scenario is the Widow Mines don't hit anything.
Yeah, but then they stay alive.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
I don't like this, but I guess we'll see. Oh, Classic is gonna go Charge Templar. I actually believed in this for a little bit too, let me tell you. Phoenix into Charge Templar. It basically uses the Phoenix as a replacement for the Blink Stalker.
It's interesting.
It is, but I found that the Phoenix is just a worse Blink Stalker. So it didn't really, like, it didn't make a lot of sense pretty much. So you stop certain things. So like Raven in that space is gone. Like Banshee, not quite as powerful. Like Medivacs in that space also pretty much gone, but then chasing armies becomes much, much harder later on pretty much. Keeping in contact with opponents' armies is much harder as well. Dealing with early game pushes can be quite tricky too, so there's a lot of things that are not simple to deal with. So it just kind of changes your problems to something else, and it feels like that something else is actually worse most of the time. And you're still gonna need Blink in the end, so you're kind of delaying a very useful upgrade. And Phoenixes fall off so hard in the mid game that I don't know. If you're not getting big economy back for it, it doesn't really feel super worth it.
Very interesting because yeah, as soon as you see Blink coming up behind, it's like, well, maybe yeah, was the Phoenix really worth it? Did they really do enough? Were they worth the investment or the justification of going into it? Probably not. You see a single Marine gonna stim out over the other side. And there's a couple more barracks coming through, +1 attack because of shells coming up as well. And Blink in the gateway coming about. Extra probes in the sim layer coming through too. Continue to get set up.
Yeah, no forward base yet either here for Classic, by the way, which is a little bit scary given that the 3rd CC for Clem is finishing. Right, this is really... like something needs to happen right now, where Classic gets a minor or a major win. He just needs something.
Then we've seen the bio getting there. Zal going down. We do have the pylon going to get picked away at for a couple of moments as well. A bit of action there as you just see the storms coming down. A lot of bio going to get hit by those. It's going to be a bunch of damage right off the bat.
Yeah, Mine's dealing some good damage here, and I think Clem is okay with this. Like, he's kind of controlling the pace of the game right now. There is no Colossus follow-up because there's no robotics facility quite yet. The mine count is going to continue to increase. Once he gets Ghost and he manages to walk across the map, I think his position is just going to be so good here for him.
Giselle's moving about. Just going to see the +1, the Blink coming over. Next in the Prism on the way up. The bio spreading across. This Classic supply blocked a few moments there as well. Not exactly going to help. As the Nexus and Pylon build on through. Just going to be having a couple of Zealots continue to come by, but they're going to get jumped on, cleaned out as well pretty easily.
Yeah, lots of kind of idle pickups here for CLEM, right? Like you see 5-4 Zealots going down. We see a couple of Pylons also being sniped here. That's a lot of cash. CLEM now just pushing in. Fort gets cancelled. As I think the moment these ghosts arrive, the push that's going to occur at that point, or the fight that will occur at that point, is going to be so difficult for Classic because he doesn't have a secondary splash source.
It's going to be definitely a tricky little situation en route soon. Just going to have the bio pulling back a little bit further. We take a couple of moments to set up once more. So we've got the Ghost coming about, the Medivacs and the Marines coming through. It just feels very scary right now for... yeah, it feels very scary here for Classic.
Yeah, definitely does. Mines need the siege up. There are some ghosts here in this army. There's also an observer here for the first time. 2 Templar in the prison, but 3 Medivacs in the main base. We're going to recall instantly. +1 is not going to get cancelled. That was a real darn close, though. Pylon's going to get sniped. One Medivac is extremely low. It's just going to die here. As a lot of units actually get left behind. Not the cleanest pickup out of CLEM.
No, not the cleanest. Could have maybe saved a little bit more. Was unfortunate not to get the upgrade as well. Kind of felt like he maybe could have had that, but it was just a little too slow. Now the next on the left side going to get cancelled again, though. The Arc on the front also going down. Man, Classic is just bleeding out. He's actually not going to get the next, because he's going to start hitting those Zealots instead. Storm's used here, but we still have units fighting without any Zealots in front. The Stalkers just do not survive against the Marauders that are here. Classic is losing on both fronts, and CLEM is going to overwhelm to take a 2-0 lead. But a lot of build-up in the semifinals, but this final has been very one-sided and very directed toward CLEM.
Yep. Wild stuff, man.
Wild stuff. Alright, well, game number 3 with CLEM up 2-0. A chance to just win this here and now. Wins this next game. He will be back-to-back WardiTV Monday champion again. Can you believe it? He's won 17 of these tournaments.
I can't believe it.
Trying to get back.
He's won 17?
17. Yeah, he's looking to get back to the 20% win rate.
That's pretty decent.
He actually didn't win one for a long time. Like, he didn't win one between 32 and 39. And then, that was like the longest stretch of him not winning one. So, yeah, he's getting back on track. Watches our map. Alright, GLHF called. We can go into it, and we see if Classic can pull a game. Torch is a fun map. Have you enjoyed this map when you played it?
Yeah, I like torches.
Yeah, this map was... This is one of those maps where at first glance it looks terrible, right? Like, it's not normal, it looks a bit weird. And so people don't really play it, and the TLMC, no one wanted to play it, got insta-vetoed every series. But it's actually fit really nicely into the map pool, I feel like.
Yeah. I think it's very good against Zerg, and it's not so great against Terran, but the games I play on it generally end up being quite fun, like pretty dynamic majority of the time, so that's cool. I'm a fan of that. Dude, look at Clem's SCV micro. It's always cool to see, to just select all of his SCVs and then see how quickly he could, like, shift clicks them back. It's sick, no?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, he gets almost all of them. He is by far the best Terran player at this. Like, by far. The best Protoss at it is MaxPax, and the best Zerg, I think, is Lambo. But Lambo mainly gets a lot from his initial split, I think. His initial split is very good, and then his drone micro is also good, but he is by far the fastest hatcheries out of everyone. CLEM has command center timings. I've seen him do like 135 frequently, early 135. Which is like pretty much 2.5 seconds faster than the average Terran player. Like usually Terran players, if they get like 138, they'll be like, oh, that was decent. Like on a good day, some Terran players get like 137, but CLEM, it's very, very good setups going a lot of the time. Also, his barracks tends to be faster than other Terrans here. 126. I've seen him finish a barracks at 125 before.
No way, you haven't.
Yeah, I have.
See,
The standard timing is 127, so it's a pretty big deal. Here he canceled the Marine, so this CC timing doesn't count.
Disqualified.
Yeah, it's disqualified.
You write these things down, or do you just remember them?
Standard timings? No, but I don't actually know the standard timing on this map. This only has 3 close-by patches, so I think getting it here at 138 is actually very impressive, which I think would have been the timing had he started the Marine.
You should really just start making like actual notes of this, so we can just really figure out 100%.
Like if this, I mean, but you can see that there's 3 close patches, no? So it's like he's supposed to have a little bit less money here. I don't know what the exact number is if you just don't micro at all, but I bet it's going to be like 140 or something on this map, or 141. You know, Last Fantasy, if you take if you get the top spawn and you don't micro your crap, you get like a 143 or like a 144 command center.
No.
Yeah, but only the top spawn. The other spawns are also bad, but not as bad as top spawn.
3-player maps, man. We just have more and more evidence they shouldn't be used.
I don't even mind Last Fantasy, except the fact that it's legitimately an imbalanced map, like because the spawns aren't like symmetrically balanced.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, it actually does suck, and it's pretty apparent as well. Also, the rush distance with the Reaper there is insanely short.
I actually think a while ago we had a TLMC where there was... You had to have, like, 3-player maps, right? I actually think some of those were actually not bad contenders for 3-player maps, but Last Fantasy is not it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, we could just try some of these, no?
Yeah, maybe. Just throw one in
make the
there.
suggestions. Yeah. You're the tournament organizer, Wardy.
They were from a while ago, though, so... Do some digging.
Yeah, I believe in you. Alright, Hallucination Scout comes in, sees the Marine reactor. It's gotta be a mine majority of the time, right? Stalker's actually gonna get blasted here by the Marines. Classic is... He's not locked in, as the kids would say, Wardy.
No, he's maybe suffering from those long semifinals that drew it late into the night for Korea. Classic is not one of the guys that replies to me at 4 AM in the morning, so maybe maybe he has a less degenerate sleep pattern than the other guys.
Yeah, he just wants to go to bed, man.
Yeah.
Leave him alone. Okay, second barracks already on the way. So this is actually really funny because this is a 2-gate into Nexus opener, which is allowed, but it can be very difficult against certain pushes, like 1-1-1 or even like 2-1-1 pushes can be really difficult to deal with. And we have a mine that's now dropping. He's actually got to get 2-3 kills here. If he finishes it, I think he should finish the shot. There you go. Oh, just a single kill. The splash wasn't in the range. Holy crap. That's crazy. Mine does manage to survive. Only 2 Marines go down. Quite a bit of mining time lost and a probe. So great trade here for CLEM. Banshee tank behind this. I think CLEM is going to do the same build as in game number 1. And I believe that it's going to work. Because Classic is just working off 2 gateways. He needs to continuously be building Stalkers right now if he wants to hold this. And honestly, Stalkers need to start moving across the map. Like, he needs to stop this move out from happening right about now.
Ain't stopping anything right now. Nothing at all.
Is this fake cloak? That is so high tier. Sorry.
People have been faking stuff in the starboard a lot lately, actually.
Yeah. I love it. I'm a big fan of that. Classic moving across the map here is probably the only thing that could possibly save him. He's going to see this pretty early on. And he has 2 more gateways that are about to finish up, which is a big deal. I think he'll probably need to shave off, like, I'd say like 3-4 Marines here if he wants this to... Oh my god, he loses a Stalker. Okay, that's not great. Like, he needs to shave off like 5-6 Marines, actually, if he wants this to be somewhat successful. Immortal is on the way out. Charge isn't done yet. Okay, loses another Stalker for a Marine and a Medevac. Needs to get behind this army as well. Has good production behind this, by the way, which is super helpful. Stalkers are gonna snipe tank number 1. That was good control. Yeah. I do really like that. Pylon is the only thing powering this spot right now. Guardian Shield coming in. He's gonna blink on top of the tank, but a new Banshee shows up. Both of these Stalkers are gonna get blasted before the tank is even close to falling. And CLEM, with the same build as in game number 1, is moving closer and closer to a 3-0 sweep here. STV's coming off the line as well. I do believe that CLEM might be taking his grand finals here, Wardy.
I do think you are right, because he is going to depower the Robo and just keep pushing up. He has so much power in this army, and this has just not been one of those better days for Classic, unfortunately. It has just not been one of those better days. Like I say, sometimes it really feels like you can play some cool stuff against CLEM and have some competitive series, but this has just not been it at all, unfortunately.
Yeah. Banshee's hanging out in the sky, third one shows up. Their damage output is so ridiculously high if they're not being attacked. Like, their DPS is really, really sick. It's crazy. I think it's something like 3 or 3.5 times the Stimp Marine, pretty much. It's like...
They're actually a really good unit, because they really are just glass cannons, you know? They have, like, the right amount of mobility to be able to get in good positions sometimes, but it never feels like Banshees are always going to be guaranteed doing damage as well. It's actually very well balanced, you know?
Yeah, it's a cool unit. Has a good role in most matchups as well. As yeah, we're seeing Classic still trying to hold on desperately, but this, my dear friend, is over. You cannot come back into this. I don't think so. At least there's 4 Banshees out right now. Like, even just getting enough anti-air to deal with that is going to be tricky. Like 4 Banshees, they kill a big amount of Stalkers.
They beat these Stalkers for sure, even with the blinks, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you need, even if the battery is on, I think the Banshees have a pretty decent shot. As it's just going to continue fighting over here. Some Marines on the ground as well. Still have like 7 or 6 Marines in the bunkers in the nap too. As now with a new Stalker weapon, maybe these Banshees are going to fall. But CLEM behind all of this already has 1 tech lab, has an eBay on the way, still has 45 workers. And I'm just not really seeing it happen here, Wardy. Let me tell you, I'm not seeing it happen.
No, I think it's fair to say that Classic is hanging on for dear life, but he's going to be losing grip kind of soon. He's not going to be able to keep this going at all. That's unrealistic, I think.
I think so too. Marine tank is going to get caught here by the Zealot Stalker counterattack, but we have a bunker on the way. We have a Banshee there. We have a new tank coming in. Another Banshee as well. 6 workers have gone down somewhere. I don't know where the hell that is. I think it's in Natural, because we have some serious long distance mining going on. But yeah, 2 more barracks on the way. CLEM is just going to finish this off with a proper 5 racks. He just continues building Banshees as well. I feel like at this point it's almost getting a bit ridiculous. That is Banshee number 6 that just popped. I feel like at some point you do want to get Medivacs out. As one of the Banshees now into the 3rd base is going to try to deal some damage there. This position is actually going to get cleared, and Classic will maybe get another life for a little bit, but and we have a 3rd CC that's faster than the 3rd Nexus. We have production that is legitimately very good. There is no attack upgrade for CLEM. That is a negative. But there's also no Storm or Colossi out for Classic. And the no 3rd is really doing a lot of the heavy lifting here as well, may I add.
Yup. We are very swiftly seeing this game just fall away for Classic. I mean, there's 53 army supply to 80. He's going to go across the map to try and do a bit of something, but we are going to have Stim and Combat Shield ready, so the bio upgrades really are already in play. They're going to be plentiful, should be more than enough. And yeah, again, just really hard to suggest that there's going to be anything that goes well for Classic. He's going to lose probes to some Banshees that show up in the main base as well. He has no defense ready for it. There's going to be 7 workers going down. Banshees will go down as they try and fight the Stalkers. They even get another kill there, so yeah, just making the absolute most of their moments.
Yeah. Absolutely. Ay, 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 ay. 4 tanks, Stim, combat. Like, he has 4 zealots. Like, why are we pretending?
Yeah, I know. I'm not pretending. I'm very happy to say that this one is done.
I love the siege up as well.
the most unnecessary siege up of all time.
Yeah.
GG. What a dominating final.
That was fun, though.
It was a fun
Very
day.
fun.
I actually don't mind a dominating final when we were already very, you know, we already had a lot of good games kind of building up to it, you know?
Yeah.
Feels bad when the
we
finals...
can have a crap final if all the other games are good.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you here, honestly. I really am. I think it is completely correct.
I always go by the length of the Monday, and 4 hours and 40 minutes is a pretty darn good Monday, so...
Yeah?
Yeah. One of the longer ones, actually. It's very rare it goes 5 hours, so... Yeah, definitely a longer one. Alright. See you later, I guess.
Yeah.
See you on
Are you still streaming?
No, I'm done.
Okay, alright. I'll see you later, man. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all dropping by for today's WardiTV Monday Cup. Pleasure as always to bring you guys some games. I've not really sold out much today. I've also not said thank you to a bunch of subs that came in. So if you have subbed today, obviously super appreciated. Just don't do the shout so much when we're not when we're co-casting and stuff. If you do enjoy, consider supporting. More than ever before, it's super important to get your support. We have a Patreon page where 100% of your pledges go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. You can subscribe regularly or with Prime on Twitch. I'm sure there's multiple people in the chat right now who have a Prime sub ready to use. Use it right here. 100% of that Prime will also go directly into tournament prize money, so it's a fantastic way to support StarCraft 2 competitions continuing. So, yeah, if you like StarCraft, TLDR, consider supporting the stream. Obviously, if you want to support for free, watch the ad that we're going to play on the outro. Like and subscribe on the YouTube. You can obviously follow on the Twitch as well. All of it goes a super long way. We just put out the new replay pack that's available to Patreon users and to Twitch and YouTube subscribers via the Discord. So if you want to find that, discord.gg/WardiTV, we'll give you the link through to find there, and you can go from there. Cool. I don't think I've got anything else to really say or add on, though, guys. I think that's going to be it for now. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run some ads on the outro. Like I say, do support if you can. Okay, I guess I'll address this. I don't know what I'm doing Tuesday and Wednesday, because before we had European League scheduled, but I'm just behind, so I'm just going to move that until after Home Story Cup, because I need to get players properly set up for it and stuff. I'm just not ready to kind of really host it right now. So I don't know what I'm going to do the next 2 days. Might not even stream again until next week after Home Story Cup. Which seems kind of crazy, but I just don't know what else we're really going to do, to be honest. I don't know if I'm really into casting GSL replays or anything, so I might just take a couple of days before I go to Home Story Cup this week, and then when we come back from Home Story, have a real good stream stretch before EWC. Maybe that's just the approach. It's not great, it's not ideal, but I think that might just be what we do, because I don't really have anything to cover the next couple of days. There's no tournaments on, there's nothing for me to do. I think that might just be the play, to be honest. Just take a couple days, give me a chance to get caught back up and stuff as well. Yeah, give me a couple days to get caught back up and stuff as well, would probably be good, and you can just get everything organized. It's okay to just take a break. I mean, you say that, but my stream hours are terrible lately, so... I mean, you can say I should take a break, but I've already had a lot of breaks. I mean, I was sick last week, I didn't stream a lot. Plain and simple, it's just not been a... We are not streaming a lot this last month or two. But it's kind of difficult with the all the other events and the build-ups to EWC going on and stuff, so... Definitely, kind of adds up. Alrighty, guys, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run some ads. If you don't see me tomorrow and Wednesday, I'll be at Home Story Cup on Friday. Like I said, I'm just not sure what my plan is at all, so... how am I feeling? Oh, I'm feeling great right now. I feel completely normal. I have like a little bit of like sinusy stuff maybe, like a little bit of a cough. Very rarely, but I'm feeling great in comparison to how I felt last week. So yeah, I might just take a couple days, guys. If I go live, I'll go live. If I don't, I don't. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. No, I will not. I may not see you guys tomorrow for more. I'm so used to saying that. Auto mode. Autopilot. I was like, I almost always see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. We might not. Like I said, just switching things up a little bit. So, yeah, alright. See you guys later. Have you guys a great day. I'll run some ads and then I'll host someone up. Bye.